Hello, everybody. Thersites the Historian here. Today, we're taking a look at 45 American presidents and ranking all of them from S to F. The ranking will be based on their effectiveness at passing their agenda, whatever that might be. We'll also, of course, discuss where we agree or disagree with what they might have done, and that will, of course, become more relevant the closer we get to the present. With me to do this is Sean Chick. The method we'll use is that if we have a disagreement, we'll average it out. If no average is to be found, we have another person in the chat named Lalo, and he will decide between the tie. So, Sean, you had some introductory comments you wanted to make, so take it away.
Yeah, you summed up a lot of them, of course, like how we're going to be dealing with these presidents, because we don't want to make it too partisan or anything necessary, especially to get into the 20th century. That said, I do want to mention one very interesting way to think of presidents that I think really helps in explaining the cycles in American history. Now, this is called by a guy named Stephen Skronik. It's called Presidents and the Politics They Make. And his essential idea was that you have four kinds of presidents. You have a president who's transformative. They're the ones who create a new political paradigm that will exist for usually roughly 30 to 40 years on average. Then you have a president who is called a disjunctive president. That is one that is not part of the popular paradigm, comes in and has to work within that paradigm. So in many ways, they're limited in what they can do. They come from the opposing party. These presidents, by the way, tend to get impeached or ignored by Congress because, once again, they're not part of the popular or the ruling political paradigm. Another one is a president, the term I forget for them, but they are ones who try to improve upon what the transformative president did. So, if President X did these policies, well, you're going to want to try to expand those policies or do something to improve them.
So those are successor presidents.
Yeah, that's a way to look at them. Successor presidents. And successor presidents, what they also find with them is that they tend to, while they do enhance the policy initiatives of the transformative president, they don't tend to do as well, and a lot of their failures will then set up the president, the other term I forget, which is for a president who comes at the end of the cycle. This is one who tries to preserve the current political order, the old political order, if you will, but the old political order is dissolving. Under them, it fails.
So these presidents, like rear guard?
Yeah, these presidents tend to be viewed as failures, are extremely unpopular when they get booted out of office. So you'll see some of this play out with these guys. I think this paradigm works for the most part. I have my suspicions that right now it's breaking down. And of course, it doesn't apply to the first two presidents. Me and Skronik also disagree with a few things here and there. But overall, I think it's a good way to understand the nature of American politics as it's played out for most of its time, at least with the presidents. So we're going to start off and do it chronologically, and we'll start off with the first guy, George Washington. You got anything, Derek?
Well, obviously Washington came first. In all deference to Hillary Clinton and her 2016 campaign, where she claimed to be the most qualified of all time, I think hard to contest his qualifications for the office. I'm trying to figure out where I just did with his image. Here it is. Okay. So Washington, obviously very well qualified, the only person who would be accepted by everyone in this new system, and set a lot of precedents. I know a lot of people try to put him at the very top because of his two-term precedent and some other things, but I don't necessarily feel he quite belongs there just because it's hard to point to too many great achievements of the Washington administration. He also tried and failed to prevent the formation of political parties. I feel like that's, a failure. And, he obviously accomplished a lot of very basic things when it comes to the functioning of the federal government. But there were some rough patches. The Whiskey Rebellion wasn't exactly, smooth sailing. So I don't know exactly how I'd rate him, but I'm leaning toward maybe A.
Yeah, that's where I would place him for sure. In my opinion, Washington is the greatest president in the United States history. Not merely for being the first, of course. but for laying down these precedents and for understanding that. And one thing is about George Washington is George Washington was a very self-conscious man, very um, and very it had this very strong idea of like who he was, what he was doing, and that his actions were going to have a major influence as things went down the road. Many people were quite impressed that he had never become a dictator or a king, which he could have easily done. Well, I mean, not easily, but he definitely could have done it and tried it. Certainly, Napoleon and Oliver Cromwell, before and after him, had done that. So, Washington sets up your cabinet system, your basics of the federal government. He will, in the end, support Alexander Hamilton's policies, which will go a long way to improving American manufacturing. As far as other accomplishments go, you have the Northwest Indian War, which is a success after some failures. George Washington does eventually get a winning team on that one. Probably the most controversial thing in his presidency would be Jay's Treaty with Britain, which was seen as overly friendly to Britain, if you will, overly favored Britain. I would argue the treaty was a success and achieved what it needed to do at that moment. But at that time, Anglophobia was pretty pervasive in America. So even having a treaty that was probably a little bit favorable to Britain was just going to be political poison. I wouldn't say he tried to stop the creation of political parties as much as he tried to advise people not to do them. I get the feeling that he kind of saw them as inevitable.
Could be.
While he's technically not listed as a Federalist president, most of his policies follow federalism.
Yes, I guess he was very close aligned with Hamilton, as you said. I get the impression that even though he agreed with Adams on most things, they actually didn't really work together at all.
No, Adams as vice president, his role was extremely, extremely limited. I mean, he really, really didn't like being vice president. Kind of thought it was a waste of his time, and which is kind of sad because that would mean Washington and John Adams said the vice presidency is useless, and the vice presidency would remain useless until like the Truman administration. Once you get to Harry Truman, then vice presidents actually do have important functions within government.
I guess it makes sense because he learned about a lot of things at the last minute.
Yeah. Truman also understood that he was entering a more complicated time than, say, what Martin Van Buren was going through. That said, I'm not saying that there were no useful or important vice presidents pre-Truman. There were a few, such as actually Martin Van Buren. He served as Andrew Jackson's advisor in his presidency. But your average vice president was mostly ignored. And you can see that starting with George Washington, he didn't go to John Adams for any kind of advice. That wasn't out of disrespect or anything. There was him and Adams just really weren't super close, and there was definitely some pushback against having the vice president more involved in things.
Right. So yeah, I guess so. Your take on Washington would be greatest president, but not necessarily best president.
Yeah, in many ways. I mean, he achieved most of what he wanted to do, except the presidents have mostly followed ever since, with very few exceptions. Um, some of it has to do with what he wouldn't do, right? Like, he doesn't use the presidency to make himself wealthy. He doesn't use the presidency to make the military more powerful. There are all these things that people in similar situations to Washington have done.
Yeah, especially in Latin America.
Latin America, England, France, you name it, you can find it almost anywhere.
Right.
So George Washington, I consider him the greatest, the most important. And beyond this presidency being a success, just he was so self-conscious about that he was creating norms. And I think that's really the key to understanding Washington is that self-consciousness and the propriety and his obsession with posterity. He really did agonize over what history was going to view him as.
Yeah, another thing I have to respect about Washington is he decided not to seek a third term because he knew that he was past his prime intellectually. He knew his memory was starting to fade, so he thought that he wouldn't be able to give the country his best, and he stepped aside to let other people do it. So I respect that. If only people today had that much reality to their self perception.
He also achieved most of the policies he set out. Securing the Northwest. Securing a peace treaty with, I'll say a peace treaty with Britain to settle some disagreements. So yeah, I would rate him an A for sure, no doubt about it.
Okay. Well, next up we have his vice president, who went on to become the president, John Adams. How about you start this one, and then I'll go second.
Sure thing. John Adams, a very, very intelligent, hardworking man. One could make a point to say he is the smartest and most devoted of all the American revolutionaries. Um, Fascinating man. That said, John Adams as a president comes in as an avowed Federalist. Which, man, by the way, Washington was essentially a Federalist. He just wasn't calling himself that. And John Adams has problems because in his time, the Federalist Party is going to start to break down as he has disputes with Alexander Hamilton and members of his cabinet. Plus, you have what's going on in France with the French Revolution. Now, remember, Washington did not get us involved in the French Revolution. That was probably a smart idea, but it definitely ended tender relations between France and America. So John Adams finds himself in the Quasi-War, which is a naval war fought with France, undeclared naval war. John Adams will infamously, if you will, pass the Alien and Sedition Acts, and he eventually will lose the presidency pretty handily. I like John Adams a lot personally. He's very cantankerous and everything, and he is also an odd blend. He's like a conservative revolutionary in many ways. Like, I mean, he's one of the first guys in the Continental Congress to be arguing for separation from Britain.
I see.
But his cynical views on humanity contrast Thomas Jefferson. Like, Adams is the kind of guy who would say, and I believe rightfully, that he said the humans desire, they crave, rank, extinction. Hard for me to rate John Adams too highly, but also it's hard to rate him too lowly. He's in a very difficult position. I'm going to go with a C on John Adams.
Okay, it's also where I already have him for the holding tank, because I'm using C as the holding tank. Alright, so my thoughts on John Adams. Obviously, he has a rough job. He's trying to take over from Washington, and he's doing so at a time when Jefferson is forming an actual opposition.
Yes.
So,
Jefferson despises Hamilton and his methods, and he's coming for him.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of internal opposition from the get-go. That being said, I don't think Adams handled the situation particularly well. He was very thin-skinned, dour, uncharismatic, and really just wanted to shut down all opposition. I mean, he was very much into censorship. The XYZ affair was pretty damn embarrassing. I feel like in many ways, if Washington is Augustus, then John Adams is Tiberius.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
He's an intelligent guy, well qualified, obviously, and had some vision and ability, but also on a personal level to someone completely unsuited to the job. And I think if he were living today, he would have never gotten anywhere close to an elected office. I mean, he would have run, but he would never won anything. Unless he got appointed to a vacant Senate seat or something like that. But otherwise, I can't see it happening.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I'm inclined to agree with the C. I think that's pretty fair. And I think staying out of the French Revolution was probably pretty smart. Especially since we didn't really have anything to offer to begin with in terms of military aid. So
one of the things they would have said, of course, what the French would have said is, "Hey, invade Canada, attack the Caribbean, do whatever." Right? I will say that the Quasi-War is probably the best that Adams can do in this situation. What I mean is that on the one hand, he doesn't want to get fully involved in European warfare, but he has to show that America will stand up for itself.
Right.
overall he achieves that.
Also, I don't think he was much of a Francophile though.
Oh, most certainly not. He did not like his time in France. Although, that being said, one of the odd facts about him is like how many copies of Jean-Jacques Rousseau they found in his library after he died. He had multiple copies of the social contract with underlined passages.
Huh.
And we don't have his thoughts on it too much, but he apparently writes in his letters about how fascinated he is with Rousseau, and that if he was, I think something like if he had more time or something, he would love to write a book about Rousseau. And keep that in mind too. John Adams is, in terms of political theory, one of the real titans of the American Revolution. Because the American Revolution did not create a lot of political theorists. John Adams comes closest to it. I think what I can give Adams credit for is navigating a difficult situation and holding a moderate course despite being politically attacked from different sides. But where he fails terribly, but I will concede him a C.
I think that's fair because I think if he'd come a little later, I'd be thinking more of a D. But because he came second, one to cut him a little more slack.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So next up, we have Adams' best friend, enemy, opponent, vice president, and successor, Thomas Jefferson, out of Virginia.
Yes. True frenemies, TJ. So you got any thoughts on TJ, Derek?
Well, it seems that everyone who aspires to be a political thinker self-describes as a Jeffersonian when it comes to notions of civil liberty and things of that nature. As you mentioned earlier, Jefferson was philosophically opposed to Adams, both in terms of his view of human nature, his view of the role of government. He very much was a states' rights guy as opposed to a federalist. He is effectively the founder of the Democratic Party. I guess at first it was the Anti-Federalist, then the Democratic Republican, and then Democrats.
He usually called them Republicans back then, by the way.
Republican. Well, then it became the Democrats. So I guess when did that happen exactly? Like Jackson.
You know what? Actually, I'll when we get to James Monroe, I'll talk a bit about the party splinter, if you will.
Okay. Well, anyway, Jefferson, I think, in many ways, is the architect of the two-party system in a lot of ways. At least if you had to assign it to one person, I mean, obviously it takes a lot of people to create something of that nature, but he really is the guy, which is actually a mark against him, I think. Because the two-party...
at least the creation of a party. I wouldn't necessarily call it a system at that point.
Sure. I guess it's still early. In terms of his presidency... The Louisiana Purchase, massive gain for the country. It also alleviates a lot of social pressures to reform at home, so it puts off a lot of things in the long run, but also creates a ton of opportunities for Americans. And as the Jefferson actor in that one skit says, it was on sale. And also, I learned recently that Napoleon had just gotten it, and he had it for a few months, and then he sold it immediately because he knew he couldn't hold it. So it's kind of funny. But anyhow, Jefferson expanded the country, even though he was not imperialist by his inclination. He also was important for promoting civil liberties and also dialing back the formality and reach of the presidency, because I know Adams especially was very much into using the presidency in the more modern sense of... I guess would it be unfair to call Adams a big government conservative?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so I feel like Jefferson would be kind of like in a weird way, a left libertarian response, but one who owns slaves. If we're trying to modernize it or put labels on it. So I think in some ways he helped to promote a better balance between the elite and the commons. That being said, aside from keeping us out of a war with France or Britain and the Louisiana Purchase, which, both of which are pretty good successes, I can't think of too much else he did. I'm thinking more in the B range for Jefferson, maybe even A, somewhere in there. So that's all I got.
It's interesting with Jefferson. My opinions of Jefferson have varied a lot over time. There was one time when I found him like a repulsive hypocrite, if you will. I'm not even talking about slavery necessarily. That's just that's the tip of the iceberg. There's some other things. And now I have a much more positive opinion of him, at least personally. Now, there are a few things I don't like about him. For one thing, and was utterly lacking in humor.
Really.
Yeah, he was not good at jokes. He didn't understand humor. Just yeah, a great conversationalist, but not a funny one or a fun one, right? But anyway, as far as being a president goes, Jefferson also comes in a tricky situation. He is obviously from the opposing party, so he has to make it clear that even though he's from the opposing party, he is not going to act as a hyper partisan. Now, he does remove some Federalists from the government, but not that many, really. A lot of Federalists get retained. It appears he mostly retained Federalists who believe are good at their jobs. At the same time, while he curtails some of the aspects of federalism, particularly the formalities, like you said, he does mostly maintain their economic system. I feel like Jefferson was very aware that he was trying to maintain a compromise that would hold the country together. That while Jefferson's rhetoric could be very flowery and over the top, in action he was very much a pragmatist. In that regard, he's like Abraham Lincoln, if you will. Lincoln talks like a poetic radical, but really he's a pragmatist when you see what he does, which is not a bad thing. One of the ultimate examples of Jefferson's pragmatism is West Point. Jefferson was opposed ostensibly to a large standing army, yet in his presidency he approves the United States Military Academy. But when he approves it, he makes sure that it's imbued with Republican values, that its emphasis would be on engineering and not warfare.
So, in other
Wonderful
words,
example.
the Civil War being full of guys trained in engineering rather than combat was a Jeffersonian contribution.
Yes, exactly. I, Tactically, the way the American Civil War will be fought, you can lay at the origins of Thomas Jefferson, the way he sets up West Point. But it's a brilliant move in many ways, politically. West Point will become the premier engineering school. Louisiana Purchase, of course, is a brilliant success. Now, it's kind of just, I mean, it's kind of just laid at his feet, if you will. He's smart to take advantage of it, but still a success. He does have some failures with the Embargo Act in his second term, and but I think one of the other big successes of Thomas Jefferson, and this is something interesting to note, the Federalists are the only party in American history to win major office that was explicitly anti-democratic. Thomas Jefferson didn't do anything to actually expand voting rights, but he talked about it, popularized it. He said, this is what's going to happen. So the idea that within 10 or 20 years of Jefferson, you start to have universal male suffrage is no surprise. He sees that it's coming, all for it. He's excited. But it is interesting to note what is on Thomas Jefferson's tombstone. It doesn't mention Louisiana Purchase or the presidency or governor of Virginia. He mentions that he was the writer of the Declaration of Independence, the founder of the University of Virginia, and writer of the Kentucky Resolutions, which set up states' rights and nullification. If you,
Huh.
he's very much a states' rights guy, but a balanced one. So not like Calhoun, who's kind of nuts, but that's a different story. So Jefferson's a balanced man, hyper intelligent. I got to rate him an A.
All right.
I think he's easily one of the five best.
So I suppose we're in
What's
agreement
funny
there.
is that I don't agree with. I mean, this is a guy. There's some policies I don't necessarily agree with, of course, but I understand the spirit of what he was doing, and he mostly achieved his goals.
Yeah, that's true. I can't think of anything he really failed at.
Yeah, I'd say the Embargo Act is his biggest failure as president. But the thing to keep in mind about that too is that every man we're going to talk about here has a failed policy,
Oh, of course.
right? So I'm not going to nail him for having a mistake with the Embargo Act. I'm going to say that if most of the other things worked, I got to give you an A. If you're batting over 80%, that's good.
Yeah, it is.
And our next one is
James Madison.
yes, James Madison, our goth president,
Yeah.
pale, dressed in black, and obsessed with death, and socially awkward.
So basically, the man. I think he's also the shortest president, isn't he?
I believe he is. Arguably has the prettiest wife with Dolly. Dolly's definitely one of the most charming for sure.
I mean, she liked to slum
Uh,
it, man. There's no accounting for taste.
James Madison, understandably called the father of the Constitution, probably the biggest influence on the Constitution that we have. Uh, I could make a case that he's probably the smartest of all the men we put up so far, at least in terms of politics and philosophy. He thinks about this very, very deep, right? He creates the Constitution in such a way to create a system that has change, but very slow change. Madison is not as democratic friendly as Jefferson's. Anyway, he becomes president after Thomas Jefferson and is, how should I say, sometimes considered disaster as president. I mostly agree with that. He gets involved in the War of 1812 from the Warhawks event. By the way, keep this in mind, the War of 1812. When we were like in school, they said we fought it because the British stole our sailors. Okay, the oppressment of sailors was an issue, but the main issue is we want Canada. Take over Canada and kick the British out.
Right.
The war is a disaster for us. We don't take Canada. We lose most of the battles. Commerce is destroyed. I mean, the British blockade our ports. New England almost seceded from the United States of America. I think James Madison's a disaster, with one exception. He is the only president who, when he was fighting a war, did not infringe on civil liberties or expand the federal government at the expense of the people. And he explicitly turned down advice to do this. So all your other presidents, Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, they will throw people in jail without habeas corpus. Okay? Today, you live in a nation where the military and intelligence services control us to degrees that would horrify these men. James Madison, though, said no, never. His mind, the principles of the Constitution, principles of liberty in that regard were not to be compromised on, and I agree with James Madison on that. Direction of the war was pretty bad, though, overall.
Yeah.
Looked at a lot of incompetent generals and whatnot. That being said, he did have some success in the last year or two of his administration with a few things, mostly involving like infrastructure and schools. I'm gonna give him I'm gonna go the D actually.
Okay.
When I mention it, is protection of civil liberties, is ironclad protection of civil liberties, especially in a time that we live in right now. Obama can just drone strike a U.S. citizen. It's admirable, and it makes a lot of our people nowadays look like moral pygmies, if you will.
Yeah, I was just thinking if we did a ranking based on personal morality, I think D would probably be the median score, if not E. But anyway, when it comes to Madison, I agree with your assessment of the War of 1812. I think it was a clear defeat and strategic failure. The one victory America had, the Battle of New Orleans, was 2 weeks after the end of the war, so it was pointless, and the only thing it produced was a song and the political career of Andrew Jackson.
Oh, it did a little more than that. It did a little more.
Oh yeah, I guess you can give people tours of of the battleground, so it helped you probably.
Well, okay, real quick about the Battle of New Orleans, though. No, I actually will tell you the ways in which the Battle of New Orleans is important. When that happens, the war is actually not over. The peace treaty has been signed, but has not been ratified.
Oh.
So, if the Congress had heard that New Orleans had been captured and, say, ravaged, which very easily could have happened, war could have gone on. The Battle of New Orleans assures that the War of 1812 ends when it ends. That Britain will not have a foothold in America, which could have also happened. That the Congress will ratify the treaty. And here's a big one, too. That victory was so overwhelming, it created a patriotic fervor. Remember how I mentioned New England was going to secede?
Right.
Well, the New England secession representative was on his way to D.C. to say, hey, we're going to probably leave the Union. When the Battle of New Orleans was won, he ran back to New England and said, if you secede right now, they will invade us, because he said patriotic fervor is at a high pitch. So while the Battle of New Orleans is nowhere near as important a battle as, say, Midway, Yorktown, or the Tet Offensive, those are really important in American history. It is still more important than commonly thought, or at least when people are like, hey, wasn't the war over?
Oh,
So yeah, it's an important battle, I'd say.
I didn't realize that. I mean, I guess my other, because right now I'm sort of leaning between a D and an E. Uh, Another thing to take note of with the War of 1812 is that not only did America lose the invasion of Canada, but the White House was burned by British troops. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
which is pretty damn bad by any standard, I think.
And
Uh,
Dolly had to cart out the valuables, man. Like put the paintings in the wheelbarrows and cart them out.
yeah, so, man, I mean, I agree with you that the preservation of civil liberties is unique and admirable. And, you know, for that reason alone, James Madison has my respect. But I have to go with E. Because, again, he let the White House be burned. He got himself into a war he couldn't win. Humiliating defeats on a couple of different fronts. White House, the Capitol burned. So I got to go with E, which I guess means there's now a tie, and now I have to invoke Lalo to break the
All
tie.
right. I'd say with the qualification that he did overall win the war and there was not a secession, and the fact that he uniquely protected civil liberties and he restored the White House anyways, I would say he's a D.
All right. Well, James Madison, you just earned a D, which is technically a passing grade. Congratulations.
Yeah, D's get degrees, James Madison.
Yep, as long as you don't get too many of them. All right. Well, next up is James Monroe, the another Virginian, another plantation owner, and the successor to James Madison.
So last president to win the presidency unopposed.
Yes. I
Doing
guess
so in 1820.
he's most famous for the Monroe Doctrine, and I believe he also was responsible for, was that the Missouri Compromise?
It happened during his tenure. James Monroe was a very hands-off president.
Hmm.
The Monroe Doctrine he didn't even really write. Now he approved of it, so I don't want to make him sound like he's some idiot. He's not. He's definitely not. It's just that you have these. I mean, Monroe follows Adams, Jefferson, and Madison, three brilliant political thinkers. He is not that. I mean, but to be fair, while they were doing legislating the Continental Congress, James Monroe was fighting in the American Revolution. In fact, he's one of the only soldiers to be wounded at Trenton.
Damn.
Yeah, one of the very few that got wounded at Trenton. So, a lot of respect for Monroe on that one. Okay, Monroe had definitely had his fair share of successes. One was securing Florida without getting to war with Spain, and now that was almost going to happen. And Spain understood at this time they weren't going to be able to hold Florida anyway. They signed it off. He bought the area, so there's success there. You avoid a war with Spain, and you get some territory. The Monroe Doctrine couldn't really be enforced by America at the time, but it does, how can I say, like, it is the spirit of American foreign policy all the way to the present.
Yeah.
He's one of your first presidents to have two major diplomatic successes. So, well, the Monroe Doctrine, I'm sorry, not so much success as much of it sets up a precedent that gets followed later on. The Adams-Onis Treaty with Spain, though, is a major success, I would say. That said, very little happened in Monroe's tenure. It's called the Era of Good Feelings because the unity the nation felt post-war of 1812. And the fact that he gets elected, he's unopposed in 1820. But by the time his presidency is over, the party he represents, which I will call the Republican Party, or let's call it the original Republican Party, is now fracturing along several different lines. The Federalists have disappeared. Remember, they're the only avowedly anti-democratic party America's ever had, a major party that is. Uh, and that leads to the election of 1824, where it's going to be four different people vying for the White House: Henry Clay, Crawford, Jackson, and of course John Quincy Adams. So James Monroe does observe the dissolution of the political system that he inherited. It's really hard to rate him. He did fine as president, but he was also not particularly tested either. I think I'll go with a C. I am. What do you think, Derek?
Well, if we're rating it on what he wanted to achieve, then I'd have to go higher. However, if we look at the impact of, well, first of all, with the Monroe Doctrine, it's my understanding, and maybe you know more about this than I do, that I don't think foreign countries actually took it that seriously, did they? It was just more that it coincided with a period when European powers weren't that able to intervene in the Spanish Empire anyway.
Yeah, and like he meant the independent countries being created.
Right, okay, so there's that. And two, when it comes to the Missouri Compromise, I personally see the Missouri Compromise and the Compromise of 1850 as massive failures, which just prolonged the issue of slavery and did not in any way prevent a civil war. So I see it more as a failure than as a success.
Yeah, he's not as involved. I mean, he signs off on the Missouri Compromise, of course, but he's not as involved in the negotiations.
That being said, the acquisition of Florida, pretty easy, and obviously a success.
Well, James Monroe, yeah, the you mentioned the Missouri Compromise. My view on it is that it's you necessarily at this point can't force the South to abandon slavery because it's now become economically viable because of granulation of sugar in the cotton gin.
Right.
Your best hope is going to be, and what James Monroe does support, is that slavery end on a state by state basis, which had been going on already. You know, New York and whatnot was, New Jersey. These states were some of the last few in the North in slavery. So I think that's what James Monroe was thinking. That one of the border states, like a Virginia or a Kentucky, slavery was less profitable, would end it, and in ending it, that would show a way for the other states to be able to end it.
So actually, I guess in his time, it seemed like a much more plausible path than it would seem, say, 30 years later.
Oh, no, most certainly. Before 1832, there are more emancipation groups in the South than the North.
Huh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
A lot of those are Quakers, but yeah, well, something to keep in mind this time, a guy like Monroe would have told you that slavery is a necessary evil. They would have recognized it as evil. John C. Calhoun is the one who says, no, it's a positive good. And once the South embraces positive good and a few other things happen, like Nat Turner's rebellion, that is really when the path to civil war is set. But I don't think in James Monroe's time that it was inevitable or anything like that. I very, very virulently disagree with the idea that the Civil War is baked into the cake of the Constitution. I think it's more a product of the 1840s.
Okay. Another quick note on Monroe. Apparently, he was one of the major founders of the American Colonization Society, which created the country of Liberia. So, ironically, even though he was against other countries intervening in South America, he created a new country in Africa. So
yeah, which is why their capital is named after him, Monrovia.
Yeah. So, yeah. I think C is pretty fair given the circumstances. It doesn't look like he had much domestic policy, really, did he? He seems like an almost purely foreign policy president.
Yes, and truth be told, the idea of the president being involved in domestic policy is, I don't want to say it's a new thing, but it's become more prevalent in our time.
Well, I mean, both Washington and Adams were, involved with setting up harbors and doing other things domestically.
Right, but if you look at what they did domestically compared to what we do today, it's practically nothing.
Oh, sure, that's true. But I mean, I guess they were on a path to more executive power before Jefferson, though.
Yes, definitely. I've over time become more sympathetic to the Jeffersonian position, executive power. But
Yeah,
but
especially when you can't guarantee the competence or goodwill of the person at the top. Um, anyhow,
oh
so
yeah, well I mean these guys are very well versed in their Roman history. They're terrified of um, of the Republic becoming a new empire. Um, I will say real quick, like guys like Gordon Wood years back would write essays about, oh, the founders are too pessimistic, and I'd read him, I'd be like, no, no, I think they were dead on.
yeah,
Like, we're now an empire as corrupt and militaristic as anything Rome produced, only with shitty architecture.
yeah, shitty architecture, those fucking glass towers, and oh my god. Now,
Yeah,
also
absolutely.
that bullshit art we have at the airport. Like
Oh
those
yeah.
metal rods or misshapen metal rods look like Dural from Virtual Fighter.
Well, there's an argument to be made that a lot of your modern monuments are set up the way they are because we don't actually believe or have like faith much of anything. So we just have like random vague objects for you to.
Could be. I
All
don't know.
credit to the Denver airport though. The Denver airport has weird art, which is why it has all those like conspiracy theories for the Denver airport. Which I thought years back when I was in there, I was like, man, this is weird. Then I found out that there's lots of conspiracy theories about it.
Yeah, I bet the truth is just that whoever they commissioned to build the art probably had some good shit in their stash.
Oh, totally, man, definitely.
Yeah.
And they got that horse, the red eyes, and the fire coming out of his mouth. It's fucking great stuff. Anyway, let's move away from James Monroe to John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, John Quincy Adams, the first true successor president in the sense that his father was also president.
Yes, John Quincy Adams, easily one of the most qualified men to become president, but he became president through the corrupt bargain. Uh, the bargain was made in Congress to make sure that John Quincy Adams became president. This tainted his presidency, and he was able to achieve almost nothing. Um, he is the president who oversees the dissolution of the political system that was founded by Thomas Jefferson. I don't necessarily blame him for that or anything, um, but he comes in tainted. He comes in a party that's fallen apart, and he has an ambitious agenda. Very much invest in education, internal improvements, and none of this is going to come to fruition. John Quincy Adams gets a lot of like positive stuff nowadays because he was like one of your definitely your first president elected who's an abolitionist. So he's more than any other president before him. He's one who says slavery is a bad thing and all the rest, and he will be very active post presidency. Well, so in fact, and probably of all these men we're talking about, he is the most active post presidency of any of them politically.
Well, I mean, I guess with the possible exception of Jimmy Carter.
Way more than Carter.
Well, I mean, politically, yes, but
Oh
I
yeah,
guess,
I mean Carter's just building homes and trying to negotiate with the Koreans. I mean,
yeah,
I don't get me wrong, I don't hate Carter or anything, but I feel like a lot of that was overblown. You know,
yeah, true.
or I feel like it was more like Jimmy Carter was so unpopular when he left. The fact that he was doing anything right afterwards had to look good.
Well, yeah, I guess there's some truth to that, sure. But yeah,
Yeah, no, no. I think a lot of his popularity right now with historians has to do more with what he did post presidency, and also the fact that they hate Andrew Jackson,
yeah.
understandably so.
No,
Anyways.
I'm seeing that now. Like, apparently he's usually rated in the middle, but he didn't
Yeah,
actually accomplish anything.
I give him an F. Honestly, I think he's a fucking failure.
F for failure, huh?
Like he just, his intentions align with what historians want out of a president right now, and especially at that time. But I can't point to anything he actually achieved. I mean, even a guy like Carter, which we'll get to later, does have policy achievements. John Quincy Adams, really? Maybe there's some JQ experts going to come in there and like raid the comments section and mention all the awesome shit he did, but I just can't fucking think of it right now.
I can't think of anything either. I mean, I don't know where I read it, but I remember once I did read that he founded the YMCA, but I think that was in a private capacity, so I don't think that had anything to do with his presidency.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing too. I mean, I can mention a number of guys on here who are going to be, perfectly fine when they're not president.
Yeah.
John Quincy Adams just isn't one of them. Now that said, John Quincy Adams does come in a very difficult position. He just never is able to actually handle that position.
Yeah, I guess maybe he inherited his dad's charisma. That might be part of the problem.
Oh, definitely. All those Adamses were, they're not New England Puritans necessarily, but they have that that New England, they're dour and judgmental and very educated. And it's honestly an insufferable thing, but you can also see why professional historians like him, right?
Yeah, I mean he sounds like the kind of I know exactly what you're talking about. He sounds like the kind of person who get romanticized by later historians who think that he had the foresight to correct all the problems of the world if only Andrew Jackson had swept in and fucked it all up. But I think it's also worth noting that if you do think that Jackson was a catastrophe, well, Quincy did not prevent Jackson from taking office, and his actions as president probably had a role in paving the way for Jackson. So
one could argue that he was being sabotaged by Jackson's people from the get-go, but of course, once again, corrupt bargain. He didn't win the most popular votes.
And also, that's just political opposition. I mean, what do you know? You're always going to have people trying to fuck you over if you're president. Other people are vying for office.
I mean, maybe an E though. I mean, I know he did do some internal improvements and infrastructure. But
yeah, I'm more inclined toward E myself. So
okay, he's bad though. He doesn't achieve what he wants to achieve.
Yeah, so I guess maybe we can say E is a clear failure, but F is fuck up. F is just complete national tragedy.
Yeah.
Just someone who I guess it'd be the equivalent of when I was doing the Roman Emperor's video, the throw them off the Tarpeian rock tier,
Yeah, into the Tiber bait. That's what you call them?
Tiber fish bait. It should have been Tarpeian rock tier, but whatever, close enough. I know later they mostly used the Tiber rather than the Tarpeian rock, but the Tarpeian rock was the more traditional way to deal with people you were not happy with. Nice 80-foot cliff. Okay, so moving on from Quincy, who apparently was so great that they renamed the train of Braintree, Massachusetts as Quincy. But I guess it's probably just because Braintree's a shitty name. I don't know. Next up is Andrew Jackson, someone who is in no way controversial and also never attracts a great deal of partisan bickering from people today.
No, not at all. Never, right?
Yes.
What can you say about Mr. Jackson, sir?
Well, I think his marquee achievement is that he created universal male suffrage regardless of property ownership. That would be his big thing. In terms of his large negative, the Trail of Tears comes to mind. I believe he also presided over most of the Seminole Wars, which were somewhat disastrous, not to mention inhumane. So I guess it depends on what part of his policy you're looking at. He also abolished the national bank, or at least failed to start one. I can't remember how it went. I think he abolished it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so who actually set it up? Was that Quincy who set it up, or?
No, I think Jefferson renewed the charter. I want to say Adams set it up.
Okay. So he did away with the national bank, which set back economic development. So, yeah, I mean, clearly he's a terrible person, and he got in a few duels. I think he got shot in one of those duels and lived, which is kind of cool. He was the victor of the Battle of New Orleans. I feel like... So, the one achievement of spreading citizenship to people without property, that's one of the signal achievements of the spread of American democracy. That's a real milestone. So if he had just done that and then died, he would be a great president. But it's pretty much everything else he did that he really... Man, the Indian policy was obviously horrific. That being said, I mean, people back then hated Indians. And
Well,
that was his goal, was to remove them and allow white settlers. So it's hard to
feelings
rate that.
well, feelings about Native Americans varied depending on where you were. The coastal United States press tend to be more sympathetic. Okay,
Okay.
you could even make an argument that on the coast is where the idea of the noble Indian savage warrior was really fostered in plays and the newspaper. So, for instance, Osceola, the great Seminole chief, right?
Right.
When he was captured, he was sent to Charleston. You know what they did to him in Charleston? He went to the opera and ate fine food.
Huh.
He was toasted as like a hero. Um, it's on the frontier where they absolutely hate Indians and want them all dead.
I guess he was from the frontier. He was a Westerner, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to disagree with you. I'd rate Andrew Jackson an A, not because I agree with all of his policies, but because he essentially got everything he wanted.
I guess he did.
I mean, for instance, Andrew Jackson institutes a spoils system,
Yeah.
right? So this means that where that did create a level of incompetence in the bureaucracy, it also made the political parties stronger and made you able to create patronage systems that you could advance. So he sets up Andrew Jackson. There's an argument that Ron Formisano made that it's not until Andrew Jackson that you have true political parties in America. And before that, political parties are just kind of like vague faction. I think Formisano's got a really good point there. So the idea of how a party functions, that we think of it, starts with Jackson. Now, guys like Formisano would tell you that Jackson played only a limited role in advancing universal male suffrage. Policy-wise, they're correct. He did popularize the idea. He made it part of his platform for getting elected to president, and he never shied away from it once he was president. As far as Indian removal goes, yes, horrific policy, also a stunning success.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I say that, and people are like, they're going to gasp. But let's be honest, you're Andrew Jackson. You're doing Indian removal. Why? Because you want you wanted to achieve two things. Andrew Jackson would say, I want settlers to be able to have access to those lands, and I do not want the Indians being massacred. Jackson framed Indian removal as a humanitarian policy. He said, if you don't remove them, the settlers will kill them all off. An odd fact about Andrew Jackson, he is the only United States president to have a Native American as a child. He adopted one. Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, Jackson definitely didn't have a high love for Indians for sure, or black people, or the British. He hated all three of these groups. But Jackson also had a lot of people are terrible. Because don't get me wrong, Jackson's a terrible man. Okay? But terrible people a lot of times will say, I don't like this group, but I like this individual. So Jackson had a high respect for individual Indian warriors and individual British officers. But on the whole, these are groups he doesn't like.
I see.
He says he's going to destroy the United States Bank. He destroys it. As Andrew Jackson said, I was born for a storm, and a calm does not suit me. That defines the man. And as much as I don't personally like him, there is also something hypnotic and compelling about the man, because it's so rare to read about somebody who is so perfect in a fight, thrives in a fight, whether that be political or military. I gotta say, he's an A because he achieved everything that he wanted to achieve in his presidency. And the degree to which those policies are correct, like the National Bank, that one's controversial. Personally, I think the National Bank should have stuck around. Indian removal policy is definitely morally bad, despite Jackson's justifications for it. And I will keep this in mind, too. When it comes to Indian policy, Jackson is decisive. All the presidents before him believed in coexistence, right? They fought occasional Indian war here and there, but actually very few. The big one was the Northwest one that Washington fought. But otherwise, not really that many, comparatively. Jackson is the one who sets up the path towards take their land, fight wars. set up reservations. He is the man who sets us on that path. After him, Indian wars are constant. Almost every president has a major one in their term. So, I don't know.
Well, so you're thinking
maybe a B, maybe really a B, because some of those policies were not instituted as well as other ones could be. But I don't know. On the other end, he did what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
There's very few presidents I can think of who got away with as much as Jackson got away with.
I guess one thing to consider is that if he set up the spoils system, it means that a lot of what he set up in terms of policy could then be more or less undone by a successor through political appointments.
Yeah,
So-
it's hard for me to rate because on the one hand he does most what he sets out to do. I don't agree with most of these policies.
Right. No, it is. I mean, he's. I think B is pretty fair. I was leaning B or C, and you said you were leaning A or B, so I guess
Go with
B
B
seems
then.
to be where we're at here. All right. Now we have his successor, and I guess based on the system you're talking about at the outset, obvious successor president Martin Van Buren. He was Jackson's basically political mind, and also the most unkempt of the presidents, I think it's safe to say.
Among them, yeah, but keep in mind we also are basing on photographs. I mean,
True.
he's an old at the time of taking pictures.
Also, this is after his political career.
Called the Fox of Kinderhook,
Yeah.
for his political doom.
Old Kinderhook, yeah.
Fox of Kinderhook. One of the problems that Martin Van Buren runs into is that he inherits a depression, which arguably was created by Jackson's banking policy. I don't know. I confess, Martin Van Buren is one I don't know so well. He essentially continues Jackson's policies, but the economic situation is not very good. His political skills, he's one of those guys who is very good at manipulating and being politically relevant, except when he becomes president. You can almost call him a Cersei Lannister, right? Where
Yeah.
you're fine till you're ruling, and then and your political skills actually don't work out. And by the way, I'm talking about the books, not the TV show. The books, you can see that Cersei's not very good at managing a kingdom. Good at intrigue, but that's about it, really. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't see any actual achievements with Van Buren. I guess he was in charge during the Panic of 1837. You talked about that. It seems like he continued a lot of Jackson's policies, especially Indian removal. I think you're pretty much right. He was very good at politicking, glad-handing, and generally getting himself in a position, but it does not appear that actually extended into governing at all.
Fun fact about him, though, he is your first non-Anglo-Saxon president.
Yes, he's a Dutchman.
That's right. Also, somebody proved he is the only U.S. president, the only one not related by blood to the British royal family.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. That was interesting.
They're like, just Van Buren.
Although I think that some of his children or descendants married into one of those other families, so I guess now his descendants are.
Yeah, but not him personally.
But not him personally, yeah.
I got to go with an F on Van Buren.
That bad, huh?
He doesn't achieve much, and politically the partisanship gets worse and worse. Of course, the Whig Party is going to be founded during Jackson's second term, Van Buren's only term.
So, not to make a bad pun, but would it be safe to say that the Whig Party is the not okay party?
I don't know. Let's move on to somebody more interesting.
Well, I haven't rated Van Buren yet.
Sorry.
So I'm actually thinking more E. I mean, he's bad.
How's that?
he's clearly he failed, but I can think of some people who are definitely a full step below him. Uh, so I guess that means that we have to invoke Lalo again.
Okay, so this one's interesting because, like, have you mentioned something that he's done well? Because you
No.
see, the main problem that you guys haven't mentioned is that he let the slavery thing get worse. Like, he wasn't decisive at all in that regard.
Oh, you're talking about the Amistad case, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a bit player in the movie.
Oh, one other Martin Van Buren fact. Isn't there a werewolf movie where they say that President Van Buren commissioned a werewolf hunter?
No, that was Howling 3 with President Benjamin Harrison, who we'll get to later.
Okay. Well, so he doesn't even that going for him. He's an F then. Fuck him.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So he's an F.
Enough. All right, you heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. So if you can't even make a Howling movie as just a random throwaway line, then that is a condemnation of your legacy.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, hey, we'll get to Benjamin Harrison eventually, man. You know.
All right. Well, next up is William Henry Harrison, the father of the aforementioned Benjamin Harrison.
Oh no, he's the grandfather.
Oh, grandfather. Sorry.
I want to say his grandfather, or he's uncle or something. I mean, they're related, but they're not like it's not a father-son deal.
I think you're right. I think it's grandpa because it's full 2 generations.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't rate him. I mean, he's only in there a month.
Yeah. So do we need to create a new tier for him of just question mark?
Yeah, that's what I would say. I mean,
All right. Well.
there's honestly, I mean, I'm going to feel the same way about Garfield. Garfield's only in there for 4 months.
All right. Well, we are now creating a new tier here, and it's going to be called question mark. Wait, no, that did not work out right. This is supposed to be F. This is question mark. So welcome to political purgatory, Mr. Harrison. If you had not run your mouth for hours at inauguration, you would have been rated with a letter. But because you chose unwisely to speak for a very long time, you are in purgatory. And he left the country in the hands of Mr. John Tyler.
Did remember your controversial opinion about who's the Elagabalus, the Roman emperor?
Yes, you mean one of the true S-tier emperors.
Yeah, my controversial opinion is John Tyler. I believe he's a good president for a variety of reasons. And you keep in mind, this has never been a popular opinion. I don't know of any pro John Tyler books. There's insults thrown about him all the time. John Tyler is very much a contrarian. He is at heart actually more of a Jacksonian Democrat, but he started to dislike Andrew Jackson as he felt that Jackson became more imperious, or as they would call him, King Andrew I. Tyler joins the Whigs, even though in many ways he doesn't agree with much of their policies. Nominated to the vice presidency because vice presidents at that time were mostly seen as a way to balance a ticket. Balance a ticket back then could be ideology, it could be section, that was very common. So Tyler gets chosen as to show the Jackson people, the people who used to be Jackson supporters, who maybe had gotten wary of Jackson and Van Buren, that, hey, we got John Tyler with us. He used to be an Andrew Jackson guy, and he saw the light. He's with us. But then William Henry Harrison ends up and dies. Now John Tyler is president. John Tyler does one of those crucial things of that time. When he becomes president, he is the first vice president to become president through the death of the previous man. And so at that time, there was no precedent set up for what a vice president would do. John Tyler does not subordinate himself to Henry Clay. So Tyler says, no, I'm my own man, I'm my own president, which of course he would do. John Tyler was always his own man, no matter what. So he's shown with Jackson, he shows with Clay, he's his own guy. So Tyler is sometimes called the president without a party for understandable reasons. People within both political parties do not like him. But by Tyler asserting the vice president's ability to become president when the president dies, sets up a very important precedent. At the same time, I think he handles a number of affairs very well. There is the Webster-Ashburn Treaty, which sets up the limits with Maine, avoids war with Britain. There's one of my personal favorites is the Dorr Rebellion, which happens in Rhode Island. Rhode Island at this time was one of your least democratic states in America. The Dorr Rebellion was a popular uprising against the state government, which was refusing to have universal male suffrage. Rhode Island asked Tyler to send in the army to stop the protests, and Tyler said, "No, that's you. That's on you. You handle it yourself." And Tyler was not only winking to these people to say that I support them, also asserting that the United States Army should not be used to put down protests. You know?
Right.
And at the same time, John Tyler is the one who will annex Texas. Now, that will lead to war with Mexico, which is really going to be more of a thing for the guy who follows Tyler. I honestly have a very high opinion of John Tyler. I rate him a B. I will mention this is not a popular opinion.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. And I guess it's safe to say the reason it's not a popular opinion is because he praised the Confederacy when they succeeded.
He tried to avoid the war. He was a negotiator for the last attempt to avoid the Civil War, which Abraham Lincoln scuttled. And Tyler goes to the Confederacy. True, but I think what it really has to do with is that he pissed off people in both parties. So if you're a historian who's a partisan for Andrew Jackson or a partisan for Henry Clay, John Tyler is not going to be a liked person. The Jackson people saw him as a traitor, and the Clay people saw him as narrow-minded and petty.
I see.
And he's been portrayed as those three things. I think actually he was a man of principle who had major achievements in his presidency. And not only that, major achievements in his presidency when leading political figures hated his guts.
Yeah. So apparently he got kicked out of his party as president.
He got kicked out of two parties. Well, you could say he left the Democrats and then got kicked out of the Whigs. Make that argument.
Damn, okay. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if he managed to achieve things without a party, that's pretty unprecedented. First VP, and then he effectively got us in the Mexican-American War, more or less.
Yes, sort of. I'll get into that with James K. Polk because there's some controversies with that one, you know. But I don't necessarily know if Tyler was looking for a brawl with Mexico. He just wanted to annex Texas.
Right. So I guess he really gave Polk the opening. I don't know. Maybe this is my unpopular opinion. So I've never thought very highly of the trio of Webster, Clay, and Calhoun. Because I know a lot of times people look at them as these three great figures of the 19th century who were these great pillars of American democracy. Every time I've ever read about them, all I see is them being very ambitious to the point of being dangerous. And I can't help but chuckle that John Tyler cost Clay a chance at the presidency. So I think that's a mark in his favor. So I don't know about a B, but that being said, he did fight against a high degree of difficulty and still got things done. It also appears that he was one of those presidents who was trying to fight a rising tide, because apparently there was a proposal to start a new national bank. He shot that down. And he also tried to sort of skate the line between states' rights and federalism. I'm more thinking C on that one, actually, for Tyler.
That seems fun. Once again, my high rating of John Tyler is, like, of all the presidential ratings that I have, it's my most controversial one. Hey, fuck, if I was more of a anti-Bohm American historian, John Tyler would be like my pet project. Rehabilitate him.
Actually, that would be an interesting project if you ever wanted to do that as like another project slightly out of your field. The rehabilitation of John Tyler.
Yeah, I think there are far worse men who have held the presidency, and you know some of them are coming up real soon.
Yeah. All right, so I guess Lalo, based on our earlier thing, you can choose between B and C for Mr. Tyler.
I'd say B. Well, it depends how you think of the Texas thing, because he largely put on the Democratic platform the annexation of Texas and that drive against the Mexicans. So I think if you view that as a good thing, the annexation of the Southwest, then it is definitely a B. Whereas if you think that's bad, that's a C. I personally think the annexation of the Southwest is like a really like awesome thing for America in terms of like opportunism, and not necessarily morally, but economically how much it helped and resource wise. So I'd give him a B.
All right. Well, I guess then Tyler has moved up in the world, just like an honorary Jefferson, not Thomas Jefferson, but George Jefferson. Okay.
Thanks for the 70s sitcom reference, man.
Yeah. I watched a little bit of Nick at Night back in the '90s, so I know what's up. All right. So next up is James K. Polk, another fairly controversial guy, and I believe it is also safe to say he may be the first president to ever rock a mullet.
Oh no, his hair's back, man. His hair's slicked back,
I don't know, man. That's giving off some like Shadow Stevens vibes there.
I always feel like the mullet though is like you're not having it like greased back. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I guess it's supposed to be very fluffy and well cared for.
Yeah. No. So James K. Polk. Well, what you know about him, Green?
Well, basically, with Polk, he is the dude who started the Mexican American War and annexed about half the country. And that and that was his main policy, from what I understand. He only did one term, interestingly enough. I think just by virtue of fighting and winning the Mexican American War, which was, I think, something he was running on, that's easily A tier at a minimum. That's a huge achievement. And it's also a pretty ballsy move to do. So, I'm not sure what else he really did outside of that. I know he also had some negotiations with Britain. I don't know if he really came to a conclusion there, but there were some issues. I feel like he got a lot of domestic opposition after the Mexican-American War. He wasn't popular with Congress. But just by being able to pull that one coup off, I feel like that's an A.
Well, he essentially got most of what he wanted done. Independent treasury. You mentioned the Mexican American War. He honestly had to choose between war with Britain or Mexico. Okay, and he's going to go with Mexico. Now, some of that's because Britain is more powerful. War with Britain would be more difficult logistically, and you can also make the case that war with Britain would more enhance Whigs than Democrats. I mean, parties at this point are not truly sectional, but Whigs are a little stronger in the North, and Democrats are a little stronger in the South. Okay, but don't overplay that too much. I think really what it is that Mexico is also looking for a war. That's something to keep in mind. We sort of view the Mexican American War as like we predators and went after Mexico. It's like no, Mexico wanted to fight too. It was a border dispute. And one of the reasons Texas had joined America was because they were already fighting their own unofficial border war with Mexico the entire time. Texas was afraid any moment Mexico would return, invade the lands of America, fight over the border. And honest to God, in Europe, most Europeans thought Mexico was going to win the war. Because the Mexican army had actually more combat experience. And it was viewed that if America invaded Mexico, their armies would be destroyed in the desert. They would not be able to survive logistically. Low opinion of the American army as well from the War of 1812. But of course, the American Army, the Mexican-American War, will be led by Zachary Taylor, Winfield Scott. You have Wool, Worth, a variety of other very capable commanders who are going to do very well in the conflict. And also, Mexico had its own share of problems. Their gunpowder is inferior. generals are knuckleheads. Um, their soldiers don't have enough gunpowder, so they can't properly train with their weapons. And here's one of the really, really bad ones. Mexican artillery might be the worst in the Western Hemisphere or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, we have an account where the Americans captured some artillery at the Siege of Veracruz that dated back to Louis XIV.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. I think a lot of those guns were 17th century pieces that, even back then, they're like, man, these belong in a museum. These are totally useless.
Yeah, so the Mexican army, I mean, the soldiers, of course, did show some insane amounts of bravery, like at Battle of Buena Vista, of course, at Chapultepec. But I mean, their generals are idiots, not enough gunpowder, and we win every battle in the war essentially. So Polk achieves almost everything he set out to achieve. I go with an A.
Yeah, I can't really find a way to disagree. He pretty much got everything he wanted. So
Got everything he wanted, man.
yeah, and also did it all in one term, which is pretty impressive.
It is, man. He died like almost right after his first term, too.
Yeah, from what I read, he very much regretted not running for a second term, but I think he had made a pledge, maybe, and
Yeah, he also kind of said, like, hey, I cheated everything I wanted in the first one. And there's a historic thing where presidents' second terms are worse than their first.
yes, I remember there was an old truism about Washington that in his first term he showed everyone how to be president, in his second term he showed everybody how not to do it.
Yeah, debatably. But, I mean, Jefferson had
Yeah.
a bad second term. I mean, in my own lifetime, George W. Bush and Obama, their second terms weren't exactly baller, you know?
True. Not that their first terms were baller either, but,
Especially not Bush. But
Yeah.
anyway, we'll get to that later.
yeah, we'll get to him later. There's a lot to talk about there, I'm sure. So, next up is a guy I recently read a book about, actually, Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zach Taylor, of course, one of your chief commanders of the Mexican-American War. He's only in office about a year, and then he dies. It's a bit hard to rate him. He really opposed the Compromise of 1850. There's actually a conspiracy theory that he was poisoned so the compromise would pass.
Damn.
I don't agree with it, but I like conspiracy theories. Yeah, Zachary Taylor is also the last. It actually is the last major slave owner in America who also thought slavery was a necessary evil. His problem with the Compromise of 1850 is he saw it as probably propagating slavery. He wanted slavery to be politically killed off. You know? Even though he himself is a slave owner. But Zachary Taylor, it's very hard to rate him. I almost really hate to do it. I'm gonna go with the D, only because within his term he did not show particular political skill in handling the various parties in the Compromise of 18. But I will say it is. I'm almost tempted to say don't rate him.
I think a D is actually fair based on what I read about him. I also get the impression that had he lived longer, he may have actually embarrassed himself. So he might have died lucky in a way.
Yeah, I could see the case being made for that.
All right.
Definitely a better general than a politician, that's for sure.
Oh hell yeah, no question. And I guess
Wait,
to be,
did he negotiate the Guadalupe Hidalgo one though? That treaty.
Guadalupe Hidalgo. Let me look that up real fast.
I thought Polk handled that.
Because Guadalupe Hidalgo is a really good thing though. Because if that would be like the one major thing he did.
So
If he did it, I don't know.
yeah, I guess. This is 1848. So that would, I believe,
that'd be
still be
Polk.
Polk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well then.
See, man, Polk always wins.
Yeah. I feel like, too, that the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo also had the effect of, because he gave a pretty decent amount of money for the strip of land he bought. That's the Gadsden Purchase. Sorry, it's totally different.
Oh God, the Gadsden Purchase. Oh,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous.
Because I feel like that was just to make Mexico happy, I feel like, more than anything else. Let's see, when did the Gadsden Purchase happen? That would have been
I want to say if that's Franklin Pierce, like 1850.
1854. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Pierce.
Which is not our next guy. Our next guy is
Millard
Miller.
Fillmore, who looks like Ted Kennedy.
Yeah, Buffalo's finest.
Yeah, Buffalo's finest.
Yeah, Fillmore is the one who will oversee the Compromise of 1850, at least signing it into effect. You got any thoughts on Millard Fillmore, sir?
Not too many actually. I'm just gonna browse through his Wikipedia page while you talk about him.
Yeah, he probably he'd be in my top 5 of presidents I know very little about, and yet I never seem to want to know more about them. Because I mean, Tyler kind of always interested me just because he told so many powerful politicians in his time to go to hell. I was like, I'm interested. You know, he sounds like the Dirty Harry of presidents. But Millard Fillmore, it's kind of hard to tell what he was necessarily up to. He has his he completes Zachary Taylor's term essentially. He does open up relations with Japan, and he's more involved in foreign policy than some of the other presidents. I mean, the other presidents would be involved in localized foreign policy, if you will, such as signing off on border treaties. But he sends Perry on the expedition to open up Japan. He involved in blocking European influence into the Western Hemisphere, supported the spread of internal improvements. It is awfully hard to rate him. He's very much one of those presidents who at least appears in the retrospect not to be particularly active. I really, really don't feel strongly one way or the other about the guy.
So apparently he was so bad at managing his own party that they passed him over for Winfield Scott, and then he ran as a know-nothing in 1852.
56.
56, okay. So, yeah, he not terribly successful. Apparently he has attracted praise from some historians for his foreign policy, but it seems rather limited aside from Perry.
I'd say like an E, really.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's not a guy after the next guy we're going to talk about.
The next guy I'm more interested in, Franklin Pierce. He won the his bestie is Nathaniel Hawthorne, author of the Scarlet Letter. Also, Franklin Pierce has one of my favorite political quotations ever. When he found out that he was not renominated to run for presidency, he said, "There's nothing left to do but to get drunk."
Wow. That's a pretty good quote.
Yeah, truly an alcoholic, no doubt about it. Also, apparently might have been involved in the accidental death of a woman that he may have run over in his carriage while he was drunk.
Damn. So apparently he was basically a proto-Copperhead?
Yeah, he's a doughface.
Okay.
So they called him back then, a doughface. The idea being that a Southern Democrat could take a Northern Democrat and form their face into whatever they want them to be. He was very much in support of the Young America movement, which is expansionist, manifest destiny, hence the Gadsden Purchase. Probably his best achievement, really, as president, acquiring some land. He ultimately supports the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which is a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
And will end up shattering the Democratic Party and the Union. When did the Civil War become inevitable? A lot of arguments on that one. I think all it really depends on the person. They'll pick their particular moment. I agree with Dr. Summers' Lecompton Constitution, which happens under Buchanan, but I think Kansas-Nebraska Act, you can make a very strong case for it. No doubt about it. It's also interesting that when the Civil War is fought, he remains very much pro-Southern, really. To the point where when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, an angry mob formed outside his home and almost threatened to hang him.
Damn.
Yeah. We'll mention one thing, though. Many people have criticized him as a general during the Mexican-American War. Actually did very well. That's probably his best service to America, was as a general in the Mexican-American War.
Oh.
I view Pierce as one of the worst. He did get the policies he wanted through, a few of them, but it ended up destroying the Democratic Party. I believe ultimately his political instincts were wrong. And then he saw not the sectional divide, but westward expansion as the true spirit of America, not understanding that much of the Civil War is fought over how the West will be. Right? Like, will the West have slave states or will it all be free states? Or will it be divided? The Nebraska Act negated the Missouri Compromise. So I also view Pierce as making a massive and critical political miscalculation that a wiser man might have avoided. So I personally view him as an F. I think he's one of the 3 or 4 worst ever.
I think you've made a pretty strong case for F. I can't really find a counter argument. If Van Buren qualifies, I think Pierce is a shoe-in for F.
Yeah, but funny enough, not as bad as the guy who follows him.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, because of how bad James Buchanan is, does he deserve his own tier, or is F good enough?
Opinion of him has never been high, but I will say right now it's probably the lowest ever. Funny enough, though, back when everybody mentioned that Hillary Clinton was the most qualified person to ever become president, I'm like, oh, I like James Buchanan. Highly qualified. Highly qualified. But James Buchanan, he makes mistakes almost right out the gate. He comes in and, you know, the Dred Scott decision where Roger Taney at least says that black people are inferior and everything. There's evidence that Taney actually didn't think of writing that. James Buchanan said, I want you to write this. Because Buchanan believed the Supreme Court backed up slavery, Fugitive Slave Act and all the rest, that the rest of the country would go, okay, we follow the Supreme Court. Instead, it discredits the Supreme Court. For a number of years, the Supreme Court will be practically ignored by Americans because of what Taney did. Then, to make it even worse, James Buchanan will then support the Lecompton Constitution, which is an obvious fucking fraud. Such an obvious fraud that Stephen Douglas and Buchanan get into a yelling match, which Buchanan said that that anybody who defies the head of the Democratic Party will be expelled, as Andrew Jackson did, which Stephen Douglas said, and Jackson is dead.
Damn.
The Democratic Party is shattered by James Buchanan's incompetence with Dred Scott and with Lecompton. And then it gets even better. South Carolina secedes, and James Buchanan says, you have no right to secede, but I have no right to stop you. Now that is some weak-ass shit. Okay?
Yeah.
That is milquetoast. Go one way or the other, dude. Don't fuck around. And I got to view him as like an F. If we can go lower, can we pick Z?
I mean, we could. I can make one right now if you want to.
Fuck, I mean, at least Franklin Pierce bought some land, and he's kind of funny because he's a drunkard, you know. James Buchanan's not even a drunkard, you know.
All right, let's go with the Buchanan tier. I feel like that's the only tier appropriate.
He's fucking awful.
Yeah, so did he actually accomplish anything as president in a positive way? Or did he get anything that he wanted? Like, is there any redeeming counter-argument here?
I mean, he got some of the stuff he wanted, like the Dred Scott decision, more virulent, but that didn't do anything good for anybody, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
And he offered no leadership during the crisis either.
All right, so I created a puke green column for him. Buchanan.
He's fucking awful. Terrible.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say he's easily the worst of all the presidents. I mean, no one else presided over the literal dissolution of the country, so...
I don't even think when the war... I mean, like, if I think about the Civil War, right? Um, he definitely supported Lincoln. I guess I could say that for him overall. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So at the last minute, he realized he had fucked up.
I mean, he simply offered support to Lincoln. Not that Lincoln needed his support. I mean, when he leaves the office, he's absolutely despised.
Right.
Uh, but all I can say, man.
Makes sense to me. So he is in his own tier because he is so amazing. Well, so
Honestly, when people say hyperbolic things like Donald Trump's the worst president ever, I'm like, he hasn't even touched James Buchanan.
yeah, he so far has not presided over a civil war, or at least the dissolution of the country, secession of any states or territories. So
He
yeah,
also hasn't presided over the destruction of his own party. Now, I know the Democrats will survive, but let's be honest, the Democrats are going to be in the wilderness for another 20 years post change. They don't really start to show strength again until the 1880s.
yeah, I'm trying to think of how Trump could actually end up being worse than Buchanan. The only thing I can think of is if he gets us in a war that involves nukes.
Yeah,
I think
something
that's
like that.
really, and that applies to pretty much any president. I think from now on, in terms of trying to surpass Buchanan in terms of shittiness.
I also add this about Buchanan. I know that Buchanan inherits a difficult situation with the failures of Pierce. It is that lack of leadership and understanding of the situation that really puts him. Because lots of presidents here inherit situations and do something with it at least, you know.
Yeah, I mean, even his two predecessors, mediocre though they were, at least understood the gravity of the situation and moved somewhat carefully. But it seems like Buchanan was like, "Fuck it, the South is right."
I can make a you can make a case in large part for sure. Um, I will say this about Buchanan though. I will offer him one bit of defense. He was a pro-union man, especially when the war starts. That is for sure. So I give him credit for that. You know, he definitely wasn't like some closet secessionist. He
Although he
just
was
was.
in another closet.
He was. Oh yeah, the rumors that he was gay or a child molester. I don't know about that stuff, but yeah, yes, our bachelor president, Dr. Summers, said essentially to us that is because no woman would fuck him.
Did Summers say that those exact words?
He didn't, but he said our only bachelor president. He said because no woman in her right mind would marry him. To which I thought, you mean no woman would fuck him?
Okay, you know what I'm saying, because I can't imagine Dr. Summers saying that. Then again, I mean, I did hear Dr. Summers make fun of your former advisor once when she was speaking on stage, and that was pretty damn funny. But he didn't use any profanity.
Oh, you mean yeah, Dr. Jane Calvert?
Yeah, she was introducing a speaker, and she happened to mention John Dickinson and her research on John Dickinson, and he was talking to somebody else. So, oh God, here we go, this again. so, so he said what everybody was thinking, and I was surprised because he seems like a pretty chill guy who doesn't get involved in any kind of drama or
Uh,
bullshit.
he, he had a very strong dislike for her. I will say this though, that is one of the reasons why I don't want to write anything about John Tyler, so I don't look like somebody on stage being like, "And my research on John Tyler," you know?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean
oh
to
God,
be
not this again.
to be fair though, I mean I don't think you're the kind of person to get a cardboard cutout of a random historical figure no one cares about and then put him on display. Because yeah, Calvert had one of those in her hallway.
Whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. Holy
You
fuck!
didn't know about the cutout?
No.
Really? That's interesting. Oh yeah, another. Well, yeah, she had a full life-size cutout of John Dickinson that she put outside of her office when she was in her office to invite students in. I guess officially. Although I feel like really it was probably more of a deterrent and effect. But another story you probably didn't know about. There's another professor at Kentucky who had notoriously long nose hair, and someone put a pair of nose hair clippers on his door mailbox, and she was in the hallway, and he asked her what those were for, And then, she didn't want to be rude because he was senior to her in rank, so she was trying to dance around the question.
Who the hell was this?
Ulster.
Oh god, I didn't know that. I was never close to the guy,
Yeah, you didn't have to be that close to notice that, but I guess you didn't have to take any classes with him, which I unfortunately did.
No, I did not.
Yeah, anyway, I don't want to get too deep down that rabbit hole, but I guess Ulster. Also, they're both University of Chicago products, but Ulster was my Calvert, even though he was not my advisor.
Yeah, they liked each other too because they were Chicago products. But anyway, we're doing scuttlebutt on obscure professors at a mid-range university.
Yeah. Anyway, so you want to go ahead and take our scheduled break?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So
I'm gonna
you want to introduce
grab a
this little
little.
piece of music real fast?
Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
So this is a piece of music Sean sent me. You had it composed specially, and you own the copyright to it. But can you tell us about the person who made it real fast?
I don't know much about him. I ran into it when I went through the archives, the Historic New Orleans collection. Someone wrote a piano piece for the death of Beauregard's second wife in 1864. And it's a very nice sounding piece, and a friend of a friend who was a pianist was willing to play it and then send it to me.
Oh,
So that's what it is.
all right.
So here's some Civil War music that almost nobody has heard since it was composed. We're all going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to pick this back up with Abraham Lincoln.
All right, so let's aim for 5, but if it takes a little longer, it takes a little longer.
Uh,
All right.
Back, Derek?
I am. I just got back.
I'm back just briefly.
You said you're back just briefly. Does that mean you need more time, or?
Oh no, I mean, like, I'm sorry. What I meant is I just got back. Sorry.
I see. Well then, I suppose we are more or less ready to resume.
We are, man, with man of Abraham Lincoln. Nobody's heard of him, right?
Yeah, this obscure Lincoln fellow. I hope you know something about him because I don't know a thing. Never heard of him, frankly.
I could do stuff on him. What do you think about Mr. Lincoln?
I mean, he almost always is listed in the top 3 presidents. He had to resolve the crisis of the nation splitting apart. Let me get my mic in the right position here. Lincoln had to, well, I mean, preserving the Union was pretty much his whole presidency. I'm not sure of anything else he did other than dealing with everything related to the war, from draft riots to, yeah, it's hard to really understand his presidency at all without referring to the Civil War. I'm not sure if anything he did was independent of the war, actually.
Oh no, he did. He did a number of things independent of the war. A number of things he signed off on, such as free oil, Transcontinental Railroad. I mean, hell, your first proto national park was signed off by Lincoln.
Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't know that. I also understand he was fairly pro-corporate. Or is that...
That's a little more debatable. As a lawyer, he definitely represented corporate interests in Illinois, but he was also very much a working lawyer. Like, he also worked to return slaves to masters. Okay?
Okay.
Because while Lincoln definitely doesn't like slavery, his true motivating factors are nationalism and the law. Like, I see him as a nationalist unifier in the same way as Otto von Bismarck or the Count Cavour in Italy. I see him very much in that milieu, if you will, which would make Lincoln an odd person to be placed amongst heroes today, at least for the left, because nationalism is such a dirty word for leftists right now, and Lincoln is an out and out nationalist. No doubt about that. Anyway, Lincoln is, until Donald Trump, the least qualified man to ever become president. His only national service was one term in House of Representatives. That's it, just one term, nothing else. Senate seat, cabinet post, no diplomatic positions, nothing. Just one term in the House of Representatives. Anyway, Lincoln, very intelligent and persuasive man, excellent debater, superb public speaker. Definitely had a way with words. I would say, like, as far as politicians go, he's like the Shakespeare of politicians. Like, I'm reading Hamlet right now, and it's like every other page you run to some line or some section people quote all the time. Shakespeare's influence and mastery of English words and phrases is unsurpassed, and in many ways, so is Lincoln's in terms of discourse. Now, as a president, he does have his share of failures. Not really that great in 1860, out of the resolve of the South to succeed, let alone fight the war. I would argue his meddling in military affairs was actually counterproductive. And his views on Reconstruction were very conservative. So very lucky he died when he died. That said, he passed a number of domestic policy issues. Those were going to be passed, though, because the North, the Republicans have a winning majority. They can do as they please for the most part. And while I have doubts of his military ability, I have very few doubts of his political abilities in managing the war. I have to give Lincoln an A, although I say that with the caveat that of all the presidents we're going to talk about on this list, I feel he's the one who has received the most sainthood, if you will. People probably speak sometimes maybe too highly of him. I'm just waiting for him to walk on water,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if our criteria is he achieved his goals, if his main goal was preserving the Union, and I think it's safe to say it was, then he did achieve that goal, and it was probably the hardest uphill fight that any president had to endure. Um,
Probably.
for that reason alone, I'd actually put him S tier. I mean, I know he made mistakes. I know he didn't
Oh wait, we
respect.
have an S tier.
Yeah, there is an S tier.
Oh, I'm sorry. I feel like an idiot. I didn't know that. Put Washington in S tier.
I was thinking A tier for Washington, so that would create a need for an arbiter. So Lalo.
He's not there, I guess.
Okay.
See, I was thinking. I thought it was A to F because I don't actually see what the tier
Oh.
movement is. You know.
Okay.
Uh, but I in that case go Lincoln A, not S.
Okay. That's for Lincoln. I'm actually more leaning S. So I guess we have the
Oh,
opposite problem because Washington, I'm thinking more A because yeah, presidents he did all that. That's important, but it's not quite the same as literally keeping the country together in the very literal sense that Lincoln did. Um, so I guess we sort of agreed that he's both of them are more A plus S minus ish, more so than
yeah,
straight.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think though with Lincoln, and this argument's been made in, I would say, less eloquent terms by libertarians. I believe there's some truth in seeing Lincoln as one of your first presidents that moves us towards nationalism, which in many ways is in opposition to the tradition of rebellion.
Right. I
Yeah.
got an idea. What we could do is come back at the end and then haggle over who belongs in S tier between Lincoln and Washington.
Okay, I can see
Yeah.
that. Sure.
After we have a chance to really think out more of these presidents. So
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
guess I view Lincoln as having enough failures to bring him down to A, and I don't. I view his legacy as a little more complicated than other people.
Yeah, I guess that's
Um,
fair. I mean, you do study the ramifications of his decisions pretty much every day.
yeah, often, yeah, yeah. I guess also I'm wary of the Lincoln as Jesus Christ paradigm, which I run into all the time.
Yeah. Um,
Much as I must say that I like admire man and think he was a very good president, I guess it's just of all the ones on the list, he's the one who gets the most more likely to get unreserved praise.
yeah. I guess too. There's always the big three on pretty much every presidential ranking list, and it's very predictable who those three are, unless it's written by a libertarian.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You might get some fly in the ointment, but yeah, there's that big three, and Lincoln's always on there.
Yeah, and then
Uh,
usually if they have to clarify the what, well, Lincoln's obviously first, but I don't know.
yeah, not for
I'm not
me.
totally sold on that.
It's Washington first, but that's me.
For me, there's another person who's number one, but
I know it's my brother's choice too. But anyway, we'll get to
yeah.
him a little later. How about Andrew Johnson?
Um, Andrew. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
no,
Oh, you're
there's
back.
Lalo.
Okay. All right. So we have a bit of a dispute here. We need you to resolve for us. So Sean didn't know there was an S tier for Washington. He wanted to put him there. I say Washington's an A. How do you feel about
Mhm.
George?
I think a lot of the Washington love is like a novelty factor, which I guess is like important. So I think he is an S, and it's the most uncontroversial one too.
Okay. Well, Washington gets an S. And then we also have a similar but reversed issue with Lincoln. I actually think Lincoln deserves an S because he faced the greatest crisis the country's faced and got through it even if he made some tactical errors. And then Sean is more thinking that he deserves an A. So where do you land on Lincoln?
Vaguely S, but at the same time, Lincoln, like if you were to view Reconstruction as part of like his lack of foresight, then that could be more of an A. So it depends how Sean thinks of that. But also, he did try to repatriate the African Americans back to Africa, right? But then he died, so that's another factor in terms of intent versus execution.
Not
Yeah.
as president. He supported that. He supported that in letters and whatnot, but that was never a presidential policy.
Okay, so then that doesn't matter. I'd say he's an S. Like, because there's so few that would be an S. I think Lincoln would qualify.
All right. Well, I guess both of them made it, and we've reproduced the old pattern of like every fucking list. So, I was hoping we could avoid that, but that's all right. Okay.
It's fun. I mean, they weren't going below B. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think too. I guess it rarely matters. I don't think these kind of rankings or lists have a huge impact on reality or people's perceptions. All right.
Okay. Let's get into Andrew Johnson, which made Lalo laugh there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Another
boy.
alcoholic president.
Yeah. I'm surprised he was able to get his way onto Lincoln's ticket. He clearly, I think he was inheriting a situation where he was bound to fail because he was a Southerner as president at a time when most people in the South weren't able to vote, and most people in the North were still kind of pissed off about the war, and they were the electorate, and also pretty much the entire Congress. So, what was really going to happen realistically?
Well, I mean, all right, a few things about Andrew Johnson. On the one hand, like, I wouldn't call him necessarily a bad politician as far as like Tennessee politics goes, but definitely bad for the national stage, right? He also, like Lincoln would have had the gravitas of victory to possibly guide him through Reconstruction. Andrew Johnson doesn't have that. Andrew Johnson is essentially doing Lincoln's Reconstruction, soft Reconstruction, what the Radical Republicans want. It's the Radical Republicans see themselves as the rising political force in America. And so when Johnson stops them in his intent on having a soft Reconstruction and trying to reap the political benefits of a soft Reconstruction, they try to impeach him on what are essentially like very flimsy charges. So Andrew Johnson, a lot of contemporary historians despise him, think he's one of the worst ever. I don't agree with that necessarily. He's not good, though. I believe their hatred of him is because he tried to institute a Reconstruction that they don't like. On the one hand, like a lot of them be like, "Oh, I wish he'd been impeached," but I'm just like, I mean, for what? It would have been if Andrew Johnson had been impeached on such flimsy charges, it would have been a national disaster. Okay, it would have set up the precedent that you could impeach the president on just nothing. So, oh yeah, I mean, I know we have that right now too, but we'll get into that later. All right.
And we tried to bring that back, but
Yeah, but no, but like no, like in other words, like you would have had the problems you have in the last 20, 30 years would have happened much earlier.
Right.
So I believe that him avoiding impeachment, while that doesn't have to do with him so much, is definitely a blessing. That said, Reconstruction, he does not handle well in either way. Compromised by his alcoholism. I think Alaska was purchased in his term, which was which was one of his only real achievements, even though at the time people mocked it. But of course they mocked it.
Wasn't that behind his back, though?
No, he was supportive of it because
Okay.
Andrew Johnson's one of your last outwardly Anglophobe presidents. And the purchase of Alaska was partially framed as, if we don't buy it, the British will take it. That's how you put it over the edge, if you will.
Oh.
So no, he wasn't as involved as Seward in the intricate operation of it, but he was very supportive of that. I have to go with an E on Johnson. He doesn't navigate Reconstruction very well. He's temperamentally not suited to the position. His achievements are relatively minor. What pity I do have for him is not because I agree with him, but because I believe his contemporary critics and opponents have made him into like a really cheap villain.
Yeah.
I think there's something more interesting there than that.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the reason why he's a villain is because didn't he oppose the passage of the amendments which gave black people rights? He was not a big fan of the 13th, 14th, 15th amendments, or...
I don't know about his opinion on the 13th, but he definitely would not have supported the 14th or 15th. That's for sure.
Okay.
So he wanted the southern states readmitted as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think that because of who he was, he had no real chance of succeeding at that time. I think you're right. E tier seems about right for him. Um, I can't justify F tier because, I mean, yeah, I think the degree of difficulty here was very high. Also, he didn't quite fuck things up as bad as Mr. Pierce or Mr. Van Buren.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's pretty fair. E seems about right. So
Yeah.
I guess he would count as a failed successor president.
Yeah.
Although is he
Also,
really a
one of the
successor?
last presidents that doesn't have a party. Like
Yeah.
he does end being despised by both parties. You know.
Yeah, but I guess he technically a Democrat though, or what was? Because I know he ran on the reunion.
He was a Democrat, and then he was what we call National Union, which was actually what Abraham Lincoln was elected as in 1864. Abraham Lincoln was elected as a National Union president, not a Republican, technically.
See, that would be interesting. I'm surprised the people who tried to primary Trump didn't try some bullshit like that. Like Joe Walsh, be like, guys, I'm a National Reunion candidate.
Well, I mean, once again, what's Lincoln obsessed with? Nationalism and union.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, those are his two priorities. So there you go.
And while Andrew Johnson, and keep this in mind too, I think some of my sympathy for Andrew Johnson is because he's portrayed as this ogre and villain and idiot. But I'm like, dude, his Reconstruction policy is Abraham Lincoln's Reconstruction policy. He's essentially it's like paint by numbers almost.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair.
Hey, Lincoln's lucky; he gets shot, and Johnson doesn't.
I know. He died in his prime.
You know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, our next candidate is yet another heavy drinker. He's someone whose generalship you have critiqued. His name is Ulysses S. Grant, and he is also known for having a few scandals as president.
Very controversial as president. Opinions of him really are all over the place. I think of all the presidents, he might be the one where it is the most all over the place. So they've improved lately because of two things. One is that has denigration of the Confederacy in the South has become more pervasive. Grant becomes more of a hero because he beat him. But also, Eric Foner, with his Reconstruction history, and other historians after him have really enhanced Grant as a champion of the freedmen, which I think is overblowing it. I have a much more negative view of Grant's presidency, although I do concede some accomplishments. But let me mention my problems first. I believe Grant's commitment to the freedmen was not genuine. It was based on pure, cold political calculation. And my evidence for that is that once the Panic of 1874 happens, Grant abandons black people in the South. He doesn't care. He abandons them. He's actually he's one of the first presidents since Andrew Jackson to try to have a true coexistence peace policy with the native tribes in the West. But once they find gold in the Black Hills, he throws that out the window. Launches one of the most naked acts of aggression in American history. And I say that because a lot of your Native American wars, Indian wars, wherever you want to put it, were not a product of national policy as much as local conflicts got out of hand and the government intervenes. Grant does plan a naked war of aggression. As president, he is our first true corporate president. He hobnobs with the wealthy, he has rich people who are advisors and friends, and that and his absolute loyalty to friends, one of the reasons why his presidency is rocked by scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. He's also one of those expansionist presidents. He tried and failed to buy Cuba. Something rarely talked about, actually, but he considered it one of the big failures of his presidency. It was one of his big policy initiatives. It didn't happen. For his supporters, it's kind of seen as embarrassing, so they don't really talk about it too much because a lot of Grant's supporters right now are highly critical of American expansion. As far as good achievements go, there is the Alabama claims settlement, which avoids further tension with Britain. His initial go at Reconstruction, I think, was mostly correct, although tainted by corruption. Get the passage of the 14th, 15th Amendment. He's a mixed bag. I favor negative. I'll go the D.
Okay.
He does achieve a variety of his goals, but honestly, there's a lot of them he fails at. Like his peace policy is a shambles at the end. The attempt to reconstruct the South in order to make it both, in order to make both the black voters empowered and to make sure the Republican Party would remain in power there, both of those fail. Also, should be noted, he did absolutely nothing for Chinese Americans at all. That's because the Republican Party in California is anti-Chinese, and ultimately, Grant's loyalty is to money and the Republican Party.
I guess it makes sense. I mean, he spent a lot of the Civil War cultivating all of the, major Republican generals, and
yeah.
So I'm inclined to agree with your assessment. Only things I'll add is that he also failed to annex the Dominican Republic. That was another policy initiative he failed at.
Dominican Republic, not Cuba. I'm sorry. I
okay.
it up. I meant Dominican Republic.
Okay, and apparently he also is the first one to use the DOJ to go after, or he created it actually. So that's a pretty big expansion.
It's back to the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty big. And he's also the first person to appoint African Americans and Jewish Americans to federal offices.
Although should be noted with the Klan though, the guy he sent after the Klan, he then fired him when he found out he wanted to investigate corporate fraud.
Oh, of course. That sounds like Obama picking Eric Holder. Yeah, Eric Holder is willing to talk about race, but you want to talk about corporate America, nothing to say.
Yeah, no kidding. No, I think that part of Grant downplayed so much right now. The degree is the one of, if not the, he is the first pro corporate president.
All right, so D tier. I guess I would normally probably think E, but the thing is, he was coming after Johnson, so there's a lot of cleanup to do.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty difficult situation. Reconstruction's flailing, so I cut him a little bit of slack. I think you're right with the D.
Oh, one other fun fact about him: he did try to become president a third time, and he wanted to have a rank in the army higher than George Washington.
So
this is why when historians, Civil War historians go like, "Oh, he was humble," I'm like, bullshit. This man is very proud and full of himself. He's just very good at hiding it.
He's just a very low-key Ohioan, not prone to dramatics.
Not prone to dramatics, but he has extremely high opinion of himself, and he really wanted to outdo George Washington.
Yeah, fair enough. I also agree that he is vastly overrated if he ever gets above average on any list, unless it's about generalship or whatever. Okay, so our next president is Rutherford B. Hayes.
Oh, man, he's one of those five guys I know very little about. I know more about him as a general than as a president. I know a few things, such as, he's very much a, how shall I say, he's very much a Republican in the Grant tradition, very pro-corporate, support the gold standard, that kind of stuff. He also was elected through essentially corrupt means in 1876 to 77. So his presidency always had a cloud over it, which it should be noted he really wasn't much involved in himself. Of all the men to become president, some of your top 5 or 10 for most morally upstanding, which is kind of set the template for your Gilded Age presidents, even Grant, right? Grant had some problems with alcohol, of course, but for instance, Grant, there's no way that man ever cheated on his wife, for instance.
Right.
You get a lot of morally upstanding presidents in this period. Hard for me to really rate Rutherford B. Hayes, honestly.
I'm inclined to go very low because the guy was illegitimate. He shouldn't have been president. And I know there are people who try to praise the Compromise of 1877 as... I actually TA'd for an American history class when we were back at Kentucky, and the professor taught it as one of the great shining examples of American democracy and the great virtue of compromise. I think the Compromise of 1877 is a shit stain in the underwear of American history. It's an absolute disgrace.
Who the hell was supporting that? Like, who the hell was
I
saying
don't remember her name. She was actually very nice, and I enjoyed working for her, but I vehemently disagreed on this point. She was
Gotcha.
just a lecturer. But anyway, yeah, Rutherford, the guy was not legit. He should not have been president. He and his supporters stole the election from Samuel Tilden. And also the compromise that made him president had policy implications. So basically, the two parties in Congress more or less cut a corrupt deal and traded concessions to get a president. So it became a deal between elites. It had nothing to do with what the voters wanted. I just because it seems like he tried to be upright when he got into office, and it also looks like he promoted civil service reform. So that's pretty cool, I guess. So he
Yeah,
wanted to
but I
make,
mean that was
I don't know.
kind of like a thing everybody was doing back then. He didn't. I
Yeah.
mean, he wasn't in a tangible way.
Yeah, so I got to go with the highest I can go with Rutherford is an E.
I'm fine with an E.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't want to go quite full F because he did not quite split the nation up, but it's hard for me to justify going higher than an E because this guy should not have been president in the first place. And aside from a few minor things, I know around here we have a Hayes Center and some other stuff because he's from Ohio, but again, I don't think we should ignore the fact that this man should not have been president. He did not win the election. And that's something
Yeah.
I cannot get beyond.
The guy who follows him, of course, is James Garfield, who I refuse to rate.
Really?
In office 4 months. I mean, granted, his 4 months showed some activity and some good achievements, but I mean, not enough for me to rate him one way or the other. He's just not there long enough.
I think he's one of those guys that people like to create hypotheticals for. At least I get that impression. They
I
talk
could see
about-
that. He's an interesting guy, hyper intelligent. Easily one of your 5 or 10 smartest men to become president. Superb speaker, charismatic. Um, I also do think that his death was a major blow to Republicans who wanted to have more support for black people in America. I think he was, because he was a dyed-in-the-wool radical Republican. I think that would have been more of a feature of his presidency than say the people who followed him. So Garfield, you can make some hypotheticals for him, but I can't rate him in any way. Died too soon.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that's pretty fair. How about his successor, Chester A. Arthur?
Chester A. Arthur, fascinating guy, man. You know, he was like, I mean, Garfield represented more of a reform element in the Republican Party, anti-Grant element, if you will. Arthur was considered what they call a stalwart, which would mean like a total party loyalist. He's considered shamelessly corrupt. He becomes president, and then he surprises reformers by putting in the Pendleton Civil Service Act. Pendleton Act. So he let me say, like he actually does one of the first steps towards a major reform in the Gilded Age, and against what people thought. You know, that said, Arthur, by doing that, did politically isolate himself from his former supporters, and the people who didn't like Arthur were still a bit wary of him, so he wasn't able to have much of a lifespan beyond completing Garfield's term. That said, definitely some notable achievements as president, and keep this in mind about Gilded Age presidents too. With this idea that Gilded Age presidents didn't do anything because they were incompetent or anything, it's not that. It's because by the time you get to the late 1870s, the House is run by the Democrats and the Senate's owned by the Republicans. And both these parties hate each other from the Civil War, as one historian said. how Americans voted 40 years after the Civil War depended on where they shot during the Civil War, who they shot at.
Ah,
So guys like Arthur are facing political deadlock. The fact they're able to achieve anything at all is, I don't know, pretty remarkable, if you will. Um, so I think Arthur was one of your better Gilded Age presidents, especially considering what he inherited and what he went through. Um, I would rate him a C.
okay.
A
I guess
Civil Service Act passed, and oversees reconstructing the U.S. Navy, which fell into disrepair after the Civil War. Probably the worst thing he did was sign the Chinese Exclusion Act. But as much as deplorable as that is morally, that is politically what the Republican Party wanted.
all right. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I also see here that he signed the Chinese Exclusion Act, but he did so
Oh yeah.
reluctantly, apparently.
Well,
Uh,
they say reluctantly on here. I don't know the details of it, but I do know is that the Republican Party of the late 1800s and is generally not favorable to immigration. That's why when I read articles where they say, well, in the 1800s, Republicans were more like Democrats and Democrats are more like Republicans, I hate that argument. Despise it. Because there are a variety of issues that Republicans had back then that no Democrat right now would hold. And one of
except,
them is Republicans are generally not favorable to immigration in the 1800s. Democrats are. And instead of viewing these parties as one is like racially progressive and the other one isn't, the more appropriate way to view them is that these parties have voting blocks that they try to exploit to get into office. So Republicans have your white rural vote, your white mountain vote in the South, and blacks. They support Republicans. Democrats get immigrants arriving in the cities and white Southerners. They try to exploit those blocks. That's also why these parties have strong conservative and liberal factions. That's why in the progressive era, you're going to have like Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson are both progressives, although they come from opposite parties because they represent progressive factions within their parties.
hmm.
That's important to keep in mind. The idea that we have that parties are ideologically rigid is really a creation of the last 40 or 50 years, and even then more a creation of the last 20 years. Like I remember growing up with like pro-life Democrats. That was a normal thing around here. Pro-life, anti-gun control Democrats. Knew plenty of those.
Yeah.
You don't run to that anymore, do you?
I guess not. Although you do have that one friend who describes himself as a liberal Republican. I feel like he's a
Yeah,
throwback.
yeah. I mean, you can run into that for sure. There's just so few, and there's very few politicians who would self-identify that way. That's a big one. So both parties purged themselves of people in the last 30 or 40 years who did not believe in a party orthodoxy, which is why we have very rigidly ideological parties. Although when it comes to policy, both of them for expansion of the security state and corporate welfare. That's why those things get passed all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry for the digression. My point is, Chester Arthur is a very interesting man personally. Um, he didn't do a whole lot, but what he did do was successful, and it's especially interesting considering the position he was in. I got to go with the C.
I think that's actually fair. I was looking at some quotes here from contemporaries who basically said he didn't really do that much, but he didn't do anything terribly. So
Yeah.
I that sounds like a C or a D to me. So I guess I'll go with C. Seems all right. Not a very interesting guy, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. All right. After Chester A. Arthur came Mr. Grover Cleveland.
Oh God, Grover all over, our fattest president until Taft beat him out.
I don't know much about this guy.
um, Grover Cleveland, he did hang a guy.
Oh yeah, he's the guy who did the 2 split terms. The only guy to ever do that.
Yeah, now you can't even do that. You only serve 2 consecutive terms, so nobody else can outdo Grover Cleveland.
The unsurpassable.
The unsurpassable Mr. Cleveland.
Yeah.
Fiscal
Wait.
conservatism. Opposed tariffs and imperialism, subsidies. He had a record at one time for, I think George W. Bush beat him out, but for a time he had the record for the highest number of vetoes ever. Known mostly for saying no, 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 no. Represented the more conservative factions of the Democratic Party. I have an extremely low opinion of Grover Cleveland as a president. I don't know a heck of a lot of him as a man, but as a president, I can say quite a few things. While he did do some cleanups within politics at a time of corruption was rife, what an absolute idiot politically. When Grover Cleveland comes in there, especially in his second term, the Democrats had swept away the Republicans. Everything looked like the Democrats were going to take over. But then what was then called the Great Depression happens, the Depression of the 1890s, and Cleveland's response is to do nothing. Because he very much adheres to classical liberalism, government intervention. And you'll read accounts of the time, and people are talking about people starving in the streets at this time. And not just that. This is where we get the idea of the haunted house from.
Really?
Anyways. Yeah, well, I'll explain. A lot of it was a housing bubble. That happens, right? You had these Victorian-style homes that were vacant. Ghost stories become popular around this time, and not just that. The whole idea that a haunted house would look like a Victorian home practically comes from this era. This era of economic strife and decline. So no, Grover Cleveland's response to it is so bad the Democratic Party is swept away and will never again hold that much power until the 1930s.
Damn.
Much as his political disaster. This is what happens if your party is faced with an economic disaster and level Grover Cleveland faced. And keep in mind, Herbert Hoover did do some stuff. Cleveland did nothing. Will be crucified. Unlike Jesus, nobody will have a high opinion of you after you die.
Yeah, speaking of that term classical liberalism, side note, but is that actually a legitimate term to apply to this period, or is that more the invention of modern thinkers who are trying to distinguish themselves from both conservatives on the one hand and modern liberals on the other?
But I think it's actually accurate at the time. They would have just probably called yourself a liberal at the time, really. There's an argument made that liberalism, as we apply the term right now, is not what it actually means, which I agree with. I think when we say classical liberalism, it's a way to distinguish it from liberalism as a term for general leftism.
Yeah.
As a classical liberal, it means you're an 1800s liberal, which is how Cleveland reacted.
So basically conservative, just not socially.
Yeah, and to the degree to which it's social conservatism for the time, I can't even comment on that necessarily. His second term in particular was so dominated by the economic disaster that he found himself in.
Yeah. Apparently, he was a gold standard guy too, right? Not a silver.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's part and parcel of being a more business friendly Democrat for the. So no, I very low opinion of. I have a very low opinion of Grover Cleveland as a politician. No clue how anybody could actually like this guy. Honestly, I give him a.
Give him a what?
I give an F.
Okay. All right. I guess he did preside over a panic.
But he didn't do anything.
He did manage to get elected twice in non-consecutive terms, which is bizarre. I agree with the F. It is odd how he got that second chance though. That would be something I definitely want to learn more about because I don't see anything he did in his first term to warrant a second go at things.
Um, Now we have Benjamin Harrison, who's one of the more interesting presidents of this period.
Yep. So he
Um,
is the grandson. Yes, grandson is correct. We were asking about
Benjamin
the birth.
Harrison, Indiana man, fought in the American Civil War. And he had a very good reputation for his actions at the Battle of Peachtree Creek. Um, he had an odd kind of charisma. He was a superb public speaker, one of the 10 best we ever had. But when it came to person, very bad. Lots of accounts that one person said that a yes from Harrison was like a no from other people. So just not very charming or warm. Um, that said, a very successful president, and a lot of that to do with the fact that when Benjamin Harrison becomes president, he has control of Congress, so they can put things through like Land Revision Act, which reformed land swing will. Oh, sets up one of the first government welfare programs, which is pensions for Union soldiers.
Huh.
Something very near to his heart, of course.
Right.
Also, there's amongst people who are historians of American foreign policy, he's usually considered your first true foreign policy president. Not just doing border treaties. He's not just doing the old Anglophobia shit. He makes treaties with over a dozen different countries, mostly involving trade, especially in Latin America. He's one of your first presidents who is reinforcing the Monroe Doctrine in a financial, diplomatic sense. No other president admitted as many states. North Dakota, South Dakota, Idaho, Montana, Washington, and Wyoming all put in. Although, of course, the two territories where Democrats were strong were not admitted, which were Arizona and I'm trying to remember the other one, but you get my drift, right?
Right.
Because Harrison's very much a party guy, no doubt about that. Very much a party loyalist. Sherman Antitrust Act was passed as well. So Harrison was a reformer. He was not particularly corrupt for the time. Well, he wasn't really corrupt at all. It's interesting. He's a pro-business Republican, but I would say he's not as virulently pro-business as Grant or McKinley, who will follow him. He has some instincts that business needs some limitations, and he's willing to put those in, such as the Sherman Antitrust Act, for instance.
Right.
So I honestly, even though Harrison's term only has one term, he was elected without the popular vote, one of the few presidents with that. He's typically not highly thought of. I think Harrison was actually a very successful president. One of the reasons we don't think he's as successful is because he was very behind closed doors with things. So while a lot of these acts were being passed by Congress and Congress got the credit for it, Harrison was there behind closed doors greasing the wheels. It is telling, though, that his attempt to protect black voters in the South failed.
Right.
And that once again shows you that while the Republican Party could pay lip service, they weren't willing to go the extra mile. Now, that's nothing against Harrison. Harrison did believe in it, but he couldn't get enough Republicans to put the will into.
Let's see.
You know?
Yeah, also, apparently he created the National Forest System. So he was an early conservationist.
Yes, he was. That's part of the Land Revision Act.
And Sherman Antitrust Law and protect the forest and tried to protect black people. So
I want to give him a B, but I got to go with a C because he wasn't able to shore up his political base to ensure that he would win another term.
Apparently, he also helped strengthen and modernize the Navy. So he did that.
Yeah, Cleveland had started building new ships because the U.S. Navy, both before and after the Civil War, fell into complete disrepair. Like the pre-Civil War U.S. Navy, I mean, they're lucky they're fighting the Confederates and not the British or the French.
I'm actually leaning more towards a B for Harrison.
I can go with that. I can go with the B.
All right. So, Harrison, you are now friends with John Tyler. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's one of the more controversial ones because Harrison's not exactly a beloved presidential figure.
Yeah, apparently he's usually ranked below average, which is weird. Because I wonder if they've heard of the other people on this list.
Good point, man.
Yeah, because if you think Harrison's below average, I mean, holy shit, man, come on now. Have you seen some of the company he keeps?
And we get William McKinley.
Yes, McKinley famously lent his name to the largest mountain in North America.
Well, the Obama made sure it was renamed to Denali.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. When I lived in Alaska, it was still Mount McKinley though. It was the Denali National Park.
Yeah. So now it's Mount Denali. Yeah, but I mean McKinley there. I mean, I think he got the mountain named after him because he had died. People just felt bad for him.
Yeah, that's probably fair. He got assassinated, so what do you do? I guess you get a mountain if you get assassinated as president.
Him and oh god, who was his political manager? The guy who was like Karl Rove's hero, if you will. He runs his 1896 campaign, very much a nationalist campaign, if you will. McKinley oversaw, or at least enjoyed, the economy rebounding after depression that hit in the 1890s, or support the gold standard. And then, of course, you have the Spanish-American War, which McKinley didn't exactly want, but once he has it, he uses it to his ultimate advantage. Yeah, hard for me to rate McKinley necessarily. He seems to me more like a B. He achieved almost everything he wanted to achieve that I can think of. It could be some expansion, although he didn't necessarily want war with Spain. He took advantage of it. He sounded up the gold standard, which remained in effect for decades afterwards.
Yeah.
Mark Hanna, that's his name. Mark Hanna was the one who ran his political campaign. But no, very, very, very successful as president. Achieved most of what he wanted to do.
Yeah. Didn't he more or less set the plate for Theodore Roosevelt? A lot of the agenda, really.
McKinley was kind of like Benjamin Harrison in that he was a pro-business Republican, but not like an arch pro-business Republican. Theodore Roosevelt represented more of the progressive, the Republicans that were rising at the time, so more on the left end of things. Okay. Roosevelt was made vice president to nullify him, only for McKinley to be shot.
That worked out really well.
Yeah. No, trust me, there were a number of party regulars who were like, "Oh God, we fucked up."
Yeah. All right. I'm actually cool with the B for McKinley. I mean, I can't think of anything he failed at, and as you said, the Spanish-American War, he worked at his advantage. U.S. acquired the Philippines, built up patriotic fervor, and yeah, it sounds like he succeeded. He got reelected. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he failed at, so I think B is pretty fair.
Yeah. Now you get Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, one of those obscure ones.
Yeah.
Incidentally, Theodore Roosevelt is my girlfriend's favorite president.
Oh, why is that?
We watched a documentary about the Roosevelts, and she liked that he was a widower and that he was such a kind of eccentric guy, but also one who was so reform-minded.
Yeah, oddball for a rich person is being not only reform-minded, but really wanting to go out there and prove himself, whether that was like going out west or being in warfare. He's a completely fascinating man, giant ball of energy, if you will. He's like Thomas Jefferson in that he is one of only two presidents that I find that he has broad appeal with people who align with both parties. Like I know Republicans and Democrats who hold Theodore Roosevelt in high regard
Yeah.
because there is much to like about him.
Mhm.
So he does in many ways set up the prototype of the administrative state we know today. Certain reforms involving things like the FDA, of course. One of your first guys to actually use the Sherman Antitrust Act to break up large trusts. He builds on what McKinley had started. Now, America had already been asserting itself diplomatically for McKinley, but McKinley really is the one who acquires territories and sets up America as an overseas empire. Theodore Roosevelt will continue with that, in particular with naval construction. This is
Yeah,
a key
Great
one
White
too.
Fleet.
Yeah, Great White Fleet. Also, your first dreadnoughts are being designed and built in his administration.
Do you think that anybody's ever written an article about how the Great White Fleet was inherently racist? I imagine that has to be a thing, right? Somebody's done that.
I, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, they got people who like being shit on, and they get off on it. So there's got to be somebody, right?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody's done this.
I mean, shit. There's got to be somebody who likes Howling 7, right?
Yeah, well, we forgot that as one of Benjamin Harrison's accomplishments. He got mentioned in it, so.
Yeah, we forgot, man. All right, your B was well warranted. He definitely fought against the werewolf men.
Yes. Yes.
So no, Theodore Roosevelt achieved most of what he wanted to achieve. Oh yeah, we forgot the Park Service stuff, or like his actions in helping to end the Russo-Japanese War. He's an
Oh.
A.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think he's one of those guys, I wouldn't quite give him an S, but he's an easy A. I mean, I don't think he's A+, but he's a solid A. I mean, he's also, I can't think of too many of the people who have busted trust. I mean, I feel like he's really the only president who did that systematically.
The thing about Roosevelt, though, maybe S tier, because I'm really struggling to think of a failure here. I mean, there's
Yeah.
stuff he wouldn't like, there's stuff he wouldn't approve of now. I mean, like his thinking's more racialized. Um, he definitely would not. I mean, he definitely supported like the idea of like a vigorous masculinity, which we know that shit isn't popular with certain members of the intelligentsia today, if you will.
Well, not only that, but apparently, didn't as president he lose sight in one eye because he was trying to do bare knuckle boxing with random sailors in Washington D.C. So he was a middle-aged man and got punched in the face by a young sailor, all sight in an eye.
Oh, shit, I don't know about that, but I know when he got shot, he got up and said, it takes more than that to kill a bull moose, hence the bull moose party.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I'm thinking S now. I mean,
yeah, he's an S man. I mean, like I've got some problems with him personally. Like I think he's too imperially minded for my taste. But
yeah.
I struggle to think of anything he failed at. That said, he wasn't quite so much tested as president. There wasn't. I mean, there were definitely some tensions with labor, but there was no economic or diplomatic crisis that he had to solve.
That being said, if you think about the corporate powers and interests he took on, I mean, he was going against the grain policy-wise in a way that very few people have, and he pulled it off.
But which should be said, had broad public and party support. In other words, he could get people from the Democrats to back him on that as well. Because remember, there's a progressive faction within both parties.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, God, I personally do admire Roosevelt a lot because I feel, because I feel like the term alpha male gets thrown around a lot, and it's mostly wasted on people who are pieces of shit. I feel like he actually deserves it in a way that is an acknowledgement of some positive thing. And yeah, as you said, he's got his flaws. He's a little imperialistic, a little racist, whatever. But by the standards of his day, he was definitely on the right side. And he moved the ball forward in a positive way, but also achieved everything he wanted, and people didn't fuck with him because he literally would intimidate congressmen. I think he's also the inventor of the bully pulpit.
Yes, that is where the term comes from. Because he was a good public speaker, he had a great public persona, and understood how to use that to his advantage. And keep in mind this too, presidents would make speeches, of course, but Roosevelt's one of your first ones to be aggressive about his persona as president. I mean, you could see some of that with Jefferson, Jackson, and definitely with Lincoln, right? But guys like Harrison and Hayes, they held back. Cleveland, they held back. Even Grant in many ways held back, but Roosevelt did not. Out there, he would argue for the position that he wanted, and he was persuasive.
Apparently, he also would go around and harass congressmen to rally votes in a literal way. It's like, if you don't vote for this, we're gonna meet in the parking lot later. I can only imagine. Can you imagine if Obama had done that? Listen, I got an idea. I campaigned on it, and if I don't get it, you and me, we're gonna have a tussle in the parking lot, and I don't know if you think you can beat my ass, but you got to factor in we got some Secret Service guys. So something to think about.
It's a good impersonation, man. I will add, I was reading about Benjamin Harrison. He reminded me of Obama in that regard, where you're somebody who is very charismatic when they're speaking and not charismatic otherwise.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I go the S tier with Roosevelt, man.
All right. Well, I guess we agree. And next up is his successor, and also the fattest president, William Howard Taft.
Yeah, some of that fat problem had to do with the fact that he really didn't want to be president, and he gained a lot of weight while he was president.
Yeah, because Roosevelt basically said, you need this job. I don't know if I want it. Yeah, you do. And if you don't take it, I'm going to beat your ass.
Yeah. It's kind of odd. He was stuck between the conservative and progressive wings of the party, so neither one of them quite trusted him. Although it should be said in his own day, he was viewed as more of a conservative, which is kind of odd because he actually filed more antitrust cases than Roosevelt did.
Yeah.
I think what they thought, though, was that Taft was trying to out Roosevelt in many ways.
Right.
So Taft politically had some problems, if you will. Wasn't able to create a coalition unified behind him and had distrust from both factions. That said, while politically he had these mistakes, he mostly wanted to and was able to extend what Theodore Roosevelt had already done with Theodore Roosevelt's overall policies.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a bit hard to rate him, and it's a bit hard to know what he really wanted. I will say this about Taft, because, on the one hand, he's filed those antitrust cases, but then again, when he was on the Supreme Court, he was known for being very business-friendly. Maybe in a change of heart later on. I've always kind of suspected that Taft, while obviously a smart man, was somebody who would follow whatever was the overall vogue at the time.
Sure.
So when Roosevelt's out, progressivism's in, so he tries to align himself with the progressives. 1920s, progressivism's out. Same thing. Imperialism. Gordon McKinley during that as well. So I've always found as a man who's hard to really peg what he really believed. That said, he overall was able to achieve some things despite political failures. I'd go the C on Taft.
I agree. So, yeah, he obviously built on Roosevelt's legacy, but at the same time, he managed to displease a lot of people. If you look at the election of 1912, which I think is probably the most interesting election in American history, you have 4 candidates who are major candidates. And 2 of them are there because they don't think Taft... Actually, 3 of them are really trying to run to his left in various ways. But at the same time, he's not even that far right. So I think as a leftist, 1912 is the only election I could look at and be like, you know what, no matter what happens, things aren't going to be terrible at least.
Yeah. No, it really is the progressive high tide.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I remember reading about the 1912 election in 2012. I was deeply depressed. It was 100 years later, and we moved way the fuck back. So
Yeah, at least on economics, right? But I mean,
yeah,
that's kind of been the given lately, you know. So no, the
yeah. I think C is pretty fair for Taft. C, he got stuck in the tub, but he did get out. So he passed. He got his bath in. He did what he needed to do. He busted up a few trusts. I think he's a solid president. I wouldn't go further than that, but solid. I mean,
now
maybe a little wobbly, but solid.
I get to the next big controversial one, Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, I've
Opinions
so
vary all
apparently,
over.
yeah, he is. I think he's YouTube's least favorite president. It seems like. I've noticed that a lot of the people who do American history on YouTube absolutely despise Wilson.
Why is that? Like, what's their point of view?
Well, obviously he was racist, which is a pretty easy thing to hit him for. And he, of course, undid TR's reforms and maybe it was Taft, I don't know which one, but they allowed black people in the civil service. Wilson was, basically like, fuck that. He was a lost causer, and then he forget what else their other talking point is, but it's mostly about race. That and they thought he should have gotten us into war earlier. I saw somebody make that argument that if Roosevelt had won, we would have gotten the war earlier, it would have ended earlier, and then maybe Roosevelt would have been more internationally inclined from an earlier date, and therefore no World War II. But I feel like that is an incredibly contingent argument.
That's incredibly contingent. So you're saying that he's unpopular on YouTube, but I guess you're listening to mostly YouTube videos from like left racial points of view.
Well, on race, yeah. Although a couple of them, some of their other critiques of Wilson sounded like they were from the right economically.
Oh yeah, because he's the income tax guy.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a weird combination of. But I've heard it from people who are solidly left and also people who are left on social issues, but clearly more right on economic issues. So I feel like he's the perfect he's the perfect straw man for a lot of people because he's openly and obviously racist in a way that's undeniable because of what he published and what he said about the movie. What's it called that he aired in the White House? Yeah. But my counter to that would be he was a racist at a time when most people were racist. So what's your point?
Yeah, I mean, and keep in mind, your average Republican president at that time is going to pay lip service to black people because black people in the North vote for him.
Yeah,
So they're not going to run around they're not going to run around doing or saying certain things. But I mean, Theodore Roosevelt's pretty racist for his time too. I've heard criticisms of Wilson come from every direction. Libertarians hate him.
of course, yeah, makes sense.
Race-obsessed, identity politics-obsessed people hate him.
Of course,
Peaceniks hate him.
yeah. Although I guess
so-
he did keep us out of the war for a long time, so maybe they should rethink that a little bit. The peace.
They probably should. I think more probably. Oh yeah, interventionists don't like it. That has to do not so much what he did before the war, but once he's in the war.
Oh, because he pushes it back. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the Wilsonian internationalism, if you will, the idea of having a League of Nations and making the world safe for democracy and a bunch of other bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like the other perspective I've gotten on him is I had a professor as an undergrad who basically, if he could travel back in time, he would have gotten on his knees and sucked Wilson off. I mean, he was obsessed with Wilson. He was kind of like what Jane Calvert is to John Dickinson,
That's something worth saying. And I don't just say this lightly because everybody's got some fans, right? I mean, look, guys, I'm a fan of John Tyler. That's really rare. Wilson has a dedicated fan base. People who think that, okay, sure, the racism's bad, and maybe he made some foreign policy errors here and there, but overall, what a great man with great ideas and great ideals.
Yeah.
And rhetorically, he is to the left of everybody in 1912, except maybe Debs. Rhetorically, at least. So Wilson, on one hand, is kind of amazing, though, because he's a Democrat being elected in a Republican time, and he gets a lot of shit passed that he wants passed, such as the income tax and a variety of other domestic reforms, as with the income tax being the biggest one, of course. Oh yeah, like the Federal Reserve Act. He also continues the Roosevelt Aft tradition of trust busting.
Yes.
Um,
So I think it's safe to say very difficult to categorize easily just because of how much controversy he's attracted in modern times.
Very difficult. I'm going to say this, though. I think his foreign policy is a failure and a disaster. Ultimately does get dragged into World War One. Now,
Yeah.
when he tries to avoid it, and there's something to be said about that. We oftentimes say Lusitania prelude to the First World War, to us getting in. In some ways, it's true. It definitely makes American opinion more negative about Germany. But what's not remembered is that at the time, the British overplayed their hand. And remember, Anglophobia is still a thing in America, and we have a large Irish population. I was actually just reading about something. I didn't know about this. I just read about this today. Do you know after World War One, there were government bodies set up to go through books to purge Anglophile stuff from the textbooks?
No.
There was a view in America that we had been tricked into World War One by the British. That's one of the reasons why the League of Nations and everything else fails, because everybody like, oh my God, it's another British plot. This is this idea we've kind of forgotten called perfidious Albion, which is the idea that Britain will make other countries fight their wars for them. And some people in America believed at the time that we were a victim of that. So Wilson is dragged into the war anyway because the Germans decide on unrestricted submarine warfare, calculating that America will join up. During the conflict, Wilson tried to align America more closely with France, understanding that Anglophobia was strong, and also his own distaste for British foreign policy at the time, only to find that when it came time for the Treaty of Versailles, his views did not align with the French at all, and barely even align with the British.
All right, because the French were very much about, milking the fuck out of Germany.
Oh yeah, if anything, like the League of the Treaty of Versailles is like the milquetoast version of what the French wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the French had a debt to GDP ratio of 250% at the time, so they had like double the debt that we have now.
Yeah, well, wow,
So
man, I
imagine
didn't know
that.
that one. Yeah,
They
so
were desperate.
So they're desperate, and you also have Wilson's thing about like, self-determination for countries, and this leads to embarrassing things. This leads to like Ho Chi Minh goes to Paris. Go talk about self-determination for Vietnam. He's opening an entire can of worms here, which automatically isolates him. And then he has to go to America with his League of Nations, and it fails. The Senate turns it down.
Yeah.
I view him diplomatically as a disaster, really.
At what point during his fight to pass the 14 points in the UN, or League of Nations, excuse me, at what point did his stroke occur? Because I feel like that's a pretty big event in his late days.
He was doing like a whistle stop tour to get people to sign the peace. Which, keep in mind, we did not sign. We signed a separate peace treaty. So yeah, it was while they're on the whistle stop tour. That definitely hurts things. I don't know. Domestically, he gets a lot achieved that he wants to achieve. Foreign policy wise, consider him a failure. I think he even said, my presidency is defined by foreign policy, it will be a tragedy. Yeah, I think he said before being involved in the war. I go the D for Wilson.
Okay. I find him difficult to rate because, as you said,
I also admit a bias. I believe in realpolitik. I don't believe in idealism. I don't believe in idealism and diplomacy. I will make that caveat.
Okay. I think he had more successes than failures because, sure, his overall policy keeping America out of the war did fail, but once he got involved, he did a couple of things I think were pretty smart. One is he delayed American entry to make sure that the Doughboys had at least some modicum of training. And he also made sure they were equipped with a good number of tanks and other modern vehicles, so that way they weren't just being fed in to the meat grinders the British and French wanted. Because that was their request. Just send us bodies. We're just going to hurl their asses at the trenches. Wilson said no. So I think that actually redounds to his credit.
Oh, yeah, Douglas Haig wanted that, of course.
Yeah, of course he did. Because he was short on manpower. So, yeah, there was that. And
Oh, God, no, we forgot about the repressive measures. Of all the presidents who've ever been faced before, nobody embraced repressive measures domestically as much as Wilson did.
yes. And I think now, a lot of times when people on the right try to make arguments that progressivism is racist or whatever, Wilson is the person they talk about. Or at least he comes up in some way.
Well, yeah, I mean, not just blacks, but also Germans, of course.
Yeah.
And like when people go like, Trump's mean to the press. I'm like, yeah, well, Wilson threw people in jail.
Yeah, and also, John Adams, we talked about a while ago, also not a big fan of the press either.
Although to be fair to Adams, he was barely able to enforce it, while Wilson and Lincoln were able to jail reporters.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually thinking more of a C for Wilson, because I'm also thinking about the difficulty of the situation he was in. And also having the stroke while he's trying to pull off the League of Nations really fucked him pretty hard.
I'm sticking with my D, so we're in an impasse.
So it devolves to someone else, Lalo.
Okay, I'd say C because you criticize him as a D, but I think that's because you have like 20/20 hindsight,
Okay.
Because back then the fog of war. I mean, imagine what a big deal everything was to him, and then plus the stroke. That's less his own mental capacities being low, but the circumstances being that bad. So
I can see what you say in that one. I will add that I believe his ultimate foreign policy failure is the foreign policy failure of George W. Bush as well, which is the attempt to apply morality and idealism to a world where it doesn't work. It never has and never will.
Although I don't think George W. Bush has an ounce of morality or idealism in his entire body.
Well, that was the pretext.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you can argue. Yeah, you can argue the degree to which it's a pretext or not for Bush and even Wilson. But I just I view all attempts especially by Americans to do that as doomed on arrival. But anyway, that's my opinion. I'm much more, like I said, much more realpolitik. Richard Nixon's a diplomatic genius as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Wilson, pretty smart guy, and his two predecessors also fairly intelligent men, Taft, Roosevelt. But our next gentleman, Warren G. Harding, significantly less intelligent. So we'd like to talk about Mr. Normalcy.
Truly the smoky room candidate,
Yeah.
This really is when the Republican Party asserts itself as a non-progressive party is going to be during the Harding administration. Harding will have some successes in his tenure, mostly the Washington Naval Conference. One of your first attempts to limit arms, if you will, but in this case, battleships and aircraft carriers, really. That said, a presidency rocked by scandal, and he was pretty goddamn lucky to die when he died, relative to his position. Harding's typically been held in very low repute by historians. I remember when I was a kid, Harding was often called the worst ever. Buchanan usually is, which I would agree with more. But that said, Harding definitely had some foreign policy successes. He was able to institute the economic agenda that he set out for. I don't agree with that agenda, but he was able to enforce it. So I don't view Harding as quite the failure that I grew up with, at least in terms of getting what you want done. But I can't call him some great success either. I think he's probably more like a D, really.
Okay. I recall I have one friend who likes to do presidential facts every President's Day, and he looks up obscure, weird things about different presidents. And I remember his Warren Harding story. He said that during the Teapot Dome scandal, that Harding was aware of it, but that he was too weak as a leader to know what to do. So he went to someone and he talked about it, and he said, "What do you think I should do?" And the person said, "You should tell somebody." And then Warren Harding was panicked and basically agreed that he would tell somebody and then never did. And also, he spent most of his time fucking his mistresses when he wasn't, aware of his impending doom and total incompetence. Also,
go ahead, sir.
Also, the term normalcy, which is now basically the Biden slogan, was invented by Harding during a speech when he didn't know the word normality, to give you a sort of sense of Harding's intellectual abilities. So he's weak.
Harding, he's definitely the worst public speaker amongst all the presidents we have here.
So he's weak, he's ineffectual, he doesn't know what's going on, and when he does know what's going on, he's too weak to do anything about it. Mm-hmm. Pretty piss poor. I'm going with E for Harding. I guess the only thing working in his favor, keeping him out of the F category, is simply that he was never seriously challenged because he was coming after one crisis and before the next one. So I guess we have a D and an E, so now that leaves it to Lalo.
I'd lower his rating to E only because you read about him, and even his Treasury Secretary Mellon, who endorsed an income tax cut at the time right after they were introduced. So that was an option for Harding. Another option by the Ways and Means Committee in the Congress was saying to, for example, maybe tax corporations more, eliminate the tax on corporations or limit the income tax on people. And he was quoted in the Wikipedia article saying that, "I listen to one side and they seem right, then God, I talk to the other side and they seem just as right, and I can't find a damn thing out of this tax problem." So he's even too indecisive to do a tax policy. So he seems like not a leader at all. So I'd say E.
Yeah, one of the most unqualified presidents, and also one of the people who really had no business being in any public office unless it's like mayor of Wasilla, Alaska, or some bullshit like that. Or maybe, a town, bar regular. I don't know. Like, that's technically a public office.
May I offer one compliment to Warren G. Harding, though? He has the unfortunate thing to inherit the end of alcohol, to inherit prohibition, right?
Ooh.
And, under Harding, it wasn't vigorously enforced by the federal government.
Yeah.
So, I praise to Warren G. Harding. During Prohibition, the booze flowed the most easily under his administration, unlike the man who follows him.
Yeah, so, also, what was the other thing about Harding? I had another anecdote. I can't remember it now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So yeah, we'll move on to Mr. Calvin Coolidge. Keep cool with Coolidge.
Silent Cal has one of those fun stories. You guys got some fun stories about him.
Yeah.
He's I'm no big fan of Harding myself. You guys want to give him an E? I'm not going to argue it too much because, unlike John Tyler, I don't have any strong thoughts on it. But I hold Calvin Coolidge as near the bottom. So definitely more decisive than Harding, that's for sure. But I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily. Noted for his laissez-faire economics, business in America is business, as he apparently said once. Also, when he became president, that's when Prohibition does get serious for a few years because he's from Massachusetts and they don't like drinking apparently. Goddamn Puritans. I don't know, man. I can't find much to praise about this guy. I mean, I got he fucked up the response to the 1927 Mississippi River flood. You mentioned Andrew Mellon earlier, and one could argue in the 1920s that really Andrew Mellon controls America. I mean, he's the Secretary of Treasury under like 3 different presidents. And not only that, he's one of the reasons why Hamilton's on our money. He's the guy who has that makes that happen. I don't know, man. Like I hear you guys and your disapproval of Harding, but I could think of a few things I like that Harding did, and also some accomplishments. I have a hard time thinking of anything with Coolidge. I mean, to be fair, though, for measuring it by what you want to get done, I mean, if the guy is into laissez-faire economics and tax cuts, he gets a lot once done. Should note, though, it could be argued one of the most depressing elections ever is 1924, when quite literally both of the men running are essentially libertarians. It's been called the libertarians' dream presidency, dream presidential race.
It wasn't La Follette in the primary at least, and then he lost narrowly as a Democrat. Or was
I
he a
don't know
Republican?
No, La Follette would have counted himself as a Republican, but he ended up running third party in 1924. He won Wisconsin. That's about it, really. The other guy, John W. Davis. Oh my God! I mean, it was kind of like the 2000 election, where you're like, do they really disagree on anything? They just sound the same.
You mean also like this election, huh?
Oh no, this one's more drastic than that one.
I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I'm gonna debate that on Friday, but yeah, shit. I don't know. I don't see many differences on substance between Biden and Trump, really. But that's neither here nor there, I guess.
I got you, man. But no, it's Coolidge. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't claim to be any expert on the man's presidency. He got his policies enacted, but the 1920s, of course, is going to become a preamble to the Great Depression. I mean, hell, you're going to have Americans having more and more. Going to have wage stagnation. There are just all these issues that Coolidge just doesn't care about.
Also, the agricultural downturn began under Coolidge, from what I understand. So,
no, that's a big one. And I mentioned the indebtedness. They were getting. Who were going into debt with over back then? Radio.
Really?
I mean, it's the cutting edge technology.
Oh yeah,
right?
I guess makes sense.
So how are you gonna buy a radio? I don't know, honey. Let's go pull a loan out. You start having the 1920s. The idea of people having debt and going into debt for things. That's not Coolidge's fault necessarily, of course. I'm just saying that the 1920s. Actually, that's what I should mention. So we get a whole class. I've read stuff where they argued that the 1930s to 40s and even 50s is the great exception in American history. The 20s is actually normal, which is to say, increasingly more socially liberal in the face of virulent social conservative opposition, and economically laissez-faire, the business class controls everything. And so the argument goes that the 60s into the 70s really was a return to what's normal in America. The 20s were not, as we think of the 20s in context of the Great Depression's right around the corner.
Right.
Of course, they didn't think of at the time.
I guess why would they? I mean,
but yeah, of course.
It'd be like looking at the year 2019 as the precursor to COVID-19. I mean, who the hell would have known?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think one of his main achievements, though, would be that's right. He did the Indian Citizenship Act.
Oh.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine wrote a paper on that. College, a 30-page paper on it. He is. He's probably. I would say. I would say he's your first president since Grant to make a genuine go at trying to improve the plight of the indigenous in America. Now, the degree to which that policy is success or failure, I can't really speak to, not being an expert on it, but he makes a go at it.
Well, I didn't know that, but that's pretty cool. So, it won't come to any shock to anyone who's followed this channel for any length of time, but I'm not a big fan of laissez-faire economics. So Coolidge is not one of my favorites. That being said, my favorite presidential anecdote is about Coolidge. He was
this
at,
one.
Yeah, he was at a
Yeah.
Washington dinner party, and there was a well-known socialite who looked at him and said, "You know what, Mr. Coolidge? I bet I can get you to say more than 3 words at this dinner party." He turned to her and said, "You lose," and didn't say a single word for the rest of the evening.
And they call him Silent Cow for nothing.
Yeah. I feel like he is the closest thing we've ever had to President Ron Swanson. And, that is... I feel like he would have been amusing to be around on a certain level. That being said, I don't think he had any real merits as president. I'm inclined to... But then again, I don't know if he had any major failures. I mean, obviously he allowed things to go forward. The beginnings of the Dust Bowl, effectively, and he just kind of looked at it and said, Mississippi River floods, So, I think E tier is pretty appropriate for him, because I don't think he has a failure that's monumental, but it's not, he's definitely not a huge success. Huge failure, but he presides over the coming of failure. And I feel like that tier, well, then again, I don't know, now I think about it, Pierce got in the F tier, but Millard Fillmore got in the E tier. So is he more of a Fillmore or a Pierce? That's hard to say.
I'd say more of a Fillmore, really. I don't think his support of laissez-faire economics was... okay, let me explain. I think people who support that nowadays tend to be more just outwardly corrupt. I think Coolidge genuinely thought that there was something wrong if the government got involved.
He was principled.
Yeah, exactly. I do think Coolidge was a man of principle, for sure.
So principled but incorrect, like a Ron Paul type. That's great.
We'll see. If you are like a libertarian type guy, he is a really good president, though. So it's like,
oh yeah,
see that it's really awkward because his ineffectual attitude was the problem for the expansion of credits and loans, and the lowering artificially of interest rates caused the Great Depression, and then him not doing certain key things that with hindsight you could have fixed is like his greatest pitfall. But at the time, he shouldn't have been able to see that coming, really.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. That being said, I have seen lists of greatest presidents, and some of them are by libertarians to make him basically the S tier, standard.
Yeah.
That being said, my counter would be WTF DHD. What the fuck did he do?
That's the point.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. But still, I feel like to get in that top tier, you have to actually respond to a crisis and uphold your principles when they're challenged.
That's
And
libertarian.
he didn't even do that. Yeah. So,
that's hilarious. I give him a D. Both because the Indian Rule Act and because he does institute the economic policy that he wants. That being said, he's not really involved in anything foreign policy wise. I honestly think he's a regression from Harding when it comes to foreign policy, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
And I think I go the D myself.
okay, well, I still feel E is about right. So I guess that leaves it to Lalo.
Yeah, well, like from the leftist perspective, he's debatably F, but I think I was thinking really low C, but I think D is more appropriate than E though. So
Okay.
it's tough.
Well,
I do think the response to the Mississippi River flood is
Terrible.
yeah, and like one could say like, well, of course, he doesn't want the government involved. I'm like, yeah, but like I can understand when you're like, okay, government not involved in economics. I don't agree with it necessarily, but I get the argument. A disaster, I don't fucking get. Like if you're not that involved in disaster, your government doesn't matter.
yeah, and it's also interesting that one person who was big into disaster relief, interestingly enough, was Herbert Hoover before he was president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh,
Now I want to say I said something wrong earlier where I said disjunctive presidents, according to Skronik, were ones who came from the opposite party. No, disjunctive is the president who comes into the political cycle, and such is the fate of Mr. Herbert Hoover.
yes.
Very few people on this list I pity as much as Herbert Hoover.
Also, I feel like if you ever wanted to make a product which dealt with constipation and you needed a royalty-free face to put on it, Herbert Hoover's face is the face of constipation. I've never seen a picture of him where he doesn't look like he's holding back a massive deuce.
Hoover, intelligent, technocratic man. You had to hold back a deuce, that's for sure.
He was holding in the Great Depression for a while there.
Yeah, he definitely represented. He represented a more left element in the Republican Party at this time. He wouldn't have called himself a progressive, but he definitely had friends with the progressives, and progressives thought he was one of the better people in the Hoover. I'm sorry, the Harding Coolidge administrations for sure. He does try to respond to the Great Depression, but I think he was thinking, "Oh, this thing will blow over," and then it doesn't. He tries to do some things, many of which Roosevelt will just simply copy in 1933. So I hate saying the phrase "too little, too late," but that's essentially what happened. But I feel bad for him. I don't think anyone would have seen the disaster that happened and reacted appropriately. Plus, must be noted that the initial depression was not nearly as bad as it was after banks started failing in Europe, such as in Vienna, for instance. So by the time he doesn't really start acting until it truly does become the Great Depression. At first, he probably just saw it as a minor economic downturn or like a moderate one. A storm that other people had weathered before him. But then I would also say, if I was looking at Herbert Hoover, I'd also say, well, look, man, I mean, lots of presidents did not weather economic downturns very well at all. I mean, Martin Van Buren, Grover Cleveland, hell, I could even say Grant. Even though the Republicans did retain the White House, Sheldon won the presidency, stolen from him, and the Democrats made major gains in all the other elected offices. So there might have been a bit of wishful thinking on Hoover's part as far as that goes. If he had any major failure, it might be the fact that he just wasn't particularly charismatic. He couldn't provide Americans with the kind of leadership they craved at that time, at that moment.
Yeah, like you were saying, the lack of charisma and messaging. I feel like in many ways he is the 1920s version of an Angela Merkel. Very technocratic.
With worse timing.
Yeah, technocratic, very a little bit dour, very analytical, but not terribly warm. I mean, when he was trying to close the banks in order to, forestall panicking and the crashing of the markets or mass withdrawal of money, he called it a moratorium. And then, later when Roosevelt took office, he called it a bank holiday. It's just that kind of basic understanding of the effect words have on people that Herbert Hoover didn't have, because fundamentally he was a bureaucrat and a technocrat, not a politician. He should have never been in that position. And I feel like he's probably a pretty good guy. He was a major hurricane relief guy under the previous administrations. I feel like he probably did have genuine sympathy and really wanted to help people. That being said, like you said, too little too late. And actually, I believe he was starting to try things that were radical enough that Roosevelt actually ran to his right a little bit in 1932.
Yes, Roosevelt often did make speeches to the right of Hoover, for sure.
Yeah, because I feel like in some ways also Hoover is... he also had to compare him to Hillary Clinton in the sense that they were both excellent students of the orthodoxy of their own day. Because that was one of the selling points for Hillary in 2016 is people were like, man, she really knows policy in terms of what we think is the standard accepted policy. She knows the shit A to Z. Hoover was that guy in the 20s. He knew laissez-faire economics back and forth. The problem is that system of economics was not suitable for the crisis he was facing. So the solution he had was not adequate to the task that he was faced with. So if he had been president instead of Coolidge or Harding, he would have probably done great. But because he was president, oh, go ahead.
There's an odd thing you have to say amongst these disjunctive presidents. Amongst the disjunctive presidents, to where they are noted for a lack of charisma and for being technocratic and representing. I don't want to say outside force necessarily, but not necessarily being party insiders. Although Harrison doesn't quite count for that. Like Benjamin Harrison, Herbert Hoover, Jimmy Carter, John Quincy Adams, they have those things in common.
That is an interesting point.
If a person's elected president who is more the technocrat and lacking charisma, and especially when a crisis moment hits or their party's come apart, they're not the right person. Yeah. I do feel bad for Hoover. By the way, Hoover's foreign policy overall was a success. He's your last non-interventionist president.
He pulled out the Caribbean, basically.
Yeah. Which I mean, I agree with. I'm very much non-interventionist myself, and I did not have a negative effect on America because the only reason we do that stuff is for our politics and to make rich people richer. I give Hoover a D personally. A lot of the policies he instituted were furthered by Roosevelt. He was on the right track. His mistake was not seeing the crisis for what it was and acting fast enough. And to be fair to him, I don't think anybody in the world did.
Yeah, it's hard to rank him because I think that he realized his mistake. He tried his damnedest to correct it, but he was not the man of the hour. He had no ability to deal with the crisis he was facing, even though he tried his best. I think a D is pretty fair. I mean, I think if we're ranking it objectively on performance, he'd be an F. But I think we also have to consider what he tried to do and just couldn't pull off. So I'm actually inclined to agree with the D.
To be honest, though, he did institute a number of those policies which were continued.
Yes.
So he did have some policy success. This is not a Martin Van Buren situation where you and me are like, what the hell does this guy do?
Yeah, I mean, he did stuff. He didn't have quite the personality to sell it to the public because part of the stimulative effect of the New Deal is convincing the public that this stuff will be effective in some way. And that kind of leadership is not something that Herbert Hoover could supply. So, I think a D is fair. A lot of what happened to him was not actually pretty much all of what happened to him was not really his fault. Especially the constipation. I mean, that's that's more genetic and dietary, and it was just the 1920s, man. What are you gonna do? What did people know back then?
Oh man, it happens to everybody, right? So, our next one is probably your S. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah, let's do a second recess, and we will revert to the song that we had earlier as soon as I find it. And I also need to check on my dog downstairs. He's making some weird noises. He's got severe dementia.
Oh, okay.
And he's making noises right now, so I better go check on him. So, all right, we'll meet back in about 5-ish, okay?
No problem.
All right. Sean?
Right here.
All right. Well, I'm back too. So, intermission numero dos has ended.
Yeah, this is the longest fucking podcast I've ever done, man.
Me too, actually.
Well, I mean, we're talking presidents here. Now we're on your guy, Franklin
Yep.
Roosevelt.
FD motherfucking R. Yep.
Well, you start off then, sir.
I think FDR is easily the greatest president ever. Period. FDR basically created the world we live in now, and also the political order he created reigned supreme for nearly 50 years. Well, maybe like more like 45, but whatever. FDR fought against the Great Depression. People have tried to argue that his measures didn't cure the Great Depression, but it did alleviate a lot of it. He guided the country through World War II. He served 4 terms, or at least 3, and then part of the 4th. FDR came in at a time when the country was potentially facing either a fascist or a communist revolution. He managed to avert both dangers. FDR implemented Social Security, which gave Americans the ability to retire. What a novel concept. FDR created FDIC insurance and many other programs that we take for granted today. He also set up New Deal banking regulations, which prevented a banking collapse all the way until 2008. That's a pretty damn impressive streak. Or maybe it was 2007 when the banks collapsed. I don't remember exactly, but either way. He created a world where labor actually had a seat at the table, wages rose, and people could actually legitimately expect that their standard of living would be higher than that of their parents. I think that it goes with it's very hard to argue against the idea that more than any other president, Franklin Roosevelt had a stronger impact on people's day-to-day life than anyone else. So that is my case for Franklin Roosevelt as an S-tier president.
It's not a bad case at all, man. I agree with much of what you said. I will mention a few caveats on my end. Don't think Franklin Roosevelt's second term was particularly good. The obsession with balanced budgets, nor the decision to pack the courts. His handling of foreign policy during World War II is, I think, more mixed than people give credit for. I think especially towards the end, while I don't want to agree with that Cold Warrior rhetoric of we gave away everything at Yalta, I think Franklin Roosevelt it was a bit more lined about Joseph Stalin than Churchill was. And I'm not the biggest Churchill fan myself, but I think Churchill was a little more savvy on that end when it definitely came to that. The internment of the Japanese, which outside of destroying a few spy cells in America, was mostly a waste of time and a stain, really. Didn't much. That said, I have a high regard for him as a wartime president. He didn't meddle much, but he would get involved when he saw that was appropriate. So, for instance, when like Nimitz and MacArthur are arguing about where do we go, Formosa or the Philippines, Roosevelt intervenes and says, "Okay, we're going to the Philippines." He does that to stop a strategic deadlock. Yeah, I see your point about making him S tier. I got to go with A, simply because there are enough key mistakes in his presidency, especially in that second term.
All right, let me fire back. All right, so...
Oh, God.
All right, actually, I can list one more mistake he made that I didn't know about until the last few years. I have a friend who studies Latin America, and she said that Roosevelt's policy towards Latin America was more or less the model that we've been following ever since of intervention and all that. He started that, so that's definitely a mark against, for sure.
Oh, no, very true. Hoover was critical of him for that, on that mark, and I agree with Hoover on that one.
So there's that. Okay. Here's some other things in favor of Roosevelt. You mentioned Yalta and Churchill. I think, if anything, Churchill was the reason we had the Cold War. Churchill was completely antagonistic towards Stalin, tried to planned a bombing operation on Russian oil fields at one point, then wanted to intervene and cut off the Soviets with an invasion of the Balkans. So, if anything, Churchill was driving that rivalry with Stalin more than anyone else, even Stalin himself. And also, Churchill has about as much strategic sense as a child, if we're being very generous. Not to mention, Churchill was one of the worst commanders-in-chief ever. And this idiot wanted to break off part of an iceberg and make it an aircraft carrier. And he was doing this in coordination with the founder of the Boy Scouts. Fucking idiotic. So Roosevelt had to deal with him. Also, Churchill was trying to bully the Irish into joining the war. Roosevelt then had to kind of mitigate that to some extent because it was a pointless secondary problem that Churchill was creating. Even though the Irish were giving a lot of manpower and under-the-table help, Churchill was still trying to bully them into officially joining the war, which would have made very little difference. So Churchill was a fucking drag in many ways, aside from refusing to negotiate with Hitler early on, at least once the Battle of Britain was won. The other thing is, if you think about the business plot led by a Mr. Prescott Bush, Roosevelt helped to save us. Roosevelt helped to save us from a corporate fascist takeover. Huge accomplishment there. And yes, he did make some mistakes during his second term. Trying to roll back what he had started was clearly not a great idea, but he did recover from that mistake. He tried a court-packing scheme. It failed. He backed away from it. So when he did fail, he did have the sense to back away. There are presidents who did not have that much sense.
I can agree on that one. I think my problem with Roosevelt, and I say problem, I mean, like, I'm giving the guy an A. But obviously, I don't think he's a loser. But I think my main problem with Roosevelt is that so many policies he institutes don't have as much rhyme or reason, which he would admit to. He wasn't a very ideological guy in any way, which is in some ways very good, but it meant that he was also trying to attempt so many different things, just like throwing darts at the board and just seeing which one sticks. And we're talking about these guys and like there are policies that Roosevelt puts in effect that just don't really work out. I mean, the NRA really, it's kind of a failure, So I look at Franklin Roosevelt and I see a man who is in a very desperate and bad situation, navigates it for the most part very well, but does institute some policies that essentially go nowhere. But I give the guy high marks. So I go with an A for it. I won't go with S, though. Also, I will add this, man. Your New Deal coalition you mentioned, very brittle. Of the many coalitions I've read about in American political history, it's a very brittle one.
I mean, it did manage to hold together for Truman, of all people, who was, as we'll discuss, not necessarily the best politician.
And it's breaking up a little over 20 years after Roosevelt is dead. I mean, I mean, the one Andrew Jackson founded, was also very brittle as well, must be said. But, I mean, fuck, man, the Reagan coalition, that stuff, I mean, it's starting to break up it's starting to break up only right now, but that one held up a lot longer than the FDR one.
That's because of the goddamn boomers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bunch of stuff involved too, right? The fucking boomers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, boomers are a big voting bloc, and also I think a lot of times the Reagan coalition had fewer internal contradictions and definitely had weaker opposition, whereas the New Deal coalition had very severe internal contradictions that were rising up in fucking Truman's first term. They were already evident with the Dixiecrats. And it was a coalition where the rich just couldn't wait to dismember it.
Yeah.
So don't get me wrong, though, man. The fact that Franklin Roosevelt did what he did, it's amazing, and he is a great president, but I'll say A for him.
Great as in greater than Washington and Lincoln. I agree.
Whoa.
All right, so now I guess we have to choose between A and S, and I guess that falls to Lalo.
All right. I'd say that because I think one of the biggest disasters that people don't know about FDR is that it's his fault that we don't have universal health care like in Europe. And that's because of the wage controls that he put in, so that you literally couldn't get paid more than a certain amount per industry, meaning that instead of cash money you would get paid, you'd be paid in supplements and insurance, for example. So instead of government insurance, you got paid with employer-based insurance. So that took away the government's role in that. So if you were to assume that we spend like 5% of GDP over what European countries do for universal healthcare, that means that we've lost several trillions of dollars since then in opportunity cost.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Although, I guess the sort of elevation of healthcare costs to what it is now, that took a while to develop. That wasn't until, the 80s when that really started to become astronomical? Because
yeah, but that just goes to show that he was like he was short-sighted on a couple of things, and that ballooned to be like a lot worse.
I mean, he also messed up with the initial Social Security bill because it didn't cover domestic help. I mean, there were failures, but I mean, we got to think about how long ago this was, and also that, like everybody else, he had plenty of flaws. But that being said, comparatively, and maybe it's unfair because he had so many terms, he did a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, we're all, I get the feeling we're all splitting hairs category right now. I mean, it really is like, oh my God, FDR, what a disaster. Right?
Economically, I disagree with him, because what he did was that he increased taxes, which slows the growth, to invest arbitrarily with the government, which has his own mistakes, as he would agree with. He'd admit himself that he did a lot of bad programs. So the inefficiencies to that was not as efficient as maybe the private market, but at the same time, he increased taxes to increase government spending, and that doesn't really make anything, really. So it's arguable for sure. So I'd say A.
From there, and I think the inefficiency thing you mentioned, I would say only insofar as of the people facing the Great Depression, you really get the feeling with him that he really is just throwing shit at a wall and saying, "Hey, what sticks?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, above all things, from what I've read of FDR and the few books on the Great Depression, I would contend if we're rating these guys based on pure political calculation and ability, he is above everybody. He knew what it took to get elected. He understood the rhetoric it took to get elected. He knew how to build coalitions that were durable to get what he wanted passed in his first term, and even into World War II. I mean, God, man, in 1940, he's essentially fighting a guy who agrees with him on foreign policy. And that's how persuasive a man we're talking about here. So,
also, I think of another example of how he dealt with people. One of my other favorite presidential anecdotes: he had progressive Republicans who joined the Democrats because of him, and then the progressives in the Democratic Party in his administration, and they were most of the policy guys. It's part of why there's the sort of weird fit of a lot of programs. So I forget the guy who came from the Republicans was Harold Ickes, and I forget the Democrat. But anyway, they would feud with one another. They fucking hated each other, and each one of them would talk to Roosevelt privately and bitch about the other one. He'd be like, "You know what? You're so right. He was a total dick to you, and I'm on your side." And he told each one of them that. Which is one of my favorite stories. Not quite as good as the Silent Cow one, but pretty close.
No, that's pretty good.
And both of them believed him, which I like even more.
Well, I mean, he's one of the most, he's one of, not the most charming man ever elected president.
Yeah, and also I like how he ended prohibition. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. He's an S then. I forgot.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He's an S. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. I mean, I know it was on its way out anyway. I mean, especially in the 1940s, the guy was getting toasted every afternoon. Yeah, put him in S.
And he had his little drinking and smoking parties. So, I mean, he was he knew how to have a good time. He also, I guess he married his cousin, which was weird, but that was a thing people did back then.
Muslim president.
And then also apparently there was a huge family feud between the two branches of Roosevelt's because of one being a Democrat, one being a Republican.
Though it should be noted, I think one of the reasons that he did that was he was a total fanboy of Theodore Roosevelt. Like that was his political hero and ideal when he's a young man.
Yeah.
And he called Theodore Roosevelt the greatest man I ever met.
Apparently, Theodore Roosevelt was also the star at his wedding.
Yes, and Theodore Roosevelt loved Eleanor. That was his favorite. So I think Franklin was like, "Oh my God, like I'm with like my favorite guy's like girl," you know?
Yeah.
It's some real hero worship, you know?
Yeah, that was a complex relationship. Also, apparently Theodore's daughter, I forget her name, she's the one who had a pillow song that said, "If you have something nasty to say, come sit next to me." Anyway, she apparently became a hardcore anti-FDR Republican and basically endorsed things that her father would not have approved of at all in order to oppose her cousin, Franklin. Alice Roosevelt, yeah. So there
Alice,
we go.
there.
Yeah, so that's
So much is personal, right?
yeah. It was basically just like, look, our cousins went Democrat. Fuck them. And if you have something nasty about FDR, come over to my house and we'll talk about it.
Well, here we go. We're gonna go with Harry Truman.
Yes, Harry S. Truman, and the S stands for nothing, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they couldn't decide. One of his parents wanted to name him Shipley, the other parent wanted to name him Solomon. So ultimately, they compromised by just making it S and nothing else.
Oh, great.
So that's the kind of compromise that really moves the country forward, just like the compromise of 1877.
Yeah, Truman, our second best poker player after Nixon. You know?
Oh, really?
Oh, Nixon was great. Nixon could have done that pro poker shit you see on ESPN.
I feel like he'd have been like, "So, Joe, your daughter has pretty nice titties." And I feel like he would just fuck with people, in that way. I feel like that would be a Nixon strategy.
It could be. It could be.
Secretly tape the poker matches.
No, I feel like what he would do is, I feel like he would just shit talk you and make you uncomfortable so you'd lose focus. I feel like that would be a Nixon thing to do. But he'd do it in a way that sounds genuine. Like what he was trying to do with Frost when they were having their interviews, where he'd call you up and talk to him about random shit.
Yeah, there's some of that too. But yeah, we're here to talk about Truman first, though.
Right.
Truman, to me, is a very controversial president. There are going to be a number of successes in his administration. Foreign policy-wise, I have some very mixed views on him. Of course, I very much like the Marshall Plan, and I think it was a great success.
Yes.
One of the most successful foreign policy initiatives in American history. On the other end of things, what you said earlier about the Cold War is worthy of a whole other video. Like I said, I'm not the biggest Churchill fan. I don't think FDR gave away stuff to the Soviets, but I do think that he didn't quite understand the nature of the Soviet Union. Right? In the case of Truman, you could argue the opposite. He was far too aggressive with the Soviet Union. Not understanding that the Soviet Union in many ways is at least foreign policy-wise, is in many ways a continuation of old Russian foreign policy, which is, get a warm water port, get some buffer states. I think Truman may have kind of misunderstood that. Certainly, he was not a man with any notable foreign policy experience, and world leaders noted that all the time. He didn't really build a lot of strong relationships with other world leaders, and certainly the Soviets found it disconcerting to talk with him. So I think all the ways the Cold War starts is because of Truman. And it should also be noted that when the Russians didn't have nukes and we had them, Truman would essentially threaten the Russians. So many words.
Yeah.
But this guy, keep in mind, this is the guy who, when they interviewed him in the Capitol and they said about when they interviewed him when Germany had invaded Russia, and they said, "Who do you want to win?" He said, "I hope they both kill themselves." Right?
Yeah.
On the one hand, I agree with them. These are both psychotic, murderous dictatorships. But it also shows that when Truman sees the Soviets have come out fine in the war, he isn't going like, yippee,
Right.
So this is, in some ways, the absolute worst person to handle the start of the Cold War. Okay?
Yeah.
degree to which the Cold War is avoidable, I don't want to get into right now. I will say the foreign policy could have been better handled. This is not a very good foreign policy president. His fight with MacArthur, I totally agree with him. MacArthur is overstepping his bounds. And I view that as one of Truman's great successes. And something that's really kind of sad because when Truman goes against MacArthur, his popularity tanks. I don't think any president has ever had as low an approval rating as Harry Truman. I think he's below 20% at one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A lot to do with MacArthur. Now, I agree with Truman, though. Truman is essentially asserting civilian control over the military. I'm not a big fan of Doug MacArthur to begin with, and I do agree with Truman on that. I agree with him on the Marshall Plan. Domestic policy, of course, he did a variety of good things, such as integrating the army and whatnot. There's also stuff involving Israel as well. You could argue he's the most pro-Israel president we had until Donald J. Trump. The degree to which that is good or bad, I will leave up to other people. His foreign policy is, I say, negative with some very notable great successes, though. That said, there was a big economic slump. He didn't handle that so well, and the Congress was taken from him. And that Republican Congress in 1946, they put some laws in the books that really hobbled the New Deal coalition going forward.
Yeah, Taft-Hartley really did some damage. And that was Taft's son, by the way, Robert Taft.
Senator from Ohio?
Yes.
That's right, Mr. Robert Taft.
Mr. Republican.
Oh, yeah, the king of the Republican Party, yes.
There's actually a lot of things I like and agree with Robert Taft on, but not economic.
He's a paleo-conservative.
That is right. He is a paleo-conservative. He argued against the Nuremberg stuff because he said it was ex post facto. There's a case to be made for that. More importantly, he's an interventionist, which I agree with. But anyway, yeah. So I'm a little biased. I just personally don't like Truman to begin with. I'll go with a D. You know?
Okay. I guess I'm more favorable to Truman than you are then. Maybe it's because I read the David McCullough biography of him. But
yeah, he'll make you like him, right?
Well, I feel like Truman kept the New Deal together at a time when the Republicans were trying to dismantle it. That's a huge achievement. He did have some serious foreign policy failings, I guess you could say, in terms of more or less setting precedents that would become negative and would be continued by pretty much all his predecessors without being challenged in any significant way. That being said, I have to factor in the fact that he wasn't really prepared for his role. He was chosen to just be another sit in the wings and not do anything vice president. Then, of course, FDR dies, and FDR should have known that, he wasn't doing super hot and he should clue in as VP. So Truman gets inaugurated.
Oh, the good thing about Truman, right? He is the first president who makes sure the vice president is involved.
Yeah, and that makes sense why he does that. That being said, another thing in Truman's favor, even though this doesn't quite qualify for his ranking here, is that he was the head of the Truman Commission looking into war profiteering in World War II. So Truman is an anti-corruption guy, which is cool, except when he becomes president because he's totally the product of the bosses. And he's 100% pro-bosses in the political parties.
Oh, yeah. No, he's a product of an old school political machine.
Yeah, and that's part of why he Shanghai's Estes Kefauver in the 50s. Because Kefauver wants to do away with the party bosses, and Truman says, fuck that guy. And so that pretty much puts an end to that.
I will say that Republican attempt to repeal the New Deal, I think you've overstated it. Dewey won the nomination, and Dewey's a liberal Republican.
Well, yeah, although, Taft-Hartley is pretty much does piss in the punch bowl pretty effectively. Anyway, Truman, on a personal level, I kind of actually admire the guy because he's the first president in a long time who doesn't have a college degree, came from fairly humble origins, was in over his head, but still managed to more or less swim. I mean, sure, he had some fuck ups, but at the same time, he did have some resolve. When it came to the decision to nuke Japan, I actually think he made the decision which made the most sense at the time: nuke Japan, rather than wasting more lives in a ground invasion. Now we get to Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a that one I have read. I know I don't have my mind made up on that one. I have read so many arguments one way or the other on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an easy.
Actually, nuking them's playing it safe because that way you're killing a couple 100,000 foreigners and not killing any Americans. Whereas if you land invade, you kill a lot of Americans.
Yep.
But if you let them starve to death, then you're killing a lot of foreigners. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Very
so
hard.
it's a tough question. That being said, Truman was pretty decisive. He had leadership qualities that people like Warren G. Harding never had.
True.
It being said, sometimes he was decisive in the wrong direction, but at least he did have some leadership qualities. Which, so it's hard to, it's hard to rank him, because he had some major successes, the Square Deal, and then some major fuck ups. He was also started the CIA as the coup expert agency, basically. The coup of the interior agency. I don't know. That doesn't make sense, but whatever. We'll go with it. We'll pretend I pulled that off. Fuck, man.
I will say one thing with the nukes, though. Hiroshima, I can debate. I don't agree with Nagasaki at all.
Yeah, because he didn't give them time to respond. So yeah, you're right about that.
It's a little too fast. Also, I think we downplay the degree to which the Soviets invading compelled them to surrender.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, he got us involved in Korea, which was a huge fuck up. I guess the domino theory was dominant at the time, but still, that ended up being disastrous and basically ended his presidency. I agree with you. He was right about the MacArthur dispute. He actually kept a grudge against MacArthur for the rest of his life. Even though after MacArthur died, so Truman could be petty. He overcame his personal racism to see that black people should have rights. That's actually one of those things where he rose above himself. I actually have to go with the B for Truman.
You go with a B, I go with a D.
So it makes him a C.
All right.
So he's exactly the same as Wilson then, huh? And Taft. Actually, that seems about right.
Up next.
Okay.
I was going to say, up next, the man who won World War II.
Yeah. Dwight David Eisenhower.
Sort of,
yeah.
By sort of, you mean single-handedly. He dropped on the beaches of Normandy with a Tommy gun and started killing mofos left
himself,
and right.
Yes.
Yeah, he was throwing grenades.
He killed Hitler. It was him.
He did backflips. He and Brad Pitt and in some Misfits killed Hitler in a theater in Paris.
Oh, wait, you forgot about the Dirty Dozen, man. Fucking Lee Marvin was there, too.
Yeah. And then right afterwards, Eisenhower lit up a cigar and said, well, it's too bad the history books won't record this right.
Well, he's our last president in the Washington, Jackson, Taylor, Grant tradition, which is you win the war, you get to become president.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like he won the war, of course, but you know what I mean? Like you are the top general in the top theater and you achieve what you achieve. So, you're the one who gets the most fame when the war is over, the most recognition. Well, Dwight Eisenhower, what do you guys think, huh?
Well, so I think mostly he was a success. And also I think he's been one of the better post-war presidents overall. He built the interstates. He presided over a time of mostly peace and prosperity. Now, there was some civil unrest, and he didn't quite address some of the elephants in the room. But that being said, even though he personally was pretty damn racist, when push came to shove and he was asked to make a decision, he typically did err on the side of being on the right side of history.
Which is interesting because I read Richard Nixon has his autobiography, right? and he writes about how much he admired Eisenhower, but it goes to show that Eisenhower did things strictly based on his own personal popularity as president and nothing to do with other people in terms of like if Nixon needed something, he would never stick his neck out for Nixon. It was completely in his own popularity, which is why he has a good reputation because he never really stuck his neck out for certain things.
This makes perfect sense.
I don't quite agree with that. I mean, then again, if it's Nixon writing it, I mean, Nixon was a self-serving son of a bitch, so he would have seen his own interest as being like the public interest.
I mean, you write a memoir. You're a powerful guy. It's self-serving. I think there's some truth in that because of what Bedell Smith said. It was his chief of staff in Europe. Eisenhower would never want to have a confrontation with anybody. He wanted everybody to like him. He'd leave it up to people to do his dirty work for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Bedell Smith said, "I was Eisenhower's Pratt boy."
Oh shit!
Exactly. So
that being said,
that makes sense, you know.
Ike was also the architect of mutually assured destruction, more or less, and he used that as a way to prevent military spending from becoming completely out of control. That's a major success. He also did not dismantle the New Deal. Because there were Republicans talking about it, he said that's stupid, it would be political suicide.
He did.
Which is that's calculated though.
Yeah, but it also did help a lot of people, and it also prevented him from fighting a policy battle he would lose. Because part of it is him, not him getting what he wants or what he advocates for. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel like Eisenhower's pretty solid. I don't think he's great or spectacular. Also, speaking of the personal racism bit, I TA'd for a class once on West African history. Apparently, Eisenhower never met with a single West African president at a time when West African countries were achieving independence because he thought they weren't ready for it. So anytime they would come to visit the White House, he'd say, "Nixon, go meet with them. I'm going to play golf." Every single time.
Exactly.
So Ike... Anyway, I'm trying to think. Overall, Spirit of the Times, I'm going to go with the B. I think he's pretty damn solid, but not truly great.
He achieves what he sets out for his policy goals. Much of what he does is self-serving. Interesting to note that the National Review was founded as an anti-Eisenhower magazine.
Really?
Because if you're a Republican who does want to end the New Deal, I mean, he is a traitor to you.
Yeah,
he's a guy who thought about running for the Democratic. I thought about running the Democratic ticket, you know. So that's just talking politics. I mean, he's able to have 2 terms, enter and leave, broadly popular. I would go with a B as well.
Okay.
B, well.
I mean, I'm talking about like he achieves what he wants to achieve, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, that does not mean I agree with everything.
He's like Bill Clinton, kind of.
No.
Yes, no, very, very much like Bill Clinton. He enacts a lot of policies from the opposed party. That's because he's working in a paradigm that was created by Franklin Roosevelt. All that said, I mean, personally, of course, I find the most distasteful thing about Eisenhower is in his presidency is really when you see the growth of this, like, hey, look, this guy got elected in a country we don't agree with. I don't know, kill him. You know?
Yeah.
It was going to happen in Iran or Guatemala and whatnot. So, you know. Also, Eisenhower does preside over what Cold War historians sometimes call the Ice Age. You know? There wasn't a notable improvement in relations with the Soviet Union at this time. So, I don't know. I'll stick with a B.
Yeah, I feel like his understanding that spending excessively in the military was unproductive was especially virtuous given his background as a lifelong career soldier. So, despite, maybe he was self-serving, but you could apply that same critique to every single person on this list right now and not be wrong.
Well, here's the thing with Eisenhower, though. Some of these men have principles. I'm not sure Ike did.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
Not
he
really.
could have been a Democrat or a Republican or independent, and no one would have noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So
basically
Bill
ran as
Clinton.
Ike.
Yeah. Like I beat Hitler, right?
Well, although to be fair, the difference between him and Clinton is that Clinton had a previous record of putting a D after his name,
That's
whereas
true.
Ike just is like, I don't know, where's the opportunity? I'll be a Republican, I guess. There's no talent over there, so I'll be one of them. Whatever. Call me Republican and make me president.
Well, here comes John F. Kennedy, who is another one of these guys who I'm like, oh, you're lucky you got shot. You know?
Yeah.
Uh,
Difficult man.
in terms of posterity, you know, I'm sure Kennedy didn't think it was lucky. There were so many more women he could have fucked that he wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, and personally, I think charming guy, intelligent. One of the few people on this list, along with Theodore Roosevelt, who is actually a historian. Um, he actually was studying history. He actually at one time went to his dad and said, "I'd rather be a historian." His dad said, "No, you got to be in military and the politics, because that's Kennedy's for you." Yeah, John F. Kennedy. What you guys think?
Well, that's a tough one. I feel like Kennedy is probably the most overrated figure in American history.
You're all base.
I mean, I don't even think he's that bad, but I just think he's massively overrated. I feel like there are people who attach their hopes and dreams to Kennedy, and they buy into the myth of Camelot, and they think that had only Kennedy lived, America would now be a shining utopia, and nothing would have ever gone wrong. Kennedy would have just brilliantly breezed through every crisis coming and going, and prosperity would have continued unabated to the present, which I think is completely unrealistic.
It was for people of that time, or particularly my mother's generation, quite a shock. She actually had a scrapbook of newspaper articles from the Kennedy assassination and books on it. And understand, my mom didn't have a lot of books, but not only he died, but he was the youngest man elected president, although Theodore Roosevelt was a year younger than him, but he wasn't elected. That's because Emily got shot. He was the first World War II vet. He really does come in when Americans, for the most part, are at the peak of their optimism. And he does imbue that. But he's an optimistic, handsome, charismatic man who is intelligent. So I can see why there was quite a shock with him.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I mean, Kennedy's got his he's got his share of problems. Some foreign policy mistakes, Bay of Pigs invasion, for instance. Doesn't quite know what to do with the civil rights movement that's emerging at the time. He'll cut taxes. He's also the guy who. Well, yeah, I mean, but both. Well, debatable either way. But he does achieve the tax cuts he wants. Here's the one that's interesting to me, though. The reason that we have the outsourcing of jobs is in large part because of John F. Kennedy. Kennedy's idea was that America would have essentially generous trade programs that would favor other countries. And in doing that, we would keep these countries close to us during the Cold War. So it's a Cold War strategy. The degree to which it works in keeping countries close to us in the Cold War is debatable. But it should be noted within a few years of his death, you can already see the decline of America's economic dominance beginning already at that time. And while there are many factors involved in that, I do have to say that Kennedy's trade policy was short-sighted and sold out the labor unions and the working class in favor of winning the Cold War. Beyond that, he does handle the Cuban Missile Crisis pretty well overall. Although his actions had already led to the crisis. Yeah. And you can see some debate about what he does afterwards. I don't know. I don't have a super high opinion of him. He got mired in a lot of bureaucratic squabbles and arguments. Then there's the whole mafia part too, but I won't get into that. That's getting into conspiracy territory.
Yeah, interestingly enough, over half of all Americans believe that his death was a massive conspiracy.
Because it was.
Because that's probably the most commonly believed conspiracy theory, period, is the Kennedy assassination one.
Definitely.
I mean, look.
It doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up. There are too many fucking holes. Every person who, has, I have a definitive book that says it was only Oswald. It's like you can plug the hole. You can fucking find the holes in that one, No, he was...
If George H.W. Bush was in Dallas that same day, I don't believe a damn thing the government says. That's simple. That fucking simple.
But hey, man, if we're getting to conspiracy theories, my opinion is the mob killed him.
All right, if we're going to do conspiracy theories, that needs to be a different video, and I'll have to bring in my friend Delano, who knows literally every conspiracy theory that's ever happened.
I'll bring Danny. He's really into conspiracy theories. I like him, but he's really into him.
All right, because
all I'll say is I think the mafia.
If you think Danny knows a lot of conspiracies, you'll have to meet I really need to bring Delano on the channel because also pop culture. I think Delano probably knows more than any person living about pop culture. I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
Cool.
He can. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Getting to John F. Kennedy. I rate him a C. He definitely achieved several of the domestic policy goals that he wanted. There were other ones he just didn't quite know how to navigate. And maybe some of that was because he was on painkillers. I mean, of all the presidents we've elected, he's one of the ones in the worst health, actually.
Yeah, Addison's disease, which I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I know it's not very good.
I read about that. He had he has worst health ever since FDR. In terms of he had a bad back. He was serving in the Navy, but he couldn't do the fitness test, so he had to have his dad pay him off basically to get the preferable missions in the PT boats. He almost killed himself doing that because of the waves. Obviously, he couldn't even sit in the boat. He kept on hurting his back. He had to be on a whole cocktail of pills every day. He had to wear a back brace. He was in really bad. It was like he was a 70-year-old man in a 45-year-old man's body.
Yeah, I mean, and also, all the women he was with. I mean, that's also physically demanding if you got a really bad back. So,
he had to be laying down.
Yeah, so he's probably doing cowboy the whole pretty much every time, right?
Actually,
I guess cowgirl. Sorry,
Derek. Derek. From what I've read, you are correct.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that. I was just improvising there, but.
Yeah, legitimately, man. Women were usually on top.
All right, makes sense to me. It's
the JFK way.
So we agree that JFK gets a C for cowboy or cowgirl. Excuse me.
There we go. He gets a C for cowgirl.
Yeah, but let's put in the context that the Cuban Missile Crisis that he saved us from was his fault because
true.
Eisenhower planned the operation, and then after that, there was supposed to be air support and naval support, and Kennedy pulled out the naval support and the Air Force support. So that screwed up the mission, number one. Then number two, Eisenhower told him, don't pull out a Laos. He pulled out a Laos, and that let the Ho Chi Minh Trail resupply the Viet Cong. So that's part of the reason why we lost Vietnam, too. And then he double-dipped in that.
I guess to be fair, part of the reason why why the Bay of Pigs failed is because it was attempted in the first place, which it shouldn't have been.
It's a pretty harebrained scheme. I will say, no air and naval support means what debatably didn't have a great chance anyway is now just people getting slaughtered for nothing.
Also,
he has to have something that shouldn't have been.
Also, fuck the CIA, which is mostly incompetent throughout its history, and when it does succeed, it never does anything good.
All right, well, going from JFK, now we have LBJ.
Who, according to many conspiracy theorists, was the man behind JFK's death.
He has every incentive to be.
I mean, that's a possibility. All I'll say is that I don't think he was involved, but I will add that when Kennedy died, I don't think he was that sad.
Well, also, my favorite LBJ... Well, I've got two favorite LBJ stories. I'll tell one now and then save the other for a minute later, but... LBJ apparently got on the ticket by Robert Kennedy called him to inform him that he was one of the people they were considering. And then later he called back and he was like really happy. He said, "Oh boy, I'm so happy that you guys chose me as VP." And they knew that needed his vote and his support in the South, so they had to put him on the ticket because otherwise they're afraid of offending him. So he actually managed to trick his way onto the ticket.
That's fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Here's my favorite I've heard. My favorite LBJ story. I don't know. Maybe I'm preempting yours, but I got to say it. A reporter was like, "So why are we in Vietnam?" and presses him, and he just pulls his dick out and says, "This is why."
That was my other story. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason he would do this is because apparently LBJ was packing heat.
Yeah. Apparently he would also call people into the bathroom when he was taking a shit, and he'd make them take notes while he was talking.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he was a guy. He was. I mean, he has big ears, big nose, big man, tall.
So everything about him had a lot of cartilage.
But yeah, he knew how to like assert himself physically onto other people. Assert dominance, if you will. You were saying like some alpha male stuff about Theodore Roosevelt. So, same thing with Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah, except I guess he was a little more refined because he didn't actually beat anybody up. He just, gave them the impression that he would at a moment's notice.
I can't say more refined. I have no record of Theodore
Well, actually,
Roosevelt.
maybe less refined because he'd be like, I remember that recording of him where he's calling his tailor and he's like, "I need more room in the ball sack for summer because it gets hot down there. So give me an extra inch down there near the sack."
He's like, "It's round my nuts,"
Yeah.
He's a great man, right? LBJ is like as portrayed often as one of her more tragic presidents, if you will. What can I say? He instituted. There's very few presidents who have instituted simultaneously a very expansive, aggressive, and ambitious domestic and foreign policy all at once.
Yes.
The textbook definition of guns and butter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to win the Vietnam War with your faulty strategy because you don't quite understand the opponent you're fighting and the kind of war that you're in. At the same time, we institute the Great Society, which he does succeed in passing, but which has significant flaws and failures, and which in many ways could be said to be the initial undoing of the New Deal coalition.
And he also helped to pass Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act.
He did. A bit of reluctance at first, but when he's in, and also he was never a segregationist. And it should be kept in mind, to be fair, nor was Orval Faubus or George Wallace. When they were initially politicians, they were seen as being more like left in the South. The thing is, unlike them, Lyndon Johnson, when it came time to be pro-segregation, said, "I won't do it." Whereas Faubus and George Wallace did it because it assured them re-election. And it's interesting to note because Lyndon Johnson did apparently say after passing the Civil Rights Act, "Well, we lost the South for a generation."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was cynical in that way because he would, for example, if you read a biography about him, he says he'll use the N-word in the South. He'll be like demeaning or like patronizing to like talking to the white Southerners about the blacks, and then the North he completely changes the way he speaks, like for whatever the audience is at the moment.
So I guess
But
he
I
was
guess
one of
his
those
intentions
people
were good.
Yeah, if he lived in the age of the internet, he would have been crucified. But luckily for him, he
definitely.
didn't.
Or unluckily, I mean, people like all we have to do right nowadays is find something bad somebody said and like nail them for it.
Especially if it was like 20 years ago on the internet when they were a teenager or some bullshit.
Well, that's your witch hunt mentality for you, right?
Yeah.
But no, Lyndon Johnson, I mean, he does pass the Great Society. However, his foreign policy is pretty much a failure from top to bottom.
Yeah.
There are a few random successes here, but so much of it gets dominated by Vietnam, almost to the point where what's happening with the Soviets is being ignored. The Soviets at this time were having a power struggle between several different groups. Then you have the border war between China and the Soviet Union, and Johnson can't exploit any of it because he's so focused on Nam.
Yeah.
So I don't view Lyndon Johnson particularly positively. Outside of passing the Civil Rights Act, which in of itself has its own share of flaws. I rate him a D.
I disagree. I actually think Johnson, despite the foreign policy failure, just the sheer fact that he was able to force through so many things on sheer force personality. This is a guy. You remember we talked about how a lot of our criteria is just the ability to get shit done. Yeah, Johnson can get stuff done.
Good point there.
Medicare. He had Medicare, Medicaid, and welfare, right? I mean, those were the three big pillars of the Great Society.
But remember, my other criteria is what you're passing work with what you're trying to achieve.
Well, those things did help reduce poverty up until 1980 when they were cut back. So they actually did work. I mean, they didn't work as well as advertised, but they still had a positive effect.
I could upgrade him to a C, Garrick, but I can't go higher than that. The Great Society, the Great Society, even more than the New Deal, is so scattershot. And it's also when the policies become more special interest oriented.
Oh yeah.
Well,
which I think once you get into that is really like if you're from a conservative bent, I mean that's how you demolish welfare. Is once your government benefit programs become specialized, then it's easy to divide people away from them, or to divide the electorate against them. Anyway, that's my point of view.
Also, one of my other criteria is impact on the lives of people, and for positive and negative, LBJ had a huge impact on a lot of people's lives. Welfare obviously helped a lot of people. Medicare, Medicaid helped a lot of people, but Vietnam also really fucked over a lot of people and created a veterans crisis in terms of veterans health care, and also providing benefits for veterans. So if we're talking about greatness in the strictly neutral sense of having a major impact, I mean, damn, LBJ is way up there. That being said, trying to balance out in terms of success and failure, this is hard. My gut instinct is a B.
I gotta go with D myself. So let's go with C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's a hard one.
He did change a lot of things.
Yeah, he's I feel like in many ways he's maybe the most complex president. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, yes. Easily one of the most complex. I'd play Johnson, Lincoln, Nixon. These are all very complex people.
Yeah, he's really hard to assess. I wish I could go back in time and just sit down with Johnson and have a conversation. Hopefully when he's not taking a dump,
Hopefully when he is taking a dump, man, that's when he's probably the most honest. Come on.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of shit.
Really, he is. Now, it's going to be hard for me to rate the next president because he's my favorite of all time.
Oh wait!
Really?
I'm like, who's next?
Richard Nixon.
Your favorite, Richard Nixon.
Oh yeah, I didn't say he was the best.
Okay.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, you're talking about complex. I mean, this is complicated. Okay. Yes, this is Nixon. Nixon then, now, and always will stir up so many complicated emotions, and it'd be. I would say that only a fool would not be able to concede that he achieved much and failed much at the same time.
Sure.
I say that because you will run to fools who think one way or the other. Right? Like, I know people are like, Nixon's the worst ever. I'm like, really? The worst?
That's all Watergate emotion, basically.
Yeah, it's also have you been paying attention to everybody since him?
I think it's two things. I think it's Watergate emotion, and also he was elected when the Democratic paradigm was still dominant, and being a Republican, and not only that, being a shifty, intelligent Republican who could really fuck with you.
Mm-hmm.
And they could even, I think for a lot of Democrats then, they could see Nixon outflanking them. Like, okay, here's the genius of Nixon. This is fucking brilliant. Nixon looks at the anti-war protesters and says, actually, they don't care that we murder Vietnamese. They said they don't care. What they care about is they don't want to be drafted because they want to stay in America to have sex, drugs, and rock and roll. If we get rid of the draft, the anti-war protests disappear. Absolutely correct. You look at interview with an honest anti-war protester organizer back then, they'll tell you as soon as Nixon got rid of the draft, they couldn't get anybody to show up for a protest. Nobody. Nixon understands human nature. That's the thing we don't like about Nixon is honest, brutally honest about the way we actually are and operate. And so Nixon destroyed the anti-war movement by exploiting the fact that they really weren't opposed to war. They just wanted to have a good time, and they didn't want to get killed for their country. You know? And think about that. With Nixon, we set up a professional army, and now nobody protests wars ever because it's all volunteer. Yeah?
Right.
So, fucking genius, all right? Think about this, too. Like, Nixon increased funding for the arts, right? So on the surface, you're like, oh, he's increased funding for the arts. But Nixon made sure that increased funding went to Republican states.
Right.
You set up the EPA, but you make sure that it has certain limits that will make it to where it's an organization with some power, but not too much. You want to get out of Vietnam, but you make sure when you get out of Vietnam that you're trying to make it to where South Vietnam can stand on its own. And I would argue that if there's no Watergate, South Vietnam would exist today.
Really?
Yes. Because South Vietnam only falls because the North Vietnamese realize that Gerald Ford does not have the will nor the political backing to bomb
the Congress. Yeah.
Exactly, the Congress.
They
the
didn't get the appropriations.
Doesn't have the political will. Without that, with that, if you have that, any North Vietnamese offensive, then bomb the shit out of them, they're done. So Nixon won the Vietnam War in that regard. He set up a South Vietnam that probably could have stood on not on its own necessarily, but one that could stand as long as the U.S. was able to bomb. But then Watergate comes along, which doesn't even matter. Watergate is such bullshit. Overblown, flimsy. It's like, oh my God, they broke into offices. I'm like, really?
It's like
you're
Bill
trying to
Clinton's
tell me that
impeachment.
that's what you're going to nail this guy on? Is the fact that they broke into some offices? That's like that's child's play.
It's
right?
tragic because he beat McGovern so bad. You didn't even need to do that.
Yeah, he didn't even do that. And I'm not saying Nixon didn't make mistakes or shit I don't agree with. Hell, the Saturday Night Massacre, I don't agree with Nixon on that. At that point, Nixon kills himself.
Paranoid.
Yeah, big paranoid. He's losing it at that point. But Watergate, they're only getting him on Watergate because they lost. It was child's play. It was, I don't want to say standard necessarily, but it just wasn't that big of a deal. Really. Think about it. Did Nixon throw any reporters in jail? Did Nixon do anything really that horrible? No, he broke in to try to spy on his political opponents. Seems pretty normal to me. I would spy on my political opponents, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess that's a tough one.
For me, Nixon's S tier.
Oh God, you must be kidding. What's your real rating?
Probably like an A or a B, honestly.
Okay.
I really do think Nixon's a great president who we do not like because Nixon doesn't make us feel like we're filled with puppies and sunshine. Like Lincoln says nice things while he's overseeing a war of conquest. Right?
Okay.
And he says lovely things while he is, sending people off to be military advisors in Vietnam and doing things the Bay of Pigs invasion. Nixon says some lies as well, but there's more honesty to Nixon overall, and we just don't like
He's
that.
definitely not overrated at all. That's the thing.
Yeah,
we definitely want our leaders to lie to us more.
Okay, I'll give you that Nixon is probably underrated, if anything, because Watergate was overblown. I agree with that much.
We didn't even go into foreign policy with détente.
Right, that was a big one.
Watergate didn't even get the right people. Pat Buchanan got away with it. The Bushes got away with Watergate. A
Oh
lot of
yeah,
people
yeah,
get away
no,
with it.
exactly, man,
Well,
exactly. Watergate, they got the small fish, you know. I mean, shit, dude. Get into foreign policy. Nixon, unlike Johnson, see the China-Soviet split. Him and Kissinger and God, who was his Rogers? It was Secretary of State. They figured out how to exploit this stuff. Go talk. All you gotta do is talk to the Chinese. The Soviets become paranoid, and that way you can actually make deals with the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking brilliant. If his foreign policy had any mistake, it was probably related to Kissinger, and that Kissinger, while very brilliant at great power diplomacy, was not very good at small country diplomacy. So, for instance, Kissinger, and to a lesser degree Nixon, viewed the wars between Pakistan and India as a proxy of like Russia versus America, which is not the case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that with Kissinger being so immersed in great power diplomacy, Nixon, if anything, by meeting people like West African leaders, right? Like, I mean, fuck, man. Pat Nixon's one of the most well-traveled first ladies of all time. Why? Because Eisenhower was sending like Richard and Pat Nixon off to go to any African or South American country just to go like, "Hi, America's here," you know. So Nixon also had extensive foreign policy experience, and overall was better at handling smaller countries than some presidents before and since. So anyway, I'm rambling a bit. I've had a bit to drink, but yeah, Nixon's the one, man.
all right. One thing I'll give him credit for that you didn't mention, and I guess this was part of his political ability, is that when the Cuyahoga River caught on fire, he created the EPA. And so he headed off the liberals in that sense and created something that actually does something positive. That being said, I'm not as high on Nixon as you are. Here's part of the reason why. So, in many ways, Nixon was the last liberal president, which I kind of like in a way. That being said, the Watergate scandal, while in itself not a huge deal, or at least it shouldn't be by our modern desensitized standards, this basically corrupted the entire boomer generation, and this is why many of them are so cynical, why many of the Republicans of the boomer generation are so completely off the rails insane, and why many Democrats of the boomer generation are willing to back pieces of shit like Joe Biden. And argue the lesser of two evils with a straight face, and without any real acknowledgement of the fact that it's not a choice.
I would say that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So, while it's not necessarily a direct result of the Nixon presidency, or at least not part of what he was aiming for, I think that in many ways the kind of political incompetence of the boomer generation, which has really fucked us over and over and over and over in the intervening years, largely stems from Richard Nixon trying, more or less, creating a level of moral corruption that no one else in history has succeeded at.
Oh no, that's over. Nah. Let me say, man. Look, that's the boomers' fault. Okay, they took something that was minor and overblown it, and argued with each other incessantly over it. But shit, I mean, Kennedy and Johnson, they were taping people, right? I mean, they're doing shady shit. I mean, fuck, man. Without the mafia, Kennedy doesn't get elected. You know?
Yeah, they
All
rigged
Nixon-
Illinois.
All Nixon did was he got caught. He got caught when he was a Republican with a Democratic Congress. That's all it was. I will agree with Conrad Black on this. Ultimately, the fall of Nixon is really tragic because you have a competent president, one of the most competent we've ever had, and he was destroyed because of political pettiness. In other words, this was Andrew Johnson, only this time it works.
Uh-huh.
Never recovered from that. And
Yeah.
I see that and I'm like, oh my God, we had a man who was politically competent, who was good at domestic and foreign policy, and we paid him by disgracefully driving him and hounding him out of office. That's my opinion on the tragedy of Richard Nixon. Also, he was corrected about Alger Hiss. Alger Hiss was a commie. At the time, everybody thought Alger Hiss wasn't, because that was what every left-winger thought. until they opened up the Verona files and turns out Nixon was right all along. You know why? Because Nixon's usually right. The way it works.
Yeah.
What would you
So
rate?
anyway,
What would you
I think
rate Tricky Dick?
the major fuck up here is with Nixon is that he had Henry Kissinger, which correctly said by Sean that he did do a lot of things with China and the Soviet Union, which were correct. I did think that he had a fundamentally bad view, and that is that he was a Jew, so he was very Zionist, and by helping the Israel during the 6-Day War or the Yom Kippur War, I think that started the stagflation from the oil shock in 1973. So that screwed the economy, which then made the Republicans lose in 1976. But then that stagflation snowballed under Carter, which screwed the Democrats for like 12 years after that.
yeah, I want to ask you one thing about that though. What should he have done during the Yom Kippur War? Now, I know about the Yom Kippur War only in the military sense, right? I don't know it so well diplomatically.
That's really tough because I mean you could argue there'd be more without Israel, but I don't know because the Israeli control over the U.S. politics is like what made Nixon intervene in the first place, didn't it? No.
Well, in the early 1970s, I don't think Israel has enough influence to control U.S. politics. That's a bit of a stretch.
But if the Secretary of State is Israeli, you know. But also, let's put into fact.
Also a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about Kissinger's precise views in terms of Zionism in that regard.
No, plus it's okay. So the number one, you have to agree that Israel's a good thing, and then number two, you have to say that it's worth a recession and inflation to save it.
I don't know if they were foreseeing that supporting Israel would have.
Oh no! Of course not. But I mean, that's because of OPEC. They should have seen that coming, but they didn't.
Well, let's ask ourselves something though first. Had OPEC really stretched their muscles before the Yom Kippur War?
No, I think OPEC was more like relevant at that point, you know, because that emboldened Libya at the time. Libya was really rich in the mid '70s because of that oil shock.
I think the OPEC thing came as a bit of a shock to them. I think OPEC. I mean, and don't get me wrong. Like, there is some short-sightedness there, but that's the nature of Kissinger and Nixon, especially Kissinger, is that Kissinger doesn't understand smaller countries. He doesn't get them.
No. That's a doctrine of Nixon and Kissinger, and that is I forget what it's called, but it's basically saying that we're a descending power and we should accommodate the bigger powers like the Soviet Union. So that's the détente policy under Carter, and that's the nuclear reduction and the harm reduction type of treaties.
We'll say this, not a descending power idea. The way that Kissinger framed détente was Nixon is eligible bachelor, and the Soviets and the Chinese are two women who want to be married to. So their emphasis really is on how do we get a deal with the Soviet Union by playing up their rivalry with China, their bad relations with China, and also at the same time, how do we make sure that South Vietnam can survive and have what Nixon called peace with honor? Nixon's understanding, which I get, is that we got to get out of Nam, but if we all pull out all at once, it's a total disaster. Everybody died for nothing. Let's try to make it to where South Vietnam can exist, which is not necessarily even that terrible of a thing. I mean, the South Vietnamese government, it's bad, it's incompetent, sure, but it's not communist, because, you know, communist countries, I mean, they're not really known for their human rights, high scores, right? So I don't think Nixon was even wrong to be sticking around in Nam, but that really does consume foreign policy.
I don't know. I feel like, Vietnam was a war which never should have happened. And
I agree, man. I just think Nixon inherited the thing, you know?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Like, I blame Johnson.
He tried to make the best of it.
I blame, Nixon's just got a shit sandwich he's got to deal with.
He's got to eat it.
I've heard people try to pin it on Kennedy, though, but I don't know.
I mean, he did step in it further.
Yeah, you know, but like, so anyway, we should get away from Nixon because I can talk forever.
So, where we want to rank Nixon? What's your thoughts, Sean?
I go with I go the B.
Okay.
And my S thing was just more for a joke, but
Okay.
seriously, I go with the B.
Man, that's tough. I can't find it possible to rank him above Johnson, so I got to go D so that we'd average it out to C.
Yeah, I say C too. Such a
'Cause,
mixed bag. It's so hard.
Yeah, he's like a bag of mixed planners nuts, and he was pretty nuts, just like Johnson.
He's a pragmatic centrist, somewhat progressive, somewhat conservative globalist president. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, although even then, he's wary of globalism in many ways too.
Actually, I just
Yeah.
figured out. You know that one picture of Johnson and Nixon staring at each other across the table when Nixon was elected. That's gonna be the
yeah.
thumbnail for this video because those are two of the most thorny and difficult presidents to rank. So I think it's only fitting that they make the thumbnail.
And that makes perfect sense. Oh, I will mention, now that you mention, I do want to say what I think is the most disgraceful thing Nixon ever did was during the '68 presidential election. We told South Vietnam, "Let me become president. I'll get you a better deal."
Oh, that was a dick move. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was. I mean, everybody's got a low point, and that was Nixon's low point.
They could have gotten peace out of that during LBJ.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also,
that was extreme. That was super evil, actually. Now that I think about it.
my favorite,
Jesus Christ.
my favorite
That-
Nixon moment.
That is Nixon at his worst. It really is.
My favorite Nixon moment is when they had to dig him out for 1988 when he had to defend what's his face, who was HW's VP, Dan Quayle. Yeah,
Quayle.
Yeah, he had to defend the intellect of Dan Quayle. He's not the intellectual midget that he's made out to be.
He is, though.
Yeah, he was though.
That guy's really, yeah.
All right. So speaking of Nixon, he left office obviously after Watergate, and he was succeeded by the man he chose as VP, former Speaker of the House, Gerald Ford.
Yeah. Oh, fun fact about Gerald Ford. One of my favorite Ford quotes ever is from LBJ. He said that the problem with Gerald Ford is he played football without a helmet a little too much.
Yeah.
A little mean to Ford, though.
Yeah. Although I guess the key debate about Ford is whether he was right or wrong to pardon Nixon. I think he fucked that up. I think he should not have done the pardon.
I think politically, maybe commuting it or something. Something less bold than the pardon to save his own ass.
Well, I think what he needed to do is establish a precedent that presidents can be prosecuted for crimes in office. Because by setting the precedent that you can't do that, or that it's not a thing that people do, he really set us up to take a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It's a tough call. I can see it in both ways. Ultimately,
another shit sandwich.
Ultimately, I think at that point he shouldn't have pardoned Nixon because the Rubicon's been passed.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, what I think is interesting about Ford is how much he does with so little. I mean, think about this. He's in office he's office like barely how long, 2 years really?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he has some foreign policy success in those 2 years. Now, he's not as skilled as Nixon is, but he does still have Kissinger. He's able to get some achievements with the Soviet Union. More importantly, despite the pardon fiasco, he's able to, unlike, say, like a Chester A. Arthur or something, he's able to set himself as politically strong enough to run again.
Yeah.
1976 race, it's not super close, but it's closer than people thought it was going to be.
He could have won. If you look at the polling projections, he would have won if it happened 6 weeks later. He was almost tying, and especially with the popular vote.
Oh yeah, close. No, he was definitely surging towards the end. That's true.
He also got close to winning the 1980 nomination.
Yeah, Reagan fucked him both times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Reagan was super opportunistic for 12 years there, trying to be nominee.
Yeah, so Gerald Ford, I feel like one of SNL's biggest misses, they tried to make him out to be a klutz, even though he's probably the greatest athlete president we've ever had.
Yeah, he looked pretty alpha.
Yeah, he was a very accomplished college football player, very
He aged
graceful.
terribly though.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you never saw him stumbling around like in those skits. I mean, he was always very
Oh no.
nimble on his feet, even as an old man. That being said,
Mhm.
another interesting thing about Gerald Ford, he never thought he was going to become president after he stepped in for Spiro Agnew. He did it as a favor to Nixon. His real ambition was always to be Speaker of the House, which he accomplished and then got fucked out of by Nixon.
Wait,
Um,
wasn't he minority leader?
or yeah, he never. I maybe didn't get to quite be Speaker of the House, but he that was his real goal, and that was
Hmm.
his dream. And Nixon deprived him of that dream. And
Nixon.
when he left
Oh.
Washington after he lost to Carter, he had the plane circle not around the White House but around the Capitol because that was his real home.
Hmm.
So I feel bad for Ford on a certain level because he did not want the job, and he also thought that Nixon wasn't going to go down and he would just be there. And then he got stuck with the problem of trying to fill Nixon's shoes and also decide what to do with Nixon. And on a personal level, I actually find Ford pretty likable. I remember he was still active in the media around the time I came of age. He was still doing interviews and stuff, and I didn't agree with everything he said, but sometimes it sounded pretty reasonable, especially on social issues where he's fairly libertarian or whatever. Uh, but as president, I feel like deciding to pardon Nixon was a huge, colossal failure.
I'm going to go with a D myself. I do believe he did pretty well considering the situation. And I will also say that while the pardon thing failed, his overall competency and soberness restored some faith in the presidency, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember reading a biography where somebody was saying that it's a false narrative that Carter restored faith in the presidency because Ford did it before him. I don't know if that was quite true in terms of public perception, but certainly
Oh
Ford was
God, Carter would be a reversion,
well.
man. People,
Ford was above board personally. I think it's safe to say he didn't have any scandals that I know of, I've never heard anybody say that Ford was a terrible person. And also, I think that's part
Yeah,
of why Nixon chose him is because he knew that Ford was clean.
it's a safe choice.
Yeah, so actually, I
yeah.
think D's pretty fair for him.
Even though Ford did pick Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld as part of his cabinet, which let them, go on for
Yeah,
to
but
be
Oh,
like
yes.
really bad.
to be fair,
No, you're mentioning.
he did play a lot of football though.
Well, no, no. You can see under Gerald Ford the emergence of the Republicans who will really take over into the late '90s, into the aughts. You know,
He enabled it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cheney.
although I don't know how much he could have predicted that because the project for New American Century and all that stuff hadn't happened yet.
well, no. What I mean is that there was under Ford, the liberal Republicans, Nelson Rockefeller being his vice president, had their last gasp at power, and
Yeah.
Rockefeller's people were ousted during Ford's administration.
Right.
Now, what I would say is that under Ford's administration, you do start to see the emergence of people who will be prominent in the Reagan administration all the way going forward.
To Bush 1 or 2,
Bush.
actually.
Yeah, Bush too, exactly. So you do see that emerging at the time. Poor Nelson Rockefeller, poor Rocky, never became president.
Yeah.
But, did get to die sleeping with his mistress, So died a happy man.
Bad optics, yeah.
Well, that's something.
All
Next,
right, now,
next up we have former nuclear sub captain Jimmy
and
Carter
Peanut Farmer.
and Peanut Farmer, yes, and also someone who's the first person on this list who is still alive.
That's right. Jimmy Carter is still alive. He's almost 100.
Yeah. Speaking of the not dead yet, how would you rate Jimmy Carter's tenure as president?
See, the thing is, we get into I think two things. One, we're so into things that if we don't remember it, our parents do, and it wasn't that far away. So we kind of have like a echo of a memory. So these things are controversial by their nature, but also presidents do so much more than they did in the 1800s. That controversy is easier to court. You're doing so much, you're going to fail somewhere and succeed somewhere else. And of all the disjunctive presidents we've mentioned, Carter's the one who has the most successes under. Now, foreign policy-wise, it's very hit and miss. Of course, they have the Camp David Accords. By the same token, you have the Iran hostage crisis. And I would also say Carter fucks up détente. Because Carter is the one who becomes first avowedly pro-Chinese president. Right? Yeah, under him is when the Cold War reached the second tensest period of the Cold War starts with Carter. That'll define America into Reagan's first term. So anyway, on the domestic front, Carter represented a reform Democrat insofar as he believed in some deregulation. That deregulation can go one way or the other. We can make an argument that deregulation of some of the airlines wasn't too successful. Meanwhile, his deregulations that allowed beer is why we have craft beer right now.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah, dude, if I
I'm actually drinking one of those right now, now that you mention it.
Man, I should go grab one of mine right now. Look, if I owned a craft brewery, I would make a Carter beer. Okay? Which makes perfect sense because of his brother, what was it, Billy Carter? Yeah, Billy Carter, man. So my dad actually had some Billy Carter beer. That was his brother who was known for drinking, and the beer was hilarious. It was Billy Carter and his friends eating a bunch of rednecks, like grilling meat with some trucks nearby, and it said, "Brother, this is the best beer I've ever had, and I've had a lot." That's what it said on the thing.
Wow.
Yeah, Billy Carter, great guy. Carter represents, for Southerners, he represents the emergence of the Southern politicians who went against segregation.
Yeah.
Now, Carter was a bit slower on that than some of the other ones, but when he embraced it wholeheartedly. So he really represented the epitome of what we would call a New South politician, or a New South in terms of race, at least. That said, despite some of Carter's diplomatic success, he's kind of hit and miss, though. Like I said, he doesn't really provide the leadership that people want at the time, and doesn't handle the economic problems of that time very well either. He was an open feuding with his own party. Keeping in mind that he represents a more conservative Democrat, honestly. And what's the other one I would say? He's his Secretary of State was Cyrus B. Vance, and his National Security Advisor, Brzezinski, I think it was his name. They're openly arguing in front of the cameras. So, even though Carter's a technocrat and a micromanager, he doesn't know how to manage people. He wasn't without charisma, but he wasn't with the kind of charisma people wanted at that moment.
Yes.
Also, the boomers are around. Americans are still very materialistic, and Carter's saying, "Stop buying so much stuff." And I'm like, "All right, man, I agree with you, but that they don't want to hear that at the time."
The anti-inflation rhetoric didn't work for Ford either. It's very unpopular.
Exactly. The anti-inflation rhetoric did not work for Ford either. He had that button he was running around with.
Lick the plate, yeah.
Yeah, it just, oh man. So anyway, Carter, I don't know. It's a hard one. I kind of rate him a D.
Yeah, he's a tough one. One thing he does have in his favor is I'm pretty sure that he's the only modern president to not drop a bomb on a foreign country during his tenure. Which is pretty impressive, especially when you consider that every president before and after him did just that. That being said, obviously he presided over mostly failure. He had to concede to the Republicans quite a bit, especially after the midterms in 1978. That's where some of the deregulation came from. He tried to guide it towards areas where it wouldn't do much harm. You mentioned deregulation of the alcohol industry. So he helped in that sense. You could make the case he is, in some senses, the first neoliberal president. I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but I could certainly understand the case. Um,
I would argue that he is. I mean, keeping in mind, it's not the hard neoliberalism we've lived under our entire life.
He did
Yeah.
make the Department of Education, though.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly worked.
He also
Oh, no, I'm not saying I like it. That's pretty big.
he also
Average.
tried to put front and center environmental issues in a way that no previous president had done. It didn't end up working out super well, but he did try to implement some vehicle emission standards, which, had they been upheld by Reagan, would have very dramatically impacted the way that automobiles use gas today. Even way before today. Yeah, Carter, man, I feel like D's about right. I don't really see a way to argue around that. I mean, he politically, he was not very good at advertising what he did accomplish, which again is not dropping a bomb on anybody and managing to resolve the Iran hostage crisis. Well, he did it, secretly with the help of Canada and all that. But he couldn't advertise it because it was a secret deal, and he, rather than politicizing it like Nixon would have done, to toot his own horn.
He got Reagan to popularize that for himself, basically.
Yeah, basically, he basically let other people steal the credit for his accomplishment. Man, I think D's about right. Because I have a certain amount of respect for Carter. Of all the presidents who have been alive during my lifetime, at least, because he was president before I was born, but of all the presidents I've sort of seen and heard, he's the only one I actually respect on a personal level. But still, he's not very good. He's a D.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean by respect for,
Yeah, because the other ones, I hear that they're sick or they're dying or dead or whatever. I don't give a shit at all.
Funny guy, man. All right, well, let's move to the guy who my father had a playing card deck for.
Ronald Reagan.
The boomers president.
Yeah, the guy who boomers got hard for.
I mean, I can't blame him, man. I mean,
he kept his hair well.
He did, especially for such an old man.
Exactly.
Like Reagan's hair is so fucking retro. Like, you look at him, you're like, all right, the 1940s are back, kids.
Also, have either of you guys ever played the Leisure Suit Larry games?
No, I had a roommate who played them though. What about him?
So in the PS2 version, the host of the little game show that Larry's playing on, which is basically a competition at a community college to sleep with as many women as possible, the host is very clearly supposed to be Ronald Reagan. I mean, they don't name him, but it's Reagan. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but there you go. Anyway, so go ahead, Sean.
No, Reagan is Reagan's interesting. We still ultimately live in the political paradigm that he created, although it's dissolving right now. It'll probably be dead in about another 4 to 8 years.
Yeah.
As far as like pure charisma, Reagan's got it in spades.
Yeah.
Probably the most charismatic president of my lifetime. Only Obama could contend, but Reagan was good off the cuff and Obama wasn't.
Yeah.
Right.
So I give the difference to Reagan.
Well, actually, they say that like in his archives, he had like 1,000 note cards full of like jokes that he had prepared. So off the cuff, but with like a big archive. I guess he was.
Yeah, of course, man. I don't mean that he just made this shit up like at the moment, but he prepared.
Yeah.
Well, he was an actor, so it makes sense that he would have a few, on the ready, on standby.
Singers, yeah, he's good delivering them too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. And in many ways, like in the way that Franklin Roosevelt, we could say, exploited the radio era. Well, Reagan's your first true TV president, I would say. I mean, one might say Kennedy, but man, I'd say it was Reagan. But anyway, so Ronald Reagan, wants to come in with a hard Cold War policy, succeeds in that. Now, eventually, he gets the gift of Gorbachev, which is not. I mean, we could debate the degree to which Gorbachev is due to Reagan. It should be noted, though, that the hard line against the Soviet Union had a definite effect on their intelligence gathering services and on the paranoia within the Soviet Union. That might have been enough to force a guy like Gorbachev in there, who Reagan can negotiate with. And Reagan's foreign policy in his second term really sings.
See, this is exactly why, because it was in his confidence. Because, the Kissinger approach is to say that the Soviet Union's very powerful and ascending, whereas with Ronald Reagan, I think in 1984, he asked one of the economic advisors of his how economically powerful and big the Soviet Union is. And of course, a communist country doesn't show how much money they make, but it showed out that their GDP was $32 billion, which was like half of what California was at the time. So it was super fucking poor. And then he's like, really? That's a joke? We spent this much money on them? So he just steamrolled them after that.
Yeah. I'm still going to argue with you about the degree to which Kissinger says the Soviet Union's ascending. I think what Kissinger said was the Soviet Union must be taken seriously and treated as a great power, not necessarily ascending. I didn't say ascending. Now, that said, so Reagan does get the gift of having Gorbachev. He handles negotiations with him. He's able to do that very, very masterfully. His domestic policy, while I disagree with it, he's able to get a lot of what he wants done. Tons of deregulation, of course. Variety of tax cuts, but probably too severe, which is why he ends up raising taxes later on.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I also would say that shows a lot of flexibility. And I think that's one of the things I really like about Reagan is that he was not a hidebound ideologue.
He kept the capital gains taxes high on the rich, for example. And then he's like, why the hell would I lower capital gains on people that make more than $400,000 a year?
Right. And, it's interesting you mentioned that, too. I mean, Reagan's political hero was Franklin Roosevelt.
At the beginning, yeah.
But also think about this. He keeps a picture of him. But here's the thing about it. Less about the policies of Franklin Roosevelt. It's more about the personality, the persona.
Yeah. Although he was a Democrat in the 30s and 40s.
Sure.
His son was a Democrat, too. It's kind of
sad.
His son still is. He does radio in Seattle, and he still
He's
advocates.
Getting cucked by a seed.
Yeah.
But no, Reagan...
His son's also an atheist, which is pretty funny. Because, Reagan was a hardcore Christian.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know if Reagan...
Kind of. I mean, maybe not hardcore, but he definitely went to church every Sunday.
He presented like that. And he emboldened himself with the evangelical crowd.
Well, apparently his son has this... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, he saw that the evangelical crowd was disillusioned with Carter, so he exploited that very effectively.
The Southern Baptist.
Yeah. No, we're talking about a charismatic man, a shrewd politician, one who is flexible, who achieves a lot of his policy goals. I would go with an A.
Really?
Yeah. Now, mind you, not like I'm part of the Ronald Reagan fan club here necessarily. I'm just saying the guy achieved what he wanted to achieve. Enters the White House popular, he leaves it very popular as well.
Sure.
There's a reason why we still talk about Reagan in the way that we do.
All right, I have a pretty different take on Reagan.
God.
For the most part,
hey, don't get me wrong, man. There's a bunch of shit I'm going to agree with what you're saying.
So for the most,
I know what you want to get done.
For the most part, if you look at what he set out to do, most of his victories came early, and so in that way he's like Obama. All his victories before 1982, pretty much. After that point, he doesn't achieve very much. Most of the legislative battles he loses.
Mm-hmm.
And then people make the case that what he really won was the battle for discourse. That he changed the way people talk about and think about things with welfare queens and all his other coinages. But what did he really pass beyond his initial tax cuts? Because after that, he had to walk that back quite a bit by a few tax hikes.
And plus, the government overall grew.
Yeah, so the government
grew. Democrat control in the House.
Deficit grew because he came in. He was talking about being a fiscal conservative. Didn't quite ever do that.
He cut taxes and then didn't cut the spending, correspondingly speaking.
Oh yeah, well,
yeah.
I will say this about deficit spending. I take none of that seriously.
I don't
That's
either.
that's like a stripper saying they love you. It's a lie.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm inclined to agree. That being
Yeah, no president, Republican or Democrat, has taken the fucking balanced budget seriously since Eisenhower.
yeah,
Well,
so
Clinton balanced it.
A bit, yeah, a bit. That's true. Bill Clinton a little bit, but
for like a year.
It's more like a pretense. Yeah.
Yeah.
right. It's something you tell voters to make them feel good. It's a lie.
So also with Reagan, he had a Star Wars initiative that failed. He took credit.
No way, man. That beat the Soviets.
he took credit for creating the so-called Army of Excellence, which was this revamped military after Vietnam that he supposedly revived after it was at its lowest ebb. But actually, that was a Carter initiative in many ways. If you look at a lot of the major pieces of equipment that were built in heavy numbers during the 80s, they were all approved during the Carter administration. The M1 tank, B-1 bomber, all that shit was Carter era, but built under Reagan. He get credit for it. A lot of Reagan, a lot of his aura is simply that, empty aura. A lot of it is what Reagan supposedly stood for. In many ways, Reagan was an empty suit. He was a stand-in for what Republicans wanted more so than an actual person who achieved all that much. And
that was even more true eventually with dementia.
Oh yeah, especially the second term, the second half of the second term.
Very much, he's always a creature of his advisors, and eventually, the more shrewd of the advisors within his administration realized that, and were able to exploit it for good and bad.
Yeah. The other thing with Reagan, I don't get the impression that, aside from the two massive presidential wins, I don't know, what did he actually gain out of the 1984 election when he won re-election? I don't think he took Congress with him. He didn't have much coattails.
Disproportionately, he lost the Congress for sure.
Yeah, so so a lot of the supposed victories he had over the public in terms of changing things didn't occur till he was out of office.
Yeah.
So I feel like he is another. He's sort of in the JFK category. He's like the anti-JFK in the sense that JFK is a young, charismatic man. Ronald Reagan's the old, charismatic man, and neither of them actually achieved nearly as much as they get credit for. I'm going with D.
Oh man, I think you way downplay what Reagan was able to achieve in that.
Yeah. I think the supply side economics completely took over the political discourse in the last 40 years for sure.
I think that it took a while. I think it was actually post-Reagan when Reagan's ideas took hold.
Cemented, yeah, sure.
Cemented, yeah, no, definitely. It was an uphill battle.
And when it comes to, I know there are a lot of people talk about norms, values, discourse. I find all that rather soft, especially when compared with solid institutional achievements and laws. So I tend to rate that much lower than actual passing of laws.
In that case, man, you still got to rate Reagan highly. He defined the courts and a lot of the bureaucracy. Not all of it, but a decent amount of the bureaucracy was staffed with his kind of people.
Here's another point too: foreign policy. Reagan. A lot of times people give Reagan credit for ending the Cold War. How much longer would the USSR have lasted even without Reagan and without renewed military spending? Was it really going to last that much longer, probably. Honestly? It was pretty much doomed by the time the 80s rolled around.
I'm gonna say, man, that is some severe hindsight right there. Very few people predicted that the Soviet Union was going to fall when it fell.
They had 15%, like 15% of their GDP every year was going to the military. They were so screwed. But America didn't know that at that point.
And not just that, there was this general belief that the Soviet Union was economically screwed, but was going to totter on just a little longer. What we really didn't know was we didn't know the degree of dissatisfaction within the Soviet Union, but more importantly, the degree to which the Soviet Union wasn't willing to defend itself.
And the nukes were always scary too.
Yeah, and as they should be, right?
Yeah.
That's
the one thing that North Korea is relevant in. It's just that they have the nukes.
Yeah,
that's literally it.
Look, you got nukes; it goes a long fucking way, right?
Exactly.
And keep this in mind too. We're saying all this shit, but regardless of the Soviet Union's GDP, throughout the 1980s until the very fucking end, they have a massive military on the border whose doctrine requires them to use tactical nukes and chemical weapons. Yeah. So imagine if the Soviet Union does go over the border in 1985 or something. Even if you beat them, it's going to be a Holocaust.
So you mean the Red Storm Rising scenario?
Right. But I mean, you can't... the Soviet Union has weaknesses, but anybody at that time could have pointed to obvious strengths. I mean, hell, here's an interesting one for you. I've done some stuff in the Cold War Navy. While Reagan is negotiating with Gorbachev, one of the few groups in his inner circle that are telling him that he's being way too soft on the Soviets is the United States Navy. Why is that? Because towards the end of the Cold War, the Soviets had developed subs that were nearly as quiet as ours. And there's reason to believe they found where our strategic nuclear submarines were located. You know, our Ohio-class subs. The U.S. Navy's never confirmed that. There's reason to believe the Soviets had actually figured it out in about 1987 where they were located. Because you can see around that time, the U.S. Navy internally and with their advice to Reagan becomes far more bellicose. So Reagan does have people saying this year, these guys are juiced. Sure, their economy may be fucked, but militarily they're strong. You know? And I get what you're all saying. The Soviet Union has problems, but at that time, that's some hindsight talking.
Yeah.
And hell, I would say if it had not been a Gorbachev, let's say Andropov lived another 10 years. I think the Soviet Union goes on a lot longer.
Really?
Andropov was the kind of guy who could have kept that ship sailing. You know?
If Reagan did anything that would lower his grade score, I mean, by like 1 from an A to a B, it would be picking George H.W. Bush as VP. That in and of itself.
Well, I don't know. That actually helped him. That actually helped him consolidate the Republican base and party.
Yeah,
though.
I know. That was a toxic pill, though. That bit him in the ass, basically.
Although Bush didn't really reverse any of Reagan's policies, so.
But he got rid of all of the people in the administration, it would seem.
Yeah,
and he raised taxes.
To be fair, I mean, Truman got rid of FDR's people, but didn't really change all that much.
Well, that's the thing, Derek, though. I would disagree with you on that one with Truman and with Bush as well. I think George H.W. Bush represents more of a departure from Reagan than you usually get with these successor presidents. But hey, let's get into Bush, right?
All right. Well, how are we going to rate Reagan? Because, I don't know, I might be willing to go as high as a C. I'm not convinced he was... I think Reagan is still one of the most overrated presidents, period.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's a lot of novelty, so I'd say B is a good middle point.
Yeah, I think B's fine. I was actually more on A-B border myself.
I'm pretty disgusted by the idea that Reagan is greater than Truman, Johnson, and Nixon, but...
Oh, no. I'm talking about what you're able to achieve.
Yeah, that's...
objectively.
Makes me throw up a little bit in my mouth, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck Reagan. I'm glad he didn't remember the last 10 years of his life. Fuck him.
He looked so bad in 2004. Oh my god, he was like, ugh. Look, when I think of Joe Biden, I think of Reagan, circa 1990. You know.
Yeah.
Like a good guy slipping. Slipping. It's kind of sad.
We move on to successor president George H.W. Bush. Bush 41. I actually think if it hadn't been for his son, that we'd probably have a much more positive opinion of him.
Oh yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, man.
He was more tactful with the invasion of Kuwait and Iraq.
Yeah, he was also more intelligent in general, and more qualified to be president.
Yeah, there's actually a joke amongst foreign policy experts about George H.W. Bush, which is that America had this highly competent, proficient foreign policy expert, and we fired him.
Yeah.
The joke being that Americans really don't care about foreign policy at all.
Because we don't.
For the most part, we don't. Unless it involves a war, we don't give a shit. I mean, we do want you to do a few things right, as long as you can point to like 1 or 2 big successes in your administration. Cool, right? Otherwise, we don't care. George H.W. Bush, What do you guys think?
He's a difficult one. He tried to continue Reagan's policies economically laissez-faire, but he wasn't wed to it, so he compromised with Democrats, lost support of his own base, and that was really what cost him 1992. That and Ross Perot. Well, I don't know. Ross Perot is debatable, but mostly
No, 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 no. Actually, no. Ross Perot only took away 55% of Republican votes, so he wasn't even close to winning. He would have won 5 more electoral votes. He would have won Montana and I think maybe one state. Yeah, something like that.
well. Anyway, though, with HW, he never had deep support. He had broad support at his height, but never deep support. No one really loved him. People just kind of liked him or thought
Exactly.
he was okay. That and also interesting side note: of all the presidents, at least of my lifetime, HW presided over the biggest piece of legislation, and that is the Americans with Disabilities Act. No one else has come close to that, and at least in my lifetime. He also is responsible for the basically all black districts in Congress, which produce people who are, mostly they're there to be safe districts to make sure Democrats are less competitive overall in states, and they tend to produce candidates who, frankly, are corrupt because they have no competition. So it was a pretty brilliant move politically because it really fucked over the Democrats because then they can't really go against it because otherwise you'd be accused of racism. But if they don't go against it, they are less competitive in states. So it was a pretty Nixonian move actually. And I think a lot of people look at HW because he comes off across as like your goofy dad or uncle. People don't tend to think of him as cunning, but he was a cunning son of a bitch.
He's really Machiavellian.
Yeah.
Oh no, very, 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 very cunning. The
more you know about him, the more you hate him. Sort of, yeah.
I don't know. It goes some ways. I mean, there's a few things I do, of course, like about him personally. I mean, he's your last Republican president to take environmental problems at least halfway seriously. There's the tax increases thing, which shows an ability to compromise and personally agree with.
That completely alienated the Republican base, though.
Oh yeah,
If you study them, they got super pissed.
Oh no, they
completely
were,
ruined it.
They were fucking livid, man. Like trust.
Jack Kemp jumped the ship.
Oh no,
Pat
I know.
Buchanan jumped ship. Yeah.
Again, well, Pat Buchanan, he jumped less over taxes and more over George H.W. Bush being like soft on social issues.
That too. Well, George H.W. Bush was in Connecticut and he was pro-choice, pro-contraception, and then when he went to Texas, he completely flipped on it.
Of course.
Yeah, very malleable.
So yeah, no, of course, because George H.W. Bush is this is what made him very popular at times because his approval rating at some points was skyrocketed, right? But it's also what compromised in the end. This is a man who's tailor-made for foreign policy.
Mm-hmm.
This is his milieu. This is his world. Domestic policy, while you may agree with certain things he's doing, it's not politically always the shrewdest thing to do, and he's not very charismatic either. But when it comes to foreign policy, this is the most shrewd man who's been president in my lifetime. It's a bit hard to rate him. I don't mind the Machiavellian stuff because I like Machiavelli, discourses and the Prince and all the rest. I give him a C personally.
He is hard to rate. I feel like he's in my lifetime he might have been the most capable president in terms of just being able to exercise the office. That being said, his political instincts not very great. So he was good at actually managing the country. So he's more the kind of person who should have been a Secretary of State rather than the president.
Yeah. Well, that's his ego power.
Yeah,
basically.
that and
That's thirst.
like the noblesse oblige because he's born into a rich family, so he feels like he has to be the man.
Yeah.
That and I don't know. He's I think C's pretty fair for HW. He didn't have any huge failures or successes. I mean, ADA biggest piece of legislation in our time. At the same time, failed to win re-election. Never really built a base. never established a political identity.
The recession was his fault in 1990.
Arguably.
But the invasion of Kuwait was an oil shock, which then triggered a recession because of low consumer confidence in oil.
Yeah. That being said, too, one thing I read about him that I found really interesting. Apparently, he knew that Saddam Hussein's name was not pronounced Saddam, but he said it anyway because it pissed Saddam off.
Yeah.
So he sounded like a dumbass on purpose in public in order to affect a foreign policy goal. And I think that sort of points to who this guy is. He's a technocrat who doesn't understand electoral politics, which is, good and bad.
He deserved it. I heard he cried in 1992. He couldn't believe it.
I've heard Barbara Bush said the wrong man won tonight or something of that effect.
Wow.
So anyway, so
well, something that we credit Bill Clinton with that was terrible, but what he actually did was NAFTA. He got that signed.
Yeah.
In October 1992.
Yeah. Well,
it
was formally signed in '94, I believe.
Well, it was enacted, but I think he basically got it. He reached all the goals of NAFTA in 1982.
That sounds about right.
No, he had set up NAFTA. Bill Clinton just kind of
ratified it in 1983.
Exactly.
Well, sometimes you need to be a little smooth to get things really passed. You gotta play a little saxophone, loosen up the Congress, and get that deal passed.
Gotta play saxophone on Arsenio Hall.
So speaking of the wrong man winning, we have William Jefferson Clinton, number 42. So now we're down to the final four, and I have to admit I pretty much hate all four of these guys very passionately.
Yeah, I can't admit having the highest opinion of them, but I will assess them based on what did they want to achieve policy-wise, and did they get it, and where the policies were going to work for their goals. So I'll try with that, okay? But yeah, none of these four guys I like. I mean, personally, I think America's on terminal decline, and we just keep choosing morons. So there we go.
I think one of the true tragedies of the COVID crisis. There are these four gentlemen on the screen right now. None of them have caught it. How do you explain that?
That could kill Carter. Okay, watch out.
I know. So I'm saying, Carter's the most vulnerable. Fortunately, he hasn't gotten it. I guess at this point, he's probably not building houses anymore because he's like 96 or whatever. But I see four other candidates. Come on now, COVID. Do us
kill
one.
Biden before it kills Trump.
Sure. Kill Biden or Trump or something. I mean, come on. Do us a solid.
Cuomo? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, do us any solid, please. I don't think they'd nominate Cuomo. Cuomo would be, but
let's go ahead. Let's
go back to Bill in 1992.
Bill Clinton. I think he out-Reaganed Reagan, really.
I agree.
There's a number of poison pills we live with today that, Reagan may have done a few things in that direction. Bill was really the guy who signed the Telecommunications Act, deregulation of pharmaceuticals, deregulation of banking. His only real brave move was raising taxes when it was arguably appropriate. It should also be noted, a very disorganized administration. When people were like, oh my God, everybody in the Trump administration keeps leaving. I'm like, yes, the Trump administration is very poorly run. It's first place, with a close second being Bill Clinton's first term. Turnover was horrendous.
Yeah, Hillary treated people like garbage, and there's even books from the Secret Service talking about how bad they behaved. Like, how bad do you have to be to have your Secret Service betray you, dude? That's pathetic.
To be fair, a lot of the people who sign up for the Secret Service are Republicans, more so than Democrats.
Oh yeah, no. This guy was an HW guy, and then he retired.
Yeah, so I would be a little bit suspect of those. That being said, and also, if you're gonna talk shit about a president, people are gonna publish your stuff. So it's a good way to buff up that retirement fund. So I'd be a little suspect of that. That being said, if Hillary's being mean to people in private, I would not be shocked. But then again, I'm very suspicious of anybody who says, yeah, presidents from this party are all super cool, and the presidents from that party are all dicks. Because that's how a lot of those books go. And now we got them from both sides. I take those with a grain of salt.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that. I just know that in the case of Bill Clinton, he did pass a lot of legislation that he wanted, and he politically survived in 1996.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah. That said, fracture the Democratic Party we see today that's playing out and has undermined the Democrats since then is born in the Bill Clinton and is carried on since then. So politically, I think his instincts served him very well, but not the party very well.
Yes.
At the same time, he did pass a lot of the policies that he wanted. However, foreign policy-wise, he was noted for being a very ill-disciplined president. When he came in, he wanted to emphasize domestic policy. So foreign policy, especially in his first few years, he didn't really quite know what to do, and he was kind of moving from crisis to crisis. His only notable success in his first term was getting Israel and Palestine to shake hands. But I remember as a kid, I looked at him and said, they'll never make an agreement. They hate each other.
The Oslo Agreement, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, this is bullshit. And of course, fucking Rabin got shot and Arafat got sidelined, because that stuff wasn't going to work. I was only 12 when that happened, but I was like, oh, this is bullshit. Not going to work. You could just see it. So...
I will win over Yasser Arafat with my charm.
He emphasized that so much during his presidency. That was like his obsession, was to solve the Israel-Palestine question, and what a waste of time.
You don't understand, Sean. I'm going to fuck Yasser's wife, and she's going to thank me for it, and then he's going to thank me for it, too.
Also, the encroachment of NATO onto Russia. What a dumb idea. Like, our under Bush, Clinton, everybody else, our abuse of the Russians post-Cold War has been truly pathetic.
He botched the 90s with Russia for sure. That's how you get a plecocracy or an oligarchy, basically, in Russia right now.
That's how we get the rise of Putin, because they needed a stronger leader than, the drunk idiot Boris Yeltsin to protect them.
Not only that, but under the introduction of capitalism in communist Russia, or what it was back then, 25% of the economy was owned by like 10 people.
Yeah.
Because that's who owned the power in the communist sense.
Yeah, because all the Apar sheiks became capitalist pretty much overnight, or at least their kids did.
Or they own the complete oil field or something like that, like Gas Prime or whatever it's called.
I saw this one disgusting documentary trying to make the case that Russia, decided the 2016 election, and the whole thing was based on the idea that Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin were friends, therefore Boris Yeltsin was this great champion of democracy and freedom and free elections. And
that's gay, yeah.
It's fucking dumb, because the whole thing is Bill Clinton was friends with Boris Yeltsin, therefore he's a good guy. That's all evidence you need. Case closed. Anyway, Bill Clinton, the thing is, because he switched priorities mid-presidency after the midterm debacle of 94, technically, if you're talking about getting stuff he wanted, he might actually deserve a good grade.
But what about Hillary Care, though?
Well, that failed, but then he just shifted the goalpost.
Miserably.
He didn't stick with what he wanted. He just all right, I want new stuff now, so that way I can get shit done. So that makes it hard to rate him.
Yeah, Hillary Care. Sorry, it didn't even fucking go to Congress, man.
That just dropped his approval like 10% for no reason.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all it did.
It's a pretty disastrous presidency in many ways. Lots of bumbling. If anything, you could argue that Bill Clinton comes in there thinking he'll do a few kind of liberal things, realizes he can't, and then does conservative business policy because he was always okay with that to begin with. So in that way, it's kind of hard to tell, because I do get the feeling that he redirected his presidency after 1994.
virtually no principles with him.
Yeah, I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
he's the real role model for Pete Buttigieg, who keeps changing his political identity every 6 months.
I
Yeah.
mean, all right, these guys will politicians will say different things to me talking to. They say with Lincoln, Johnson, whoever, right? Truly do think Bill Clinton is probably the most sociopathic discussed yet.
Yeah.
You know, like I see nothing in him at all. It's just power and getting elected and getting or raping. And
He's basically House of Cards in real life.
yeah, only like McDonald's is involved.
Yeah,
Remember that man?
yeah,
Fucker used to jog and then go to McDonald's and eat all the time there. You know,
That's the Southerner in him.
It's also interesting though that people
Most
back then
genuine
just talk
thing
about him
about him.
being fat. You know,
it was the most his love of fast food was the most genuine thing about him at that time.
Yeah.
You know?
I find it funny that people used to make fun of Bill Clinton for being fat back then, especially in light of what's happened since.
Hmm.
But
yeah,
anyway,
it's we're kind of falling over ourselves on this one, but I'm
Well, didn't he get the Brady Bill done in 1994? That's pretty big.
yeah, I think he did.
It's-
Yeah, it was him.
Banned assault rifles for 10 years.
it's big. It's not the biggest ever, I guess. You know, it certainly
Yeah.
didn't stop Columbine, right?
That's a Biden type thing.
Oh, he also repealed Glass-Steagall. That was a pretty big event because that was reversing about 60 years of policy at that point.
What I've read about Glass-Steagall though is that was more of a congressional thing, and then he said, "Oh yeah, fuck it, sure."
Yeah, he also let's see, what else did he do that was major? He did welfare reform, which was going against party orthodoxy for the last 30 years. It's pretty big, I guess.
Yeah, but were these things he wanted to do when he became president, or he just said,
No,
"Screw it"?
that's what I'm saying. Like, because he basically had two presidencies, really, in terms of he just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do something, even if it's not something I set out to do. I just want to pass bills.
Yeah, it's funny. Once he took up a much more aggressively conservative agenda, he was stunningly successful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least domestically, you know. I'll go the D.
Okay.
Simply because he comes in with different priorities. And keep in mind, his priorities are still much more on the conservative than the Democratic Party. But he has to change those. And once he does well. But I still have to go like, oh my God, you had to abandon a lot of what you want to do at first. And plus, such a staff turnover. And then foreign policy-wise, it's not a very good president.
No, I agree. I think D. Foreign policy wise, one thing I'll give him credit for is of all the interventions that I can think of, the only two really that succeeded were the ones he made in the Balkans, first in Bosnia, then in Kosovo. Other than that, pretty much every other intervention in American history has mostly been a failure.
The genocide in Africa, he didn't stop.
Yes, I mean, like he did actually preside over two successes, whereas not only he, but also every other president has mostly intervened, mostly in a failing capacity.
Yeah,
but I agree with D overall.
Hey,
the one good spot is that he had a good like a really good economy actually.
Yeah, and it's debatable how much he had to do with that. I think a lot of it was
no,
the
of
tech
course
bubble.
No, the tech bubble. Yeah, no. What he did was he cut the capital gains tax when he knew that would inflate the bubble, and he got lucky as hell that it didn't blow up in 2000. It blew up in 2001. Because if he were smart, he would have said, "I'll increase the capital gains tax from 28 to 45%, prevent the bubble from happening, and increase the federal government's revenue, and then maybe do something for the poor, maybe for once." And then no, he just cut taxes, and he left the problem to Bush. So,
well,
pretty evil.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess saying that one of these guys is evil is kind of like just an obvious statement. It's kind of like saying that they breathe oxygen, you know? So speaking of the person he left the country to, George Walker Bush, my personal least favorite president.
Wait, is he? Do you think he's a legitimate president, though?
Well,
no,
he was in charge of the country.
I don't, but I think he stole the election. He's sort of the second coming of Rutherford B. Hayes, but
because you could say that the ballot was kind of screwed it, and also I mean, not only was the governor of the state that he kind of lost was his brother, but he was a Republican too. The Secretary of State was appointed by his brother, who was a Republican too. The
Yep.
Supreme Court had appointed justices that were appointed from his father, that was a Republican too.
Yep.
Kind of convenient, just saying.
And then Scalia never wanted to talk about that case. He said he refused to talk about any case before 2001. So that way,
Exactly.
it'd be like, well, I can't talk about Bush versus Gore, like I said, before my arbitrary deadline. So, nothing to talk about.
I'm surprised he isn't more tainted by that. People say, "Oh, that was a close election." It's like, no, it was a marginal loss for Bush.
Yeah, there should have been a recount because it was within the margin of error. Anyway,
It was less than 1,000 votes. It's ridiculous.
he managed to get into office by hook or by crook. And he accomplished a lot of what he wanted to do, unfortunately. Everything he wanted to do was pretty much fucking terrible, but he got some of it done. I think his real goal when he came into office, if we want to really break it down, he wanted to be a coast president. He just wanted to coast through his presidency, play a lot of golf, and hold the office his dad had held, maybe even hold 2 terms.
It was an ego thing, for sure.
And also, he wanted to cut taxes for the rich. He accomplished that really early, and then he went to play golf. Then 9/11 happened, and then things really went to shit. So then he panics, he doesn't know what to do because he's woefully unqualified for the office. He passes the Patriot Act. Now we have to
terrible legislation.
we have to get fondled every time we get to the airport. Thank you, George. And then he coasted along on that for a while, got us involved in 2 wars, one of which was completely unnecessary, the invasion of Iraq, the other of which in Afghanistan should have been a short operation by special forces, which should have nabbed bin Laden before he escaped to Pakistan. Okay. Then we get to his second term. He wins very narrowly by a few votes in Ohio, then claims a mandate and tries to butcher Social Security by privatizing it. Fails,
which was a stupid idea. It wasn't even popular.
Yeah,
it's
also like
Hillary care, but for him,
claiming a mandate after that was just that was a ballsy move, considering that he barely won. But
no, also consider the fact that he wanted to privatize Social Security. And imagine if it were privatized right now, the stock went down 30%. Your Social Security would be down 30%.
Oh yeah, it'd be so a fucking nightmare.
Exactly.
And then I guess his one piece of positive legislation, he passed Medicare Part D, which was mostly a corporate giveaway. It did help old people with prescriptions, so I would say slight benefit, but sort of a wash because of the amount of waste involved. He also
the price of it too quintupled in like 10 years. It's kind of ridiculous.
He also increased aid to Africa. This is partly because Africa really opens up massively in the year 2000. Most of the dictatorships are gone. Africa starts to grow. It's still growing at a rapid rate, by the way, interestingly enough. I think any president in his position, Democrat or Republican, would have done the same thing. I know when people try to defend him, yeah, when people try to defend him, they really point to that. But there's not a lot to talk about. That was the obvious move because this is a growth place and this is where you can invest and make money. Any president would have done this, so it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. What else did he do that would have been positive? Let's see. He left office. I guess that was a thing. Oh yeah, the recession. I don't think he necessarily was responsible for all of it, but certainly he didn't help.
He treaded water with that.
Yeah, he also furthered deregulation, including deregulation of the railroads, which led to an increase of accidents. And granted, these are small numbers, but they went from in the dozens to in the hundreds. So good job there. He's a black hole of positive achievement, but in terms of getting things he wanted, he was pretty effective in his first term, but a lot of that was due to 9/11 giving him public support and sympathy. And then he's the only president I'm aware of, at least in recent memory, who got a bump during his first midterm because of 9/11 sympathy. So
he's the first one since Franklin Roosevelt's first term.
Yeah, and then of course he also had fairly record low approval ratings at the end because of the recession and the failure of the Iraq War.
His immigration reform completely flopped.
Yes, that was.
He wanted to build a fence and it didn't work out either.
Yeah, so he had a number of successes and failures. He's
Oh yeah, and like a lot of Republicans, especially him, socially speaking, was against everything, but didn't get anything done in terms of that. Like at least Bill Clinton got the Defense of Marriage Act. He didn't
Yeah,
do
so
anything.
he was Bush campaigned as being anti-gay in 2004, then it passed shit.
Exactly.
So I guess that
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
well, Thomas Frank said it best in What's the Matter with Kansas. It's a kind of Republican that uses social conservatism to get voters and then passes stuff rich people because that's what matters.
yeah,
No, and I mean he got 44% of the Latino vote in 2004, which is pretty impressive.
yeah.
Didn't last.
He had
Yeah,
outrage.
44%. Yeah.
Now he's a very good
He had Mexican
politician.
bans in the White House. Yeah.
He was
No, well, he had Karl Rove. He had good people working for him somewhat.
and also Bush was pretty personable and likable in small settings too. He he had sort of a quiet charisma in a way in terms
He
of
didn't
being
look like a war criminal.
yeah, it's hard to look at him. Yeah, exactly.
That's why.
He doesn't look like what he is. You're right. I mean, that's really he looks like a pretty nice guy if you just look at him and listen to him.
Hmm.
Well, I'll defer to what you guys want to rate him because I can't do it.
Well,
I'm a little
damn.
too biased.
All right.
you know?
Because I'm trying to think, because I'm trying to base it on the same criteria we've used. So he passed his tax cut. He passed the Patriot Act, although that was not something he campaigned on. If anything, it's the exact opposite, because in his campaign book, he has a number of ironic statements about how we need to be less involved in other people's business. He gets most of what he wants done in the first term. Then he makes some huge blunders. At least a lot of what he wants to get done. He gets bogged down in this foreign policy fiasco. Creates a war on terror. Turns into a fiasco. God damn. I have to give.
Remember that he slept on China though. He was toothless.
Yeah, I guess because he's a big Walmart guy, and they get their goods from Walmart.
Yeah, remember that he was there was a campaign issue where he said, "Yeah, we should use some mild tariffs on steel to sue the WTO." He did none of that, basically. Yep. Or what he would do is he put a 5% tariff on like a specific washing machine brand.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Oh my God, one of the most pathetic ever is when he's like begging the Saudis to reduce their price of oil.
So my mind says E, but my heart says F.
I was gonna say C. Wow.
Yeah. Because if you think about him in terms of he got some stuff, but it really undermined him in the long run. Most of what he got passed hurt him.
Oh yeah.
Whereas with a lot of these guys, it helped them at least until they got out of office. Then maybe we look back and we say, "Oh, that was really racist" or whatever. With Bush, this stuff came back to roost within his presidency. That being said, also if you think about the impact of what he had, him being president made the world worse on an almost objective level. It's hard to say that about a lot of people, but with Bush, it's really hard not to say that. He really fucked up, and I think without Bush, there's no way Obama gets elected in 2008. I don't think it's even within the realm of
even then, Justice Roberts, who he appointed in the Supreme Court, he voted to protect Obamacare too. So it's like another thing that he screwed Republicans over with. And his terrible presidency is what screwed over John McCain, for example.
Yeah, because I think after Bush, no Republican was going to win. I think McCain was their best bet, and even he had a very, very piss poor chance. I mean,
and the fact that basically that Obama could blame the recession on Bush is what screwed the Republicans for 8 years in a row.
Yeah, and if you look at the last year of the Bush administration, I mean, holy shit, that was a nightmare. Bush was basically in hiding the last year of his presidency. His approval rating sank to about 22%. The Iraq war went to shit. The economy was shit. The housing bubble burst. Yeah, it ended disastrously.
Even John McCain didn't want to get the endorsement from Bush for a while because it just wasn't good.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically just a pro forma thing where everybody understood that it's, just a complete formality. Yeah,
I will say, though, that when you're trying to rate him, he got a lot of what he wanted passed. And, of course, as you said, it almost all came back to hurt him rather badly. It's interesting the degree to which he had disappeared, because he was so, out there and talking and just in the public in his first term. And then the last year he's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, practically snuck away from the White House on the day of his last day in office.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't rate him because I'm from New Orleans, so I gotta.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
God.
his handling Katrina was a real disgrace and an embarrassment.
Well, wait, Sean. What do you think about Kathleen Blanco? Because she didn't want the 101st Air Force Division, right? Or what? She refused certain help, I think. that Bush
Yeah,
wanted.
no. Blanco was a very dull tool in the shed. Okay, and I would also argue that Blanco accelerated the destruction, or at least the decline of the Democratic Party in Louisiana. When I was a kid, this was a swing state.
Yeah.
You didn't know who was going to win any race in any given area. Yeah, except maybe Republicans win in North Louisiana. Sure, Democrats win in the city of New Orleans, but outside of that, who knows, right?
Yeah.
Clinton won Louisiana both times.
Mm-hmm.
But Blanco's failures really accelerated the decline of the Democratic Party in Louisiana.
Let's not forget that Bush was the one that he picked Dick Cheney, who was so bad as vice president. No. There's some theories that he hated what he did in Iraq, that he blamed it on Cheney and just wanted Cheney out of the ticket, but he didn't have the vote to do it, so he just kept him segregated. And also, you consider that Colin Powell lied to the entire UN about the yellow cakes in Iraq.
Yeah, although that was at the behest of Bush, Rumsfeld, and Cheney. To be fair, I think Colin Powell argued against it in private before he went in public.
Exactly. But
yeah.
it was up to him. He held the key to the war, basically. If he would have sacrificed his career, that would have never happened.
Yeah, not to mention
Basically.
another thing about Bush is that he's another one of those guys who's really about personal loyalty and liking people. So he retained George Tenet, who was a Bill Clinton appointee and a manifest incompetent, as CIA director, because George Tenet would come kiss his ass and deliver briefings in person
Once
rather
a week,
than
yeah.
sending a junior person to do it, which was the norm. Because George Tenet wanted to protect his job more than actually do his job. And also, if you look at Bush also helped to politicize the Justice Department, not just the Supreme Court. He wanted to make the Justice Department a Republican institution, which is a dangerous precedent at best.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to separate pure success from him just being a massive failure. I don't think he's on the Buchanan level of failure, but I don't even think he's necessarily a Franklin Pierce level failure, but if you compare him to someone like Martin Van Buren, I think we're about in the ballpark.
I think the country just got substantially worse because of him, but it stayed together, basically.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Bad recession, bad wars, increased debt, stupid initiatives, socially got more progressive against the continuity of the president, so I don't see, it wasn't really a great one at all.
Yeah, he was a flaming failure. That's why I think he is a very solid F.
Damn. Oh my god. Oh god. I'd say it's mediocre, but Sean.
Who, me? I think he's the worst president outside James Buchanan.
So we're going D. Oh no, E.
I'm not gonna give my opinion. I'm from New Orleans,
All right, okay. So I think E.
He's good at painting pictures, though.
Is he that good though? I mean, he's kind of mediocre at that too.
I like him.
I feel like
right.
the last 10 years has just been him trying to cope with all his bad deeds. All he does is tour Africa, do veteran stuff. He draws pictures for veterans.
Yeah.
He probably feels bad.
Wait, if Sean's not voting, then based on our original system, it's the average of what I vote and what Sean votes, meaning that if Sean doesn't vote, only I vote.
Okay.
So it's F tier.
Okay. Keep your ass. God damn it.
Yeah. F tier with the
Jesus.
understanding that he's the bottom F. Well, I don't know. Actually, is he worse than Franklin Pierce? That's a tough question. I don't know. That's maybe not, but it's a damn close conversation. I mean, he's more active than Pierce, but he does some things that really he inherits a great situation and fucks it up. How do you do that?
Yeah. Plus, Bush is from like an aristocracy too. Like he had the factor that he had every connection in the world.
Oh yeah, I mean he had he no one came from a more favorable situation and fucked everything up. I mean, he was handed a golden platter and went hungry.
I mean, Rumsfeld worked for Bush, Cheney worked for Bush Senior, Colin Powell worked for Bush Senior. His his campaign director worked for him. The chief of staff. I mean, everybody. I mean, Jesus, how could you mess that one up?
All right. Well, speaking of people who disappointed and underdelivered, Barack Obama, next president, number 44.
Yes, Barack Hussein Obama II, right?
Yep.
Not born in America, supposedly.
Yeah, according to some conspiracy theories that I have heard. Otherwise, he's the first president from Hawaii. So anyway, what you guys have to say about Baraki Road?
Barrio.
Talk about mediocrity.
Very.
Yeah, so I think, talk about mediocrity basically sums it up in 3 words. He promised much, delivered little, and really sold us all down the river. At least those of us on the left.
Yeah, and on the right, they used to call him a socialist back then, imagine. And he didn't even deliver on.
Yeah.
Like Newt Gingrich and Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, Ben Shapiro. Oh, wow. Corporate sellout to the pharmaceutical industry as a socialist.
Yeah, no,
Very
that's
cool.
that requires a pretty radical redefinition of what socialism is.
If only they knew.
Yeah. Then again, let's think. What were his achievements? So he had Obamacare, fairly mixed bag, more positive than negative, but still some corporate giveaway involved. And also didn't include the public option, which would have been would have made it significantly better. Then he had the midterm blowout of 2010, which basically put him in a Bill Clinton situation of then caving the Republican priorities, although he didn't quite go full Bill Clinton. He more or less went in the lame duck mode right then and there.
Well, he had more power than Clinton, too.
Yeah.
Because remember the mandate in 2008? It was awesome. Even though he only got Obamacare by 1 vote, which is crazy, because of Joe Lieberman.
Yeah. So anyway, he did that. Otherwise, most of his achievements were either executive orders, which have all been repealed, or just appointing people to executive agencies who made really small incremental changes, which were mostly ignored at the time and have long been repealed by Trump.
Yeah, I would mention, I think probably the best piece of legislation that he passed was Dodd-Frank.
Yeah, it's probably about right.
I mean, not perfect by any means, but a step in the right direction, I think. And but also you forget the stimulus.
Yeah,
but that didn't really. I mean, Biden ran that; it didn't go well. It was mediocre. Yeah. He ameliorated it.
Yeah, it's not a very good presidency. I mentioned to you before, Derek, that Dick Cheney said it best. Obama would do nothing at all to curtail security state.
Yeah, he was right.
The wars continued. He sold himself as a transformative president, and to be fair to Obama, his rhetoric was vague. People read into him what they wanted to see. He saw himself as transformative purely in a racial form.
Exactly. I think the main appeal is it wasn't that he was more progressive than Hillary so much. It was that he was black and he was young. That's the dynamic, basically.
Well, with some people, I know with me and a bunch of other people, it was that Hillary had supported the Iraq War and we knew she was a warmonger.
Which is interesting because if you read about Obama, he and his campaign advisor for the Senate in 2004 were deliberating. wanted to be president, of course. So he was being very calculated for what he would vote for in terms of like the Iraq appropriation bills, basically. And he was lucky that the vote was in 2002 and not 2004 when he was already a senator. So it's not. He would have probably voted for the war too. He wasn't in the Senate at that point.
Oh yeah, no, I have no doubt of that right now. I'm just talking about the time.
Oh yeah, no, perception beats reality in that case.
And so it many definite elections, right? So he's able to sell himself as I'm black, I'm young, I didn't vote for this horrible fucking war. You can pour your hopes and dreams into me. But in doing that and not fulfilling that, it meant the hopes and dreams failed. And that's why we have Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I know a lot of Democrats think it's a Russian conspiracy.
Cope.
Or that it's because America is chronically and always going to be racist or something. But really, it's because Obama didn't put bankers in jail.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Like, nobody was held accountable for the financial crash except for normal people. They got to suffer. They were punished for what happened.
Yeah, even Bush gave a $300 stimulus. Obama didn't give any stimulus in terms of like money. Like even Trump gives you stimulus.
Oh, you got the power of my example. Isn't that enough?
Suck my dick.
Yeah. So like, too, man, like you start to have this like in his second term, this simmering, slow fire, slow burn like culture war dumpster fire. And he's there to offer you no direction at all. He's just there to watch it burn.
Yeah.
He's pretty terrible overall. He's pretty much a fuck up from beginning to end.
Also, one thing that does help him is one policy initiative where he failed. If he had passed this, he would be easily F tier. And I'm talking, of course, about the Grand Bargain of 2011.
That thing, yeah.
Because his idea was to trade gay marriage in exchange for privatizing Social Security. If he had pulled that off, he would be an auto F tier.
That's even that nobody wins out of that too.
I know.
Like, gay marriage is not even that big of a deal now.
It's a really stupid deal that makes no sense. And I know a lot of people tried to defend it. Oh, he's playing 4D chess. You just don't understand how brilliant Obama is. Like, no, that's a really terrible idea. The reason the Republicans rejected it is because they know that it completely destroys both parties, and destroys their credibility with their bases.
They lose the boomer vote, yeah.
Oh, they'd lose everybody's vote. I mean, it would be... not to mention, like, you're saying, if the stock market right now was controlling Social Security, holy shit, that would be disastrous.
It would have done good, like, 2016 to, like, 19, and then it would nosedive, basically.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you...
It's all 4D chess. It's all 4D chess. No, it's better. It's laser chess.
Oh, yeah, okay? Laser chess.
Look, I would say foreign policy-wise, Obama is probably the most hit-and-miss president of my life. Some considerable successes and some pretty, like, stupefying failures.
The drone thing stuck to him, even though I'm pretty sure Trump and Bush do the same. So.
They do, yeah.
What's up?
The drone striking.
Drones? Yeah. No, drones are here to stay. They're never going away.
Although, to be fair, there is sort of a truism, but it's also accurate that Democrats are all about airstrikes and drone strikes, whereas Republicans, well, with the exception of Trump, really like putting boots on the ground as well to go along with those bombs. So I think it makes sense that Obama saw drones and he's like, cool, we can bomb the shit out of people without putting lives at stake. Let's, triple down on that.
No, I agree.
It's part of the Nixon calculation, like Americans aren't dying, then who cares?
Yeah, as long as you don't care about the Muslims, then it's okay.
Yeah, I guess, let's see, did he do anything else that's noteworthy one way or another? Paris Climate Accord, pretty milquetoast.
Yeah. Pulled out of Iraq, but that was a Bush policy anyway.
He created
the timetable.
He created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is cool but pretty minor, and also hasn't really taken full effect. He tried and failed to privatize the internet, for a while until he got pushed back, and then he eventually did pass net neutrality, at least in a very watered down form.
He did repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell in 2010.
Yeah, so he did that, I guess. He had a few minor successes, but other than Obamacare, no real signature legislation. I mean, maybe Dodd-Frank, but...
He literally let gay marriage be legalized. He let it happen.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything.
That's why I find it funny that a lot of those gay rights organizations, which actually carried the brunt for gay people, have now endorsed the mainstream and Democratic Party as if they actually helped them. You know, like they endorsed Hillary back in 2015 and 16 as if she had really been carrying the torch, when in reality she waited right till 2013 when public opinion was very clearly in favor of gay marriage. Like, hey guys, guess what? I evolved! Hooray for me! Now I can be the champion of gay people.
Well, Derek, I mean, that's access to power, man.
Yeah.
It just, you know, it doesn't matter like what's true or whatnot. They just access to power at the point. Obama's. The more I think about it, the more terrible he is, and honestly, the fact that many people I know, Democrats or leftists, like love him so much, and I'm just like, for what?
Yeah.
Really. Oh yeah, 23 executive orders outlined a series of sweeping proposals regarding gun control, and none of them passed. Basically, none of them got done.
And you know, like what did he want to accomplish? He wanted to create universal health care. Well, that's failing right now. He wanted to bring us together racially. Well, that fucking didn't happen.
It got it worse, yeah.
Yeah, it became worse, and he tried some things to alleviate that, but eventually just threw his arms up and said, oh, fuck it, who cares? And then he wanted to unite Republicans and Democrats. He saw himself as a unifying figure. Well, that sure as hell didn't happen. And okay, the degree to which that is his fault is highly debatable. Republicans definitely saw their opportunity to be divisive and played it up. But it should also be noted that Obama is not like one-on-one very charismatic at all.
No, and apparently he also did very little to try to win friends in D.C. Apparently he and Michelle made a promise not to stray from their Chicago friends, so they did almost no socializing or schmoozing in D.C.
They just got stuck with Axelrod, basically. It was useless.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that guy.
And also Rahm Emanuel. The ballerino Rahm Emanuel.
When I look at David Axelrod, I feel like compared to him, I'm Schwarzenegger.
Okay. David Axelrod.
Yeah, I agree.
The Democrat Karl Rove. The guy that looks like Jair Bolsonaro.
No. That's overstating it. Karl Rove is far more intelligent than David Axelrod. Karl Rove is pretty fucking sad.
Yeah.
David Axelrod says that, well, I got Obama elected. It's like, dude, Joe Biden could get Obama elected in 2008. Like, anybody could, honestly.
And also Obama mostly sold himself because he was very good at messaging in a vague way that, you know, pretty much appealed to everybody. I mean, I thought he was a progressive. I thought we were looking at the next FDR when I saw Obama. And I know people who thought of various other things that are completely incompatible with what I saw in Obama. He was excellent at doing that. He was excellent at winning over people in the middle for the most part who, you know, just wanted to punish Bush for his failures. Obama was a masterful politician when he had a prepared script.
Campaigner.
Oh, yeah, and great campaigner.
I'll say this. I didn't have, like, in 2008, I wasn't totally sold on him. I was kind of lukewarm. Until he got elected, I saw how happy everybody was, at least on TV. Because, mind you, I was in, like, north of Pittsburgh. Nobody was an Obama supporter around there. They were all McCain people. But still, right? I see him get elected. People look happy. I think, oh, like, we're in this crisis situation. Hopefully this guy can rise to the occasion and realize it. And then when those bonuses came in for bankers, when they weren't punished, I was like, okay, he's done.
I remember the early Obama years. That's exactly when we both went to Kentucky, and I met you. I remember at first in the primary, I was in support of Kucinich and Gravel, and then of course they didn't go very far.
Mhm.
So then it became Obama versus Hillary. Well, obviously you don't go with Hillary. Um, so I eventually got into Obama. It took me a while, but then after he won, I thought, yeah, this things are going to happen that are going to be good. The government will be responsible again and actually do things to make things better. And then I think really the failure of Obamacare lowered my morale, but then the grand bargain broke me.
Mhm. Lack of
That's-
principle is what that is.
Yeah.
I was in some denial leading up to the 2010 midterms. Historically they were definitely odd in some ways because rarely had a party done so well that just said no.
Yeah.
No. But what I didn't realize is that politics in America has entered a phase that's not quite been seen before. And Grand Bargain that was pretty bad too. But yeah, I
Libya
don't know.
for 2012, that screwed him. I mean, he didn't lose, but it got him closer.
Yeah.
He's actually the first president we have to be reelected with a smaller margin than how he was elected.
Hmm.
Also,
Everybody's going to reelect a higher margin.
I feel like a couple things with Obama. I feel like the Republicans, because they went into 2012 thinking he was unbeatable, so they chose some pretty weak candidates to run. I mean, Santorum was the runner-up in the primary, for fuck's sake.
He
No,
was.
no.
I
I'm
mean,
going to disagree with that. I'm going to disagree with that, Derek. Republicans won 2012 pretty sure of victory.
Really? Because that's not the impression I had at all. I thought they were
Well-
basically resigned to defeat.
no.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Trump even said that they lost it when the ball was in their court. That was their election to lose. Trump gave millions to Romney, and then he got pissed off when he lost.
Yeah,
Because
no,
Romney
Derek,
stopped campaigning at the end.
Derek, when they poll people for who's going to win an election, of course, who you think's going to win the election is decided by party, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, until 2016, that is, at no time had a party gone into an election more certain of victory than the Republicans in 2012. Like they were polling an 85 to 90% sure of victory.
Yeah.
Every Republican I personally knew thought Romney was going to take Obama and curb stomp him.
Yeah, I remember he had to get Bill Clinton to help him out, basically, in 2012. And
Um,
then remember how many committees the Republicans had for Libya too? It was
Yeah.
like every other commercial.
I don't know. I mean, I remember looking at the polls of all the various swing states, and I never thought it was at all going to be a contest.
I never thought either, man. I was never nervous. I was like, oh, Obama's going to get this because Romney was the perfect guy to beat anyway.
No,
Right.
I feel like if they had, interestingly enough, if they had nominated the lunatic Santorum, I think he would have done better against Obama than Romney.
Yes.
Yeah, if you hit Obama on China, if you hit him on jobs, weak recovery, and so forth, then yes.
And also, Santorum can pretend to give a shit about workers, even though he doesn't mean it. He can at least say it because he's like, "Yeah, my dad was a working man."
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
Santorum did good in Michigan against Romney and so forth, and I think that
Yeah.
if Santorum were actually Santorum really got screwed in 2012 with the social issues because he was even against birth control and condoms, and he was a
Yeah.
devout Catholic. I think he was too far right. Even though governing, he wouldn't really get anything done in that regard. I think he just rhetorically was too far right.
yeah, I think you're
If he had
right.
been more Trump-like, he would have beat Romney in the primary. Newt Gingrich spoiled it, of course.
I feel like I feel like Gingrich was the spoiler. If it had just been a one-on-one Santorum versus Romney, I feel like Santorum would have won that one pretty handily.
Imagine that. Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree on that one, man. I think 2012 though. I mean, a lot of Republicans I knew got broken and demoralized. The party, in many ways, is broken and demoralized, which made it perfect for Donald J. Trump to come in there.
I mean, Paul Ryan was a bad choice too, because he
Well-
was supposed to pick Marco Rubio. Remember, 2012, it didn't work out.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
didn't that work out?
He would have won Florida easy, right? With 2 points. Then Ohio should have been a flip. Iowa should have been a flip. I
Well,
don't-
even if he had flipped Florida, he'd have still lost in 2012.
No, but I'm saying Florida, and then if anything, he could have picked Rubio or Santorum, and then he would have won either Pennsylvania and then Florida. that could
Uh,
have helped marginally.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Santorum actually has as much pull in Pennsylvania. I feel like Santorum's appeals in red states mostly.
Well, he has the Rust Belt appeal if you watch the primary. But
Some,
yeah.
at least among Republicans, the thing is because of those social issues you're talking about, I'm not sure how well he does among a lot of Democrats. I feel like the main thing would have been if he had gone one on one with Obama, and if he had tried to tack left and Obama had led him. Because the thing is,
Hmm.
Obama is a much better politician than, say, Hillary or Biden, in the sense that Obama knows what people vote for to some extent, even if he doesn't legislate that way. At least he understands why people do what they do. With
Hmm.
Hillary or Biden, it'd probably be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm free trade. I don't care what anybody says, and I'm gonna go
Hmm.
lecture some workers on white privilege. At least Obama would have the sense to know. Obama would have the sense to know that's a bad idea. So he wouldn't allow that to happen in the same way. At least I don't think
I
he
mean,
would.
let's realize Obama won the popular vote by 3% over Biden, Romney, basically. So I mean, and Romney never took out he never drew blood from Obama.
Yeah, also
Like
that
Trump would have demolished him. I think.
that
I
one.
mean, like rhetorically.
I don't know about that because Obama was pretty adept in a way that a lot of the people Trump faced weren't. Because
Mm.
Trump faced a lot of people. Most of them were really dumb, politically at least. I mean, Jeb Bush didn't defend himself at all. Ted Cruz was smarmy and
Wait,
unlikable.
save the Trump part. Okay. So let's just admit Romney screwed his legacy forever. Well,
Well, so the thing
yeah,
is
no.
with Romney too, he allowed Obama to smarm him during that one debate. Oh, we got submarines. They go under the water. I mean, he allowed Obama to talk to him like a child, and he just stood there and took it. And
Yeah.
I think that's really where he lost some support and a lot of respectability because by responding the way he did, he made it look like he wasn't aware of the modern world.
Binders full of women. Yeah, he wasn't personable at all.
Yeah, he just Romney came across as too aloof. He made a lot of mistakes.
He also
Remember, he got less of the Latino vote and less of the black vote because he came off so patronizing.
Also,
Like he didn't even.
yeah,
I definitely agree with that. Like, I think he I think what Trump understood and Romney didn't was that Romney tried to play some of the game, like binders full of women, which Trump would have said like, "Oh, I chose the best. I don't care."
yeah,
And like Romney's patronizing. Of course, it's bullshit. Do who you're gonna be, can't escape who you are in that regard. Especially nowadays, right? And then the fucking YouTube videos they got and everything else. So you gotta go ahead and be who you're gonna be in that regard. I will say one thing: Jeb Bush did defend himself brilliantly in one of the debates. Didn't fucking matter because Ann Coulter said it best. All Trump did is look at the thing and say, like, okay, what do the majority of Republican voters want?
yeah,
They don't want immigration. Okay, cool. When it comes to war, they're kind of so-so. So talk tough, but don't say let's invade Iraq again.
Exactly.
yeah. So
Don't touch Social Security or Medicare. Like Trump just did the strategy.
yeah. So speaking before we get too far into Trump, we have to rate Mr. Obama.
E.
E. Okay. Uh, trying to think. Damn, that's a tough one. I'm thinking more D.
I go with that. I'm fine with D.
Yeah, we're going D.
Okay. Because he got some stuff passed. He got some stuff done. It wasn't necessarily good, but he did a few good things, a few shit things, and he was just kind of there. Got two terms.
I just feel like he didn't get much passed, and he didn't achieve the goals that he set out to achieve.
Okay, let's just say this: he left a mediocre platter for Trump to deal with in 2016. Remember, he completely boggled Libya. He completely left Iraq with ISIS. Syria completely bungled too.
Well, I mean, to be
Never
fair with
dealt with the
Iraq,
Saudis.
with Iraq, once we were there, I mean, whenever we left, it was going to be a shit show. There's no winning that.
And then the Republicans said, "Well, Obama created ISIS, or Hillary created ISIS," and that worked for the Republicans. He handed them that.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the Republicans would blame anything on any Democrat. To be fair, no matter how much of a leap of logic you'd have to make to pull that off.
Yeah, it's a credence thing.
This is gonna be like a 7-hour video, Derek.
It's getting there. We're
Okay,
working on
so
it.
Obama's a D.
Yeah, Obama's a D, so now we're on the 45th and final president
So far.
Donald J. Trump. The J stands for John.
No, I mean, I'd say you can't rate him. The presidency's not over.
Now we got 3 years.
I feel like we got a pretty good sample size, though.
Yeah.
It could get better, could get worse.
I'd say he'd get better.
I feel like, if anything, second terms always go worse, though. So if he gets a second term, we're probably not looking at him achieving much.
I don't know. I mean, because could Biden really?
I don't know. Yeah, because I don't think Biden will beat him. But he could.
But imagine
I guess.
Biden being president, though. That'd be like, Jesus Christ.
It would basically
it's like
be
if Ronald
Biden.
Reagan ran
It'd basically
in
be Biden's
1996.
staff being president, really.
It is whoever's the vice. Dude, I would have become vice president for Biden if you let me. I mean, he's gonna die any minute. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
I don't.
It's gonna be Hillary. Watch, he's gonna pick Hillary.
Yeah, the Biden situation is flabbergasting, to say the least. But I guess we're just talking about what Trump has done thus far, really, or what he intends to do going forward.
Okay.
Assuming he wins, for sake of
Probably.
argument.
60% odds, right, that he wins.
I would put it higher than that, but I think I would say let's say so Trump had about a 30% chance of winning according to Nate Silver. I'd say that's about what Biden has right now. So
Nate Silver's a retard.
puncher's chance. I don't know. Nate Silver's good with numbers. He just sucks at punditry.
His IQ is about as high as his hair count. Okay, so I'd say, didn't he get? Yeah, 2016 he got way off. 2012 was salvageable.
Well, the thing about 2016, I mean, if you look at the map, Hillary did have the edge because she had to win fewer states to make the numbers work than Trump did. Trump had to basically sweep the board, which he did. But
That's true.
Yeah, I feel like his odds were pretty spot on. 30% does happen. It's not implausible. It's just, normally people think, oh, well, if you said it's only 55% and you get the 45% chance thing happens and you're wrong, it's like, well, you're just making odds. I think he was actually correct in his prediction on that. Now, if you talk about his punditry, we're talking about complete idiocy, but, I'm talking about...
The only person that really got this right was Ann Coulter from the beginning, where she looked like an idiot in 2015, but she was right. That it was going to be Trump.
She was dead on, but that's because Ann Coulter, I mean, I'm not a fan, but she is around normal people in the way these other people are not.
Yeah, I mean, out of 17 primary contestants, that's like really insane, because if you go by one, John Kasich's a mediocre pick, Ted Cruz is a kind of a weird pick, Marco Rubio is a very good candidate, Ben Carson's a good candidate.
No,
Jeb
he's
Bush
not.
Ben Carson?
Ben Carson sucks.
I mean, no, but I mean, people like him, though. Like, in the Republican Party, he's like the token.
He's a token, but at the same time, he can't really put a sentence together without talking about, without going to sleep in the middle of it,
Christ. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, my pick was, I thought it was going to be Ted Cruz, honestly.
So
that was my thought.
So my thought, I didn't understand the degree to which the Republican Party would not intervene. I assumed that they would stop Trump at some point. I figured if the voting was fair, he would win. But I didn't think they were going to allow that to happen. So,
but the thing that happened is that Ted Cruz was like, the weird thing about him is that he's so like on the fence between the establishment and like the MAGA type or the populist Republican type that the Republicans themselves didn't like him after doing the government shutdown and antagonizing the establishment.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to give him the mantle. So they just let them.
Yes, he's like the Elizabeth Warren of that cycle in many ways.
No,
but uglier.
Yes.
You got a good point about the Elizabeth Warren part with Ted Cruz. I could definitely see that. I thought he was going to get it because he had very strong support with grassroots Republicans of the Tea Party variety.
Mm-hmm.
And he really did combine those three, like, stools of the Republican Party, if you will. Those three pieces.
No, in Texas, as like a delegate center, salvages a whole candidacy for like a couple months.
Although with the nationalization of politics, the way we've seen the last few cycles, I think that the whole this person is from the state, therefore they're going to win an argument I think that
No, but for like
that's
the
no
Republican
longer.
primary.
Yeah, I think at this point we can throw that out the window going forward because
Hmm.
I mean, look, like the whole thing is a lot of people said Kamala was going to be the nominee for the Democrats because California was moved up and she's a senator from there, so
She dropped
checkmate.
out before then, though, right?
Yeah, because she looked at her California polls and she's like, "Holy shit, California does
Yeah.
not care about me."
Julian Castro had 4% in Texas.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, it's I think
Yeah.
that's broken down pretty hard, and
Depends. Yeah.
I mean, even say Texas Republicans, maybe they would be willing to vote for Ted Cruz in his senatorial election. It doesn't mean he's their favorite Republican necessarily.
He's not that popular. Yeah. Look at what
Yeah,
happened in 2018.
I mean, he almost lost to fucking Beto. You know,
And Beto's gay. Yeah, I know. He's
Beto's basically Tony Hawk's bastard child, who's the same age.
the
Uh,
loser little brother.
yeah, basically his lost twin, except the one who can't skateboard very well.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
But yeah, Mr. Trump, we need to rate him, don't we?
I'm not going to do it. I've got to turn in, man. It's late, everything. I won't rate a guy whose term is, I mean, whose presidency is not over yet. You know, that's
Well,
just my.
I don't know. I guess that's fair. I guess we could give him a provisional ranking if that makes sense. Kind of like a provisional ballot doesn't count, but it makes you feel like you cast a ballot.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do it. All right, I just his term is not over. His presidency is still ongoing. And while the historical precedent would say that his second term, if he gets one, is worse than the first, I just can't entirely bank on that. There had been regional presidents whose second terms were not bad. Reagan would be an example. So I don't want to rate the guy.
Okay, so let's go with what we have. In terms of the Dakota XL, that's a small thing that he did. 2 Supreme Court appointments. That's like so early on.
Yeah, he passed the tax cut.
Huge.
Yeah, big tax cut. He got part
Pulled
of the
out of
wall
the
built,
TPP.
kind of pulled out of TPP. Revamped NAFTA in a way that's mostly symbolic, but still,
It's a good look.
yeah, looks more important than it is.
Huge tariffs on China, 35%, right?
He also, I think a lot of it was a very tumultuous run so far, where it's been constant opposition, and he hasn't looked very stylish while doing it.
Hmm.
It's been
But
a bumpy ride.
he got rid of the ACA, which is the
Well,
the
parts of
ACA
it.
mandate.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's really popular, just to get rid of the tax part.
although it does not address the core issue.
Oh, of
So
course not.
yeah, if he
Thanks,
were
John
to
McCain.
if he were to leave office right now, I feel like at first it would look like he wasn't that bad, and then over time it would go down somewhat. So I feel like
Depends.
he would go from about a D to an E over time.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, it seems like he disproportionately has kept the promises, though.
he has done that, although I feel like if he gets a second term, he'll have the Bush effect of those accomplishments coming back to blow up in his face to a large extent.
Like which ones?
Well, I don't think the border wall is ever going to be completed, and once, even if it is, it'll show what people have already known, that it's not going to really have a big, meaningful impact on immigration rates.
Well, I think it's going to be a cognitive dissonance because he has about like 10% of it built, or like 15%, and then still has like 5 years. So let's say he gets like 60% of it built, and then if it doesn't get finished, and then the immigration thing doesn't get fixed, then he'll just blame it on it not being done because he'll be like, "Oh, he just went through the holes," something like that.
Could be, I don't know. I guess that would probably work for his supporters as an explanation. Who knows?
Yeah.
then
Plus, he
there's
could just do a legal moratorium on immigration and just ban it,
well,
like he did already, kind of.
yeah, and then when it comes to, I think some of his trade tariffs might end up working out, but it'll probably be a bumpy ride. Now, if
Hmm.
he manages to use the COVID crisis to call for the manufacturing of medical goods in the U.S., and then actually manages to encourage the growth of those industries, that could change a lot for the positive.
Hmm.
The USMCA is not going to be any different than NAFTA, so not going to make a difference.
See, but I think this COVID response could really make it or break it. Like with the China thing, like if you could get a huge concession out of them, basically is what I'm thinking about. Like if you could get them like paying our debt or something.
Yeah,
Like if
I
they
don't
get
think
like
that'll
if we got
happen.
that'd be fucking epic. Jeez.
If he could, yeah, that would be, and that's like kind of a fantasy scenario at that point, though.
If he has the balls to do that, yeah.
Well, I don't think any president can pull that off. That's pretty, it's pretty out there.
He has.
I mean,
I don't
it'd be
think
like
he's gotten.
if he fought and won a war with aliens. I mean, at that point, if he managed to get China to just forgive all her debt, I mean, it'd be like a magic achievement, really. I mean, it would. I don't think he's gonna pull that off. I don't know if
think
any
he could,
president could.
Yeah, okay. And then the Israel thing is a good optics thing. I think most people support the Zionist policy he has going on.
I don't know. I feel like the country's pretty 50-50 on that. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, I'd say it's like 80-20 because the most people like more the people that'll call them out is paleo conservatives and like the far left.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's going a little too aggressive on all of that. I mean, trying to call for the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem, that is just inviting unnecessary tension and setting back Israeli-Palestinian negotiations even further than they need to be.
Yeah, no, I said optics.
That might be.
There is no setback with that. The Palestinians have lost. They're over. They're done. Doesn't matter.
He's gonna recognize the West Bank as Israeli like anytime now. So
Yeah,
he's double dipping.
there's actually absolutely nothing the West Bank of Palestine can do. There's absolutely nothing. Israel's
They're really weak.
Yeah, they're really weak. They have limited support in the Arab world, which is where it would be most. I think they get the most support. Yeah, he's honestly just corroborating what's already obvious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a showman thing. Okay, and then Iran repealing the nuclear deal is a massive achievement.
I don't know about achievement, more of a failure.
Well,
really just,
doing something.
Yeah, he did something. It was probably a really bad idea, though.
And then he incited war with Iran like 2 or 3 times, and then pulled out every single. Which
yeah,
looks like he's a dove.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting how that is looked at in 10, 15, 20 years.
Well, the problem with that, though, is that the people who will write the kind of retrospectives don't like him at all anyway. So, I don't know. When you said he's a D, that'll be looked at as an E. I think it's more like he's like C or a D, who will be looked at as an F by future writers and historians because they just don't hate it. They just don't like it.
Yes.
I think the China thing's going to be looked on really well. Like eventually, if things get worse, he'll be like a bastion of sorts in terms of policy.
And I feel like his ceiling is probably a C, but his basement is maybe a Buchanan. I mean, he's taken some pretty big risk here. So
The North Korea stuff has been good optics so far. Well, for the most part.
I don't think he'll touch Buchanan. I don't think he'll even sniff his crotch, honestly.
Very nasty. I don't sniff crotch. No.
He could be a Pierce. Yeah.
That's really gay.
No, I mean, like he could theoretically be a Pierce. There's no way he'll be an A because he's an aggressively divisive man.
Yeah.
With the base, he could be an S.
I think the part of the reason why he appears to be a good debater is because he's never faced anybody good. I mean, everybody's face has been shit at debate. And then again, I mean, most of the candidates we've seen in recent memory have been shit tier debaters.
It's not even really a debate, really. It's just talking points.
Yes, let's do our talking points. Whoever can stick on message wins. And then,
okay, what about NATO? I think the NATO policy is good because he got the Europeans to pay for more of NATO without us paying anything. So that's
he's
getting them
minor,
to like.
Though I mean, in terms of like really shaping his perception. Because
defeating ISIS is a good one.
Well, because I mean, like we've said, foreign policy does not tend to stick with people very long unless it's a major fuck up or a huge achievement.
Yeah, I think with the cabinet thing, it is very disorganized, but like at the same time, it's not as big of a scandal as like Teapot or anything.
Yeah, his cabinet. I mean, some of the people he's put in have been fairly embarrassing.
It's
Betsy
more tabloid
DeVos
stuff.
Yeah, Betsy DeVos and Ben Carson come to mind as people who are woefully unqualified for the offices they hold. But
Yeah, Rex Tillerson left.
yeah,
Three chiefs of staff.
Rex Tillerson, pretty embarrassing. You know, yeah, it's I don't know. He's hard to rank at this point. I think maybe Sean was right initially that it's too early, but I feel like he will be interesting to rank when it's all over, whether it ends in November or in 2024. Um, and like I said, I can imagine quite a bit of variation in terms of how things end up.
I
Yeah.
suspect the Wikipedia article will say usually ranked in the bottom half, although he has very strong defenders.
Mhm.
That sounds about right.
Well, his approval rating with Republicans is like 96%, and then like maybe above average with independents, and then god awful with Democrats.
Yeah, no, that
The problem is Republicans don't write history books for the
I
most
know.
part.
It's neoliberals.
Yeah, so I mean, like honestly, like that's the problem you run into with this stuff is that there's a
Because
significant portion of people who don't have as high opinion of certain figures, but they're not writing the books.
Yeah, because I think Trump, like, honest, even if you're a leftist, I think that he's a good force in terms of like bringing in tariffs on the table, stuff like that, like anti-war. That's a big improvement.
I mean, like plenty of leftists like their wars, and as far as tariffs go, I mean, the Democratic Party is the one who cut tariffs, starting with Franklin Roosevelt.
That's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying like actual leftists, because you're saying like Democrats, but I'm saying like the Bernie types, stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, Trump is. I think part of it, part of the reason why Trump is able to win a little bit of left cred, is precisely because the Democrats went so far right that he had the only direction he could turn was left because there was no other way to strike a contrast. He was basically
Yeah.
forced to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
So
know. I don't know necessarily about forced to. I think he, just. I think he
I'd
has
say
views that are
you,
distinctly. I mean, not distinctly. He has views that are his own. He stuck to them, and I think Ann Coulter called it right. She said he was going to win, and then she pointed out the obvious thing. He said, "Look, he just looked at what was popular with Republican voters and said yes to that, and it worked." You know.
yeah,
Uh,
I think he's the most populous president in our life.
Probably.
I guess it
Yeah.
makes sense. He modeled himself after Andrew Jackson. So
And boy, did he, man! Is
yeah,
he is? I mean, like him and Andrew Jackson, they both thrive on conflict. You
No,
know,
but he is exactly the figure that'll completely change the Republican Party forever. I mean, because if in 2016 it were another like neo night, then I think it'd be way different from Trump. If Trump wins 2020, then the party is going out basically.
yeah.
Like it'll become the Trump party. Like you're gonna have Ron DeSantis be president
Oh
basically.
God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's either gonna get Ben Shapiro 2024 or you're gonna get Ron DeSantis, Josh Hawley, people like that.
Oh God.
it won't be. It won't be Ben Shapiro.
No. Fuck Ben Shapiro, man. That would be.
Yeah, I don't like him.
I'm sorry. I know you don't literally mean Ben Shapiro because
Yeah.
people think he's as charismatic as a Brillo pad, you know. But
Mhm.
that being said, I know what you mean, like the Ben Shapiro type, who's very like Ben Shapiro would be comfortable in the Reagan administration.
Oh yeah, George H.W. Bush.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like this. It's we're right now seeing our political paradigm that we grew up with collapse.
Hmm.
Still reform.
Because he's interesting because he's between a. I just made a YouTube video about this. That like he trumps between like a paleocon, like a normal conservative, but it's like in the middle. Because he's economically a nationalist. He's nativistic, but he's socially ambivalent to things mostly. So it's tough.
No, I think
Yeah.
you're right about that. I think he is I think he would be stuck between those two things. Definitely more favorable to paleo-conservative than any Republican post World War II.
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, it's also interesting that I know a lot of people who make the reduction of harm argument talk about how bad he is for the gays and this, that, and the other community. I've never really seen or heard him say anything homophobic that I can think of.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They call him like all sorts of things. It's like, they don't have him recorded saying the N word or anything. It's like who hasn't said it? It's like it amazes me said anything. Like, seriously.
Yeah, there's I think we're seeing like this political thing collapse and whatnot. And the only two things I want to share before I go, because I'm gonna go to bed, man.
Yeah, me too. It's 5 o'clock where I'm at.
It's five. Yeah, it's four over here. It's fucking five over there, man. Um, the two things that I noticed that on the one hand, you're in a political flux position. So if Trump can get reelected, then his brand of republicanism still can keep going on. That said, if Biden wins, that could be like Grover Cleveland in 1892, because Grover Cleveland was primed to create a new political paradigm that would favor the Democrats, and it didn't happen because he fucked it up that bad,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, at the same time, I know Democrats love talking about demographics and how they favor them, and it's a fair point to be made. It definitely favors them.
Exactly.
That said, it also misunderstands contingency. All you would really need is a truly catastrophic period for a party, right? Like, let's say a Biden presidency, for the opposing party to reap the rewards.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I think we're unusually primed for that kind of situation because both parties are so corrupt and incompetent and self-serving.
You hit the nail on the head, I think, with the demographic change. Because if Trump is going to get the nativism, if he gets the re-election and he can do, at least like get the wall partially built, he can be more restrictionist on immigration, and even more so now in 2020, you're saying not illegal immigration but legal immigration being a problem for Republicans. Then they could definitely turn more right wing if Trump wins, and if he goes that route, which is really important.
Look, you can have a Republican president win votes from non-whites. It is not impossible or ridiculous. It's a lot of it based on contingency.
Yeah, but for the next several decades, though, it favors Democrats.
It does favor Democrats, but the thing I don't like is that Democrats mention it like it's inevitable.
That's stupid,
I hear that, and I just hear the Titanic can't sink.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no way
Latinos are going to go Republican eventually.
There's no way the Japanese could ever bomb Pearl Harbor. I'm just like, look, guys, there's nothing set in stone. It favors you for sure. But if you get a moron like Biden in there, I could definitely see a wave of Hispanic voters voting Republican based on your sheer incompetence.
See, I could see like a decade go by, you close the borders, you have a Latino Republican, and he gets 55% of the vote. Like eventually, if like the Democrats screw this up, this could definitely blow in their face.
Exactly. That's my point. Is that we're in a flux period, and what makes even more flux is that I don't see either party. Honestly, and I've seen this. I close out with this, man. For the last 10 years, I've been seeing this shit. With very few exceptions, probably Trump 2016 is the only one. I haven't really seen either party actually exploit the weaknesses of the other one, because both parties have extreme weaknesses. And even in the case of Trump, he was an imperfect exploiter because he himself was unpopular. Right? He himself had major problems. If you have a far more charismatic and persuasive man who was espousing the same policies as Trump, as a Democrat, I'd be scared shitless.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right, sounds good. All right, well,
Okay.
Thank you both for coming in and doing
Wait,
this.
what's his rating? Hold up, let's get his rating.
Yeah, you guys do that, man. I'm done.
Oh, okay. I'll get Trump. I'm feeling a B or an A.
Really?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I have to try to predict how things go, so that makes it hard. If he were to leave office in November, I think he would be about a D. If he gets a second term, I feel like at that point it would probably go down to about an E. I feel like F is the most plausible bottom, but I feel like E is probably... He's about right for a second term, most likely, because most likely things would not go well in a second term for him.
Yeah, well, slight cognitive decline at that age, honestly.
Yeah, that would. I mean, that would be part of it because he'd be in that Reagan age range at that point for the 2nd term. That and then again, it's also possible, on the other hand, that because he met with so much friction in the first term, can it really become more fractious in the second term? I don't know. It's also possible the Republican Party continues to transform around Trump, becomes a little more cohesive.
Well, who would rise up against him in the next 4 years? Nobody.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
It's his. It's his basically.
Yeah, it becomes his party. Do the Democrats become more organized or get their shit together? Open question. Who knows? Do people turn against him or blame? How does he get blamed for the economic downturn we're about to experience?
Right now, he's not really getting blamed.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. There's a lot that would. It's really hard to call right now.
And plus, it's inflated numbers because, like, if the GDP went down 20% in the last couple of weeks, and by November he'll be like, "Wow, GDP growth is 15%," and it's like, "Yeah, we're still down 5, but he'll say it's 15 plus."
Yeah, he'd do that.
He's like, guys, Q3 is gonna be huge. We're gonna have like super high employment. It's gonna go up 10 million. It's like, okay,
although
you're down 20, dude.
one thing I'm hoping happens if he. Because, I mean, he's going to stay on Twitter regardless of whether he's in office or not. I can't wait for the day when he takes, like, a massive dump and then takes a picture of it and posts it on Twitter and then is, like, hashtag Trump dump, hashtag huge or something like that, you know? That will definitely happen especially if he enters cognitive decline soon.
He could leak, like, the alien information or, like, who killed Kennedy. Like give me 1 million retweets and I'll tell you who killed Kennedy.
If you pledge your vote to me for whatever it might be, then I will reveal X. I could easily, I could see that totally happening.
Dude, that would make him S tier. That's S tier.
That's a Kickstarter goal, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If he said so-and-so did 9/11 and proved it, bro, that'd be S tier. That'd be such a legend. They'd kill him like the day after too. Jeb Bush becomes president.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Okay. Well.
So what's the final number? Or letter?
Well, I mean, I was thinking probably between a D and an E, but again, because it's not over, it's hard to assign a final grade. Because we can't assign a final grade since it hasn't been submitted.
Okay, so I'm optimistic and I'm saying A.
Yeah,
like it'll get better.
I'm a lot less sanguine on Trump's final outcome.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it remains to be seen to some extent. So.
I think he'll be a top 20. If things go well, he'll be a top 20. But then perception, but among Republicans, he's definitely like.
I mean,
he's gonna be like the next Reagan.
Among Republicans, he has displaced the Holy Spirit from the Trinity. So, I'm not sure if that's really.
He's like Obama for Republicans, or like for Democrats, but with substance, basically, and less likable maybe. But
they want to get that rank up, man. They got to write more history books. They
gotta infiltrate academia. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, well, we're getting to some Curtis Yarvin territory then. But anyway, I gotta go, man.
Well, all right. So let's call it. Thank you both for doing this with me tonight, or this morning, or whenever we are recording.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do it again sometime. All right. This is all. I think this is like 6 hours and 38 minutes worth of shit. So
cool.
You're all welcome out there on YouTube for all of this material. And I'll be back with other stuff in the future. The end.